10 years had passed since the death of Naruto Uzumaki. He was betrayed and murdered by the Konoha 11, his sensei Kakashi, and even Jiraiya, his own godfather, all on Tsunade's orders. Konoha lost many friends after the truth was revealed. Danzo, of all people, exposed the betrayal during his own execution. 8 years ago, 2 months after Naruto's death, Jiraiya discovered evidence. It showed Danzo working with Orochimaru during the Otosuna invasion. Danzo's execution was said to be witnessed by both Konoha and Suna. During a standoff with the Uchiha and Sunin, Danzo's wooden arm with Sharingan, along with his right Sharingan eye, was exposed. This revealed the extent of his fanaticism. The Uchiha and Senju clans wanted to lynch Danzo immediately for his perversion of their bloodlines. Shikamaru stopped them, stating that Konoha's unified desire for his death would be a greater retribution. They also needed to uncover what other secrets Danzo held, with the possibility of taking down Orochimaru next. Tsunade reluctantly agreed. The Konoha Council, primarily the civilian side, then proposed inviting Suna. They believed witnessing Danzo's death would strengthen their alliance, demonstrating Konoha's stance against traitors. This plan, in Tsunade and the clan head's opinion, would backfire. However, they were outvoted. The day before the execution, in the Konoha Council chambers, Tsunade sat at the center, with Gaara to her right. Jiraiya stood to her left, arms crossed, subtly hiding his guilt over Naruto. Depression was evident in his eyes, though his glare at Danzo helped conceal it. The Hokage's advisors, Homura and Koharu, were also present, looking displeased. When evidence of Danzo's deeds emerged, they quickly abandoned him. Overwhelmed by hatred and shame, they submitted their retirement forms to Tsunade. They expressed disbelief at having supported such a madman for so long. They recommended Shikaka Nara as their replacement. Tsunade agreed, making this their final day as advisors. Counselors of Konoha and honored guests of Tsunade Tsunade began. Today, Danzo Shimura pays for his crimes against 2 of the 5 great shinobi villages. For Suna, Danzo's crimes are aiding and abetting a known traitor in the murder of Raza, the 4th Kazekage of Tsunade and father to the 5th Kazekage. And for Konoha, she continued, aiding known traitor Orochimaru in assassinating the 3rd Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi, aiding Oto in the Otosuna invasion of Konoha, kidnapping bloodline users for Root, not disbanding the Root program even when ordered by the 3rd Hokage. Danzo, how do you plead? Tsunade asked. Danzo looked at Tsunade, then Jiraiya, and finally Gaara, before starting to laugh. He hadn't laughed in almost 60 years, since before the first Shinobi War, so it came out as a raspy cackle. It scared many counselors in the room. As quickly as it began, it stopped. Hokage-sama, all I've ever done is look out for Konoha, Danzo stated. I am the root that keeps the great tree standing at all costs. You, Jiraiya, Kakashi, and the Konoha 11 have done that as well, the day you killed Naruto Uzumaki. Tsunade and Jiraiya's eyes widened. Danzo was supposed to have a seal on his tongue to prevent him from spilling SS rank secrets. Jiraiya had placed it personally. The council and Suna officials were shocked. The clan heads didn't even know about the assassination. It was an SS rank mission from the Hokage herself, not to be divulged to anyone, including family. It made them realize why their children had been so quiet. The official story was that Naruto was on a long-term mission and was later found dead. Jiraiya had even discovered a body made to look like Naruto. Before that, it was also a way to flush out the Akatsuki, who were seeking the Kyuubi outside the village while undefeated. Silence from the spectators was followed by cheers from Konohagakure's civilian council. The Tsunagakure shinobi reacted with anger. Gaara was shocked, angry, and saddened by Danzo's words and the council's cheers. It made him unbelievably furious. His killer intent festered. If he wasn't the man, he was now a Kazekage with friends, family, comrades, and a village depending on him. Blood would have been spilled. Instead, Gaara shouted, Ovwe Heaat. Killer intent flowed through the chamber, and sand appeared everywhere. But as stated, Gaara was now of a higher standing and in control of his emotions, mostly. The sand receded, and his killer intent, though barely, vanished. Tsunade Senju, after Danzo is sent to hell where he belongs, we will have a very long discussion about this outrage and why Suna and Konoha should still be allies. Tsunade would have spoken, but Danzo beat her to it. Are you really going to take that from a rival cage, Senju? Alliance or not, every village is still a potential enemy. Even every shinobi in this village, if not trained correctly, is a threat to its power. Silence, Danzo, Tsunade screamed. You don't get to make claims like that, not after everything you've done. You are nothing but a bitter, vindictive old man who will never be the Hokage of Konoha. Danzo narrowed his one good eye at Tsunade. Maybe, Senju, but I've been running the village's protection as the Dark Hokage for years. Since the supposed god of shinobi became a glorified pencil pusher, doing what must be done. Everything from military activity to assassination to unauthorized recon, without Hiruzen looking over my shoulder. I am what the Hokage, what you, should be, eliminating threats both foreign and domestic, serving the village by making it the most feared and powerful. If I were Hokage, Genin would be trained from day one, doing at the very least C-rank missions, and we'd do away with those stupid D-ranked ones that turn shinobi into more of a novelty than the warriors they should be. Instead, they paint fences and chase cats around hardly what I call work for soldiers who were trained from their first day in the academy on the best ways to kill, learning about the art of the shinobi, only to be caretakers, farm hands, and animal control. It disgusted me to no end. Danzo said the last part through gritted teeth. Tsunade's anger showed. What would you have done then, besides start a war with the world to prove your strength? Danzo's face and voice lacked any emotion. I would have put an end to the farce of shinobi with humanity and used Tobirama-sensei's teachings. He had better understanding than Hashirama-sama ever did, that victory comes with a price, sacrifices must be made. I learned that lesson well in the first war. I lost a lot of friends and clansmen. He looked to his right. I learned that day that as Hokage, you must put aside all emotions, all attachments, to do what needs to be done and sacrifice what you need to sacrifice in order to achieve victory. Even going so far as to let Orochimaru amputate my arm and remove my eye and replace it with what you called an abomination of science and God. I called it progress. I did it all for the sake of the village I love and would do anything to protect, even at the cost of my very body and soul. That is what all Konoha shinobi should be. Don't you dare use Konoha to justify your actions, Danzo, Jiraiya interjected angrily. What you have done to yourself is of your own volition, including that monstrosity you let Orochimaru put on you. And as for the war, that was different. Lord Second did what he did because we were in the middle of a war. You and Sarutobi-sensei were the only ninja on hand, and he trusted your abilities more than anyone else's. Remember, Danzo, he sacrificed himself to save you, your team, and Sarutobi-sensei's team. I know he did, boy, Danzo retorted. I was there in the trenches before you could walk. I know war, its faults, and its uses. Tobirama-sensei made a mistake as a leader. He should have sent Sarutobi out and saved himself so he could come back and destroy Kumo full force later and show the power of the great Konohagakure. But instead, he sacrificed himself, and not but a month later, talks of peace with the very person that killed our Hokage, your uncle. Danzo looked at Tsunade with a distant gaze. Why didn't you volunteer to hold them off back then? Danzo asked Koharu, the former female member of the legendary team Tobirama and advisor to the Hokage. What? Danzo said angrily. You forget, I was there all those years ago with you, Hiruzen, and Tobirama-sensei. And the same goes for Homura here. I remember it very clearly. Tobirama asked for a volunteer to hold off the Kumo kill squad after us, giving the rest of us time to escape. I remember that look in your eyes, Danzo. It was fear. You were going to volunteer but didn't. Fear, that you have preached for so long that a shinobi shouldn't have, held you back. Hiruzen was just as scared as the rest of us but didn't hesitate for a moment when it came to his comrade's safety. It took me many years to realize it was Tobirama's final test. We were Konoha's elite, the smartest, strongest, and most loyal. Any one of us could have been Hokage that day if we volunteered, but we, unlike Hiruzen, couldn't find the courage to do so, Kohara said, looking Danzo directly in the eye, clearly disliking his courage being questioned. As Hokage, you must defend not only your village but all who live in it. Know that to be Hokage means being the head of a larger family. This is the will of fire Hashirama-sama dreamed of, and all Hokages past and present must abide by it. Tobirama-sensei was going to sacrifice himself regardless of who volunteered, he just wanted to know that he was leaving Konoha in good hands. I myself may have respected your realism when it came to the security of Konoha, Danzo, and I believe you would lay down your life for it even now, because in your own way, you were always loyal to Konoha and would continue protecting it to the end, Homura said, catching many by surprise. Their eyes grew cold, however, as Homura spoke once again. However, you have done too much damage to the reputation of Konoha. Your traitorous acts cost us a Hokage, a brilliant shinobi, and a very close friend. The atrocities you have committed under this village's name will not go unpunished, he said loudly and clearly, anger in his voice. Danzo was angry. He looked at the old advisors. Don't forget, Koharu, and you, Homura. You two have helped lay most of the groundwork for a good number of those so-called atrocities. You two backed me more than Hiruzen on a great many things. Root existed because of your backing me. You knew Hiruzen wouldn't do the things I would. Going unchecked was because of your backing, the funding you gave me for all these years, and convincing these good-for-nothing counselors to outvote many of the Hokage's propositions has allowed me to come this far. You and Homura have been nothing but tools going against your so-called friend for over 3 decades. You knew Hiruzen was getting old and lost much of his flame as a shinobi. He could have killed me when me and Hanzo teamed up. He could have killed Orochimaru when he attacked. But Hiruzen was weak and wouldn't kill his one-time student. And as for my not volunteering all those years ago, that one act of hesitation on my part turned me into what I am today. I have spent years making up for it, so much so you joined me instead of your best friend. The two aging advisors lowered their heads in shame, Danzo was right. It's a pity, Tsunade, Danzo said. When you took my advice on Naruto, I was almost starting to see you as a real leader, and Jiraiya as a real shinobi. Shame not even the protection of the very village your family created, fought and died for, is not good enough for you. That got Gaara's attention. What do you mean, advice? What did you tell Senju? Gaara pressed. Tsunade ignored Gaara, not even using her title to stop Danzo. Umbu, she yelled. The Umbu sped towards Danzo but were stopped by Sand. Kazekage Dano, Tsunade shouted, trying to stop Gaara. But the look in his eyes froze not just her, but everyone in the room, Konoha and Suna alike. Though not directly at her, she could still see it. Gaara, with his sand flowing all around the room, chin resting on his crossed hands, elbows firmly on the table, calm yet cold eyes frozen in a chilling sense of malice. Danzo, it is taking a lot of my willpower not to revert to my past self. The one that struck fear into the very fabric of my own people. The self that almost justified the bigotry Jinchuriki have faced. It was this past self of mine that almost distorted this village if not for the efforts of one man, a man that saved me from the darkness, that helped me overcome and be what I am today. And this is the man you claim to have a hand in the death of? So tell me, Danzo Shinura of Konohagakure, what did you say to Tsunade? His voice and deeds from the past echoed in the minds of all in the room and sent shivers up their spines. Yet Danzo remained calm and collected. Danzo gave Gaara his usual indifferent expression and spoke. I told Tsunade the truth. Naruto was growing to be the danger he was always going to be to the village without proper guidance. But how I said it to her and what she found out when I was captured are different, Danzo said vaguely. What do you mean by that? The Kazekage demanded, eyes locked onto Danzo's very soul. I told Senju of the degradation of Naruto's seal. After some long and costly research, I discovered that even though Naruto could take the Kyuubi's chakra whenever he liked, he didn't because prolonged exposure to that level would destroy his body and would allow the Kyuubi to take over. The seal itself was used on the fly, as they say, it had way too many drawbacks. But there was a failsafe the fourth Hokage put in the seal: if Naruto was killed by unnatural means, the Kyuubi would die with him, or at the very least it would rip the monster apart to the point where it would take centuries to reform, if at all. It was true, but as I said, Naruto rarely used the Kyuubi unless pushed normally into an uncontrollable rage. You've seen it, Jiraiya, same with Hatake, Uchiha, and Haruno. Scary, isn't it? Now imagine what 16 years of bottled up anger from almost 2 decades of beatings, hatred, and ignorance from your own people, every day of your life. You know that very well, don't you, Gaara? What Danzo said made sense to many civilian counselors and clan heads. Danzo looked at the people and smiled. It's funny. If Naruto was given to me to begin with, none of this would have happened. He would have been the weapon he was born to become. But because of Hiruzen's weakness and the village's bigotry, Naruto became a clear threat. I never wanted people to find out about his tenant for this very reason. Root, however, would have been his home, with like-minded people who respected power and the chain of command. Naruto could have showed his true potential. I wouldn't have cared just about his tenant. He would have been trained by the best in all forms of combat, not just his power from the Kyuubi. Naruto could have been a Jonin captain by now and very well have succeeded me when my time to leave this world came. His potential could have been limitless, like his parents. Tsunade's eyes widened. He wouldn't, she thought. And who would they be? Gaara said before Danzo could. A fist flew past his sand and into Danzo's face, sending him to a wall. It should have knocked him out. That fist belonged to Jiraiya. I've heard enough from you, Danzo, Jiraiya shouted angrily. You have disrespected our Hokages, Konohagakure, its allies, and now you want to leak more S-rank secrets. Not anymore. Tonight, I'm going to seal that mouth of yours shut, properly this time. Then tomorrow, you're going to die in front of the village you disgraced with your actions, an angry Jiraiya yelled. Danzo, blood leaking down his mouth, chuckled. What's the point of it being classified anymore, Jiraiya? Are you afraid that it will show just how much of a failure you truly are as a sensei and as a shinobi? He said, smiling, then whispered so only Jiraiya could hear, or even as a godfather. That stunned Jiraiya, making him wince in guilt. Take him away, Tsunade ordered. Umbu appeared, grabbed Danzo, and silently disappeared, quickly followed by a very angry Jiraiya. Danzo had pissed him off so much that Tsunade wasn't even a factor right now. The council and Suna officials looked at each other, suspicious of one another. Gaara broke that silence by standing and saying, we're going back to the hotel. We will see Danzo's execution, then leave this accursed village. Hokage, I expect a meeting first thing after the execution, no excuses. Gaara and company left the chambers. Tsunade's head hung low. Her voice was but a whisper. Everyone dismissed. Everyone filed out of the room. Jiraiya, who was normally there for her, had already left to deal with Danzo, leaving her alone. When the door closed behind them, she waited a minute, then began to cry. Torture and Interrogation HQ. 20 minutes later, Danzo was strapped to a chair, blood pouring down his face, chest, and legs. Anko and Ibiki watched in the background, getting a first-hand look at what happens when you anger a Sunin. Neither had ever seen this side of Jiraiya before. The normally goofy, easygoing, perverted Sunin was ripping Danzo to shreds. They never liked Danzo, but the rarest thing happened. The head torturers felt, if only slightly, sorry for Danzo, even if they were taking notes of Jiraiya's technique. Even with the violence inflicted on him, Danzo held in the pain, grinding his teeth. The former root commander was never going to give Jiraiya the satisfaction of hearing him scream in pain. When it was done, Danzo ground, if only slightly, I thought you would finally be the shinobi you're known for. But at the end of the day, no matter how many titles you and Senju have, Jiraiya, you two are not worthy of being called ninja. A perverted clown and a bitter drunk. You two are such a disappointment to this village. If I would have trained the three of you, we'd still have Orochimaru. You would have taken your job more seriously, and Tsunade wouldn't have the emotional crutch about her boyfriend and brother. Who knows, Jiraiya, he said with a smirk, you might have even had a chance with her. Jiraiya's fist hit Danzo in the face, breaking his nose, knocking him out. Shut the fuck up. Jiraiya yanked Danzo's tongue from his mouth, using a piece of paper with a seal on it. He placed it on Danzo's tongue. The seal would render Danzo unable to speak and burn him while he was alive. He looked at his two counterparts, Anko and Ibiki. With authority in his voice, he said, take the piece of shit to his cell. I want him on round-the-clock watch. Anyone who messes this up will be next to see me mad. Understood. The two nodded and got out of Jiraiya's way while he made his way out. Jiraiya needed a drink, and he wouldn't stop until the execution tomorrow. 2 hours later, in Danzo's cell, Danzo woke up with a massive headache. The pain Jiraiya inflicted on him was taking its toll. The burning of the seal made his mouth feel like it was on fire. But Danzo wouldn't feel that pain for long, however. If Jiraiya had bothered to look, he would have noticed a second seal under Danzo's tongue, a nullification seal that was made special for what had happened to him previously. When he activated it, it cancelled out Jiraiya's seal. He also had a suicide seal on his upper right wisdom tooth. Every root member had one, including him, even if he never thought he'd ever use it. Danzo could have smiled at Jiraiya's stupidity, but didn't, even if he wanted to. Danzo, accompanied by his guards, ascended the platform and was bound to the pole. From there, he surveyed the crowd, his gaze falling upon the Konoha 11, who occupied the front row. Their involvement in Naruto's death had clearly taken a toll, especially after Tsunade revealed it was a grave error. A wave of guilt washed over them, and they actively avoided the Suna guests on Tsunade's orders, fearing Gaara's wrath. Shikamaru appeared particularly dejected. Apparently, Gaara's sister, Temari, refused to speak to him, and Gaara himself would forbid her from any association with Konoha shinobi. Danzo found them pathetic. This is what protects my village? I doubt it'll last another year with these good-for-nothing children at the helm, he mused. Once you cut the root off the tree, it will fall a pity, he thought, saddened for his beloved Konoha. Tsunade raised her hand, silencing the crowd with chakra-enhanced vocals. People of Konoha and Suna, we are here today to witness the death of a traitor. Danzo Shimura, you have been judged by the Konohagakure Council in Hokage, and by the esteemed Kazekage of Tsunagakure, and found guilty on all counts. You will be executed by means of the Great Element Release Execution. The Great Element Release Execution, devised by Hiruzen Sarutobi during the Great Shinobi War, involved 5 clones of himself. Each clone would unleash Hiruzen's strongest jutsu of their respective element in sequence, culminating in the single most destructive attack ever recorded by a shinobi. This cemented Hiruzen Sarutobi's titles as the Professor for his mastery of the elements and, more famously, the God of Shinobi for successfully executing such a feat for traitors of Danzo's caliber. It was a don't take any chances jutsu, despite being known as the overkill jutsu. Tsunade thought it would be a fitting middle finger to Danzo, killing him with the third's legendary technique. Since no single shinobi could perform the full attack, it would be a 5-shinobi effort: Asuma for wind, Suzuki for fire, Himura for earth, Kohara for water, and Kakashi's Chidori for the likely unnecessary killing blow. Hiruzen's former teammates and son eagerly volunteered for revenge. Suzuki joined because of the evidence he uncovered about the Uchiha massacre, Danzo's former arm and eye, and Itaka's role. While this didn't absolve his brother, it shed light on many aspects of his family, greatly angering and saddening him. Danzo's death was for his brother and family. Kakashi participated to regain some lost honor. Naruto's death affected him most profoundly. Another comrade dead by his hand, and lying to Irika about the truth, made Kakashi feel like the biggest failure of Team 7/Minato and Konoha. He had failed his own teachings and hoped Naruto's spirit could forgive him. Finally, the moment arrived. Tsunade raised her hand to signal the execution, until, and here I thought the condemned were allowed some last words. Hokage-sama, Danzo said with a smirk. Tsunade's eyes widened. How? Jiraiya exclaimed in surprise and anger. A smiling Danzo opened his mouth, revealing a nullification seal under his tongue. Everything became annoyingly clear to Jiraiya how Danzo bypassed his silence seal not once, but twice. Tsunade mentally cursed Danzo. He had used her own grandfather's law against her. She wished her grandfather hadn't written so many merciful laws when he built Konoha. The whole point of the seal was to prevent this very situation. People of Konohagakure. Danzo shouted for all to hear, and silence fell upon the crowd. My name is Danzo Shinura, Root Commander, the Dark Hokage, Shinobi of Konohagakure. I am all these things, but the one thing I am not is a traitor. I have served Konohagakure for decades, doing what must be done. But today, I'm being punished for performing my duties as protector of the Great Tree. Yet, even my beloved village can create monsters. First, there is me, the faithful commander of Root. Then Orochimaru, man-made monsters, both of us. Last, but by no means least, the Kyuubi brat, Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, the fort's legacy and son. Danzo had to laugh at the crowd's expressions. You people have been tormenting and now killed the very child of your greatest heroes, Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki. Ha ha ha. Danzo laughed insanely, all sense finally leaving him. And the best part is, from stopping Gaara to making Tsunade Hokage, to all the treaties and trading agreements he secured for us, he has done more for the village than any of you have or ever will. And because of your bigotry, you never knew what was so obviously staring you right in the face the whole time. This village has lost a fine shinobi and what could have been an even greater weapon if you think about it. You're all just as guilty as me. Danzo, with a wide, still cackling smile, looked at them all. It was only a matter of time before your torture and tormenting would have taken its toll on him. He wasn't the Kyuubi, you morons. You have been taking your revenge on an innocent child this whole time. He saved this village when he was minutes old. I want you all to remember that for the rest of your miserable lives. Danzo's hideous cackle echoed through the crowd of guilty, sad, and angry villagers and shinobi. Tsunade, consumed by rage and sadness, yelled at the execution squad to fire. Their hesitation, due to shock from Danzo's revelations, was all he needed. I may die here today, but not by your order, Senju. Danzo activated his suicide seal and began convulsing, a smile on his face. He knew civilians and shinobi alike would seek someone to blame for the secret behind Naruto's life and death, and Tsunade wouldn't be able to stop them. It was never his intention to die like this, but he'd savor the small victory with his last breaths, or so he thought. As he was dying, sand covered his body, his dying eyes widening as the last thing he heard was, "Sand coffin." A dying but shocked Danzo exploded into bloody chunks that spilled onto the horrified crowd. Many turned to see Gaara in his usual crossed-armed stance, the same impassive look on his face. He didn't know if Danzo died before being crushed, but he hoped Danzo didn't. Without a single word, Gaara made his way to the gates. Tsunade quickly moved towards the Kaze cage but was stopped by his bodyguards and siblings, weapons drawn. "Lord Kaze cage," she yelled. Gaara continued walking but said, "Forget the meeting, Senju. I've had enough of Konoha to last me a lifetime. Please, Lord Kaze cage," Tsunade pleaded, her voice filled with desperation. "We were tricked by Danzo. I never wanted any of this to happen, not to anyone, and not to Naruto." The name itself, spoken aloud, broke her heart. "He was like a son to me," she choked out, tears streaming down her cheeks. Temari couldn't help but scoff. "Some mother you are, then. Naruto saved my brother's life and saved your village more times than I doubt any of you could count, and this is how you repay him?" Temari's words cut Tsunade like a knife. Temari then turned to the Konoha 11, especially Shikamaru. "I cannot believe you all. Naruto, your friend, your comrade, someone who almost died for you more than once, who would have done it gladly to ensure you were safe. How could you do it? Did any of you even protest?" Niji spoke up on behalf of his friends in Cage. "We were following orders given to us by Hokage-sama. We didn't want to do any more than she liked ordering, but at the time, he was a major danger, being controlled by the Kyuubi, or so we thought. It took a week just for us to gather the nerve to do this mission." The depression in his voice was loud and clear. Gaara didn't want to hear anymore. "We are leaving. I will discuss this with the Suna Council. Until then, Konohagakure is on very thin ice. Don't come anywhere near my territory, or it's war. Understood?" Tsunade nodded, not wanting to anger him further, and for another reason to thank Naruto. From what she heard, the old Gaara would have murdered everyone right then and there. It would have been violent, bloody retribution for their willful murder of his most treasured friend and likely second brother. She told her men, who had rushed to her aid, to stand down and allowed Gaara to leave. With Danzo's death and the truth about Naruto's heritage, deeds, and death, Konoha had a lot to contemplate. All Tsunade could do was prepare for the worst that was yet to come. The day Gaara left would be remembered as one of Konoha's worst days. During the execution of the traitor Danzo Shinura, they failed to prevent him from revealing the truth about Naruto's death and overlooked the Wave merchants in the village selling their goods. Upon returning to Wave, these merchants went straight to the village leader, the bridge builder Tajuna, who was far from pleased. The Konoha-Suna alliance remained active, mainly due to the Kazekige's brother, Kankuro. After explaining to Gaara that, as much as he hated defending the village after what they did to his brothers and leader's best friend, Gaara had to understand that one ninja, no matter how great, wasn't enough reason to abandon Konoha. Kankuro's reasons were more for military backing in times of war. Suna hadn't fully recovered from the losses of the Tsunoto invasion, and Konoha had signed a new treaty after that, so Gaara could consider Konoha and Suna even. Kankuro was to oversee the new treaty on Gaara's behalf. Believe it or not, the makeup-wearing puppeteer could be a very good negotiator when needed. This new treaty ensured Konoha would back Suna but also grant the Kazekage all missions from Spring Country without hassle from then on, and the resources they needed at a lower price. Konoha was backed into a corner with old contacts and allies disappearing and rumors of a war with Iwagakure after hearing Konoha no longer had a Jinchuriki. They had to agree. Konoha remained the strongest village, but the Naruto incident, as it became known, cost the village a fortune. With non-military countries Naruto had ties with and lost respect from military villages for being so easily manipulated into killing one of their own. Even though he was the son of the hated Yellow Flash and the Red Devil, it actually made it worse. Iwagakure would have tried to kill Naruto had they known who he was, that much was true. But they figured the son of the Yellow Flash would likely be Konohagakure's version of royalty, so they were shocked, to say the least. However, they saw an opportunity for a takeover of their most hated enemy now that Konoha was short a legacy and, more importantly, a Jinchuriki. Kumagakure's Raikage respected the fourth Hokage, even if he wouldn't admit it, and was blood brothers with a Jinchuriki, like the Raikages before him. Hearing such treatment of the fourth son greatly disappointed him, realizing how far Konoha had fallen. Kirigakure was too busy fighting a civil war to care much, but news still traveled fast. The Land of Waves halved its trade agreement, only hiring Konoha for guard duty on their caravans passing through Fire Country on the way to other nations. These were barely C-ranked missions, whereas Wave used to pay for A-ranked ones. It was that or lose it altogether. A statue was built over the Great Naruto Bridge in memory of their fallen hero. Team 7 was banished from stepping foot in Wave territory under threat of total contact termination. Spring's daimyo, Koyuki Kazahana, gave all her country's missions to Tsunagakure following word of the Naruto incident. She didn't outright ban Konoha from Spring Lands but used her old contacts in the filmmaking industry to embargo movies going to Konoha, costing the village a bit of revenue because they were one of the only places in Fire Country that could accommodate a movie theater. The financial crisis became so severe for the first few years after the war that the council outvoted the Hokage on dipping into the joint Uzumaki Namikaze bank account. Since there were no living relatives for the money to go to, it saved the village but depleted the account entirely. Jiraiya was heartbroken, using his dead students' and wife's funds and his now-deceased godson's inheritance to save a village he was starting to despise even more. Worse, some counselors were found dipping into those funds for their own gain. Jiraiya's anger after that was legendary. The once-known Konoha 11 were now known as the Kyuubi killers to many in the village who, even knowing Naruto's heritage, were still happy the beast was dead. To many others, like the Ichiraku family, they were the traitor 11. The knowledge of what they had done haunted many of these legendary ninja. Team Guy split up. Rock Lee, realizing his actions cost him a rival and, more importantly, a friend, felt his flames of youth had been extinguished. As self-punishment, he left the team in the tutelage of his longtime sensei, friend, and father figure, Might Guy, stating, "I will not have your flames of youth end with mine." Rock Lee still trains non-stop but lacks the same vigor he had before his self-exile from his sensei and friends. Niji also left, regaining his faith in fate. He now spends most of his time by his cousin Hinata's side, keeping her safe from a world that would harm her, when he isn't on an Umbu mission or spending time with Tenten. Tenten spends most of her time as a blacksmith. She still takes missions and has joined Umbu. She didn't know Naruto personally outside of occasional missions, but seeing what he did for Niji and Lee saddened her, depriving the world of such a positive presence to those around him. It hurt her. She still trained with Guy but noticed the loss of his students hurt her normally over-the-top teacher immensely. Team 8, Depression and New Goals. Hinata couldn't believe the news following Danzo's execution about Naruto. She loved him like no other and always saw a hero in the making and a future Hokage she would follow no matter what. But when Tsunade informed her that Naruto was the Kyuubi Jinchuriki and ordered her to assassinate him to prove her loyalty to clan and country, Hinata couldn't believe it. Was she being manipulated by the Kyuubi all this time? Was Naruto being controlled by it, and if so, when? She couldn't believe it, but she trusted the Hokage. It hurt her more than anything to aid in his murder, even more to find out it was for no reason, just a paranoid delusion of Danzo's. She cried in her room for weeks on end, even her father left her alone. But she emerged with a sense of purpose. She vowed to change her ways in Naruto's memory by any means necessary. Eventually, she defeated her father in combat and became the new Hyuga clan head. Kiba may not admit it easily, but he saw Naruto as many things: a friend, a rival for Hinata's affection, and most importantly, a member of his pack. It's the Inyazuka clan's way of making an outsider feel like family. He may have picked on Naruto from time to time, but that was Kiba's way of showing brotherly affection for the blonde. After word got out, Kiba fell into a depression, only really holding it in until he and Hinata would meet privately. He wasn't trying anything, he just wanted to comfort his longtime teammate and friend. He vowed to ensure the safety of the pack by any means, even going so far as to make it a witnessed blood oath. Shino, much like Kiba, saw Naruto as a hive member. The Abarame, much like the insects they carry, believed that one must never betray the hive. To do so betrays one's very being. Shino's only comfort was that the Hokage, the queen, ordered his death, and like the good soldier he was, he followed those orders. Shino still had his emotions hidden like always, but to an Abarame, he might as well be screaming his pain to the world. He also joined Umbu as a means of escape from his day-to-day life. Team 10 Overworking. Shikamaru did everything in his power to forget the tragedy he was part of. The formerly lazy Nara has been working tirelessly, putting everything he has into his training, his skills and strategy, and helping his father as the new Hokage's advisor. Shikamaru hasn't stopped for the last couple of years. People assumed it was so Shikamaru could be Konoha's ambassador to Suna, but he and Temari haven't spoken since she left. Ino became a full member of TNI in good standing since the Naruto incident, taking her job very seriously. She ditched her ditzy persona and has spent her time working. Koji wanted to quit being a shinobi altogether and only really stays because of his clan name and for his best friend Shikamaru's sake. He has since been working as a cook at his family restaurant when not on missions. He dropped 50 pounds due to his lack of eating since the incident, despite the Akimika's will, and works more on his political education. Team 7 Undermanned, Overcompensating. Sakura spent her days crying privately at home by night and offering a warm smile to patients by day. She continued to work at Konohagakure Hospital, focused solely on her work. She took Naruto's death very hard, reflecting on her treatment of her teammate as kids, then comrades, then murderer and victim. She couldn't help but realize she was nicest to him the days before his assassination at her hands. She hasn't spoken to anyone in quite some time, with the exception of her parents, her mother for her kind words and her father doing everything in his power to see his little girl smile again. Sakura continues to train with Tsunade, but now just for medical reasons. The Konohagakure suicide rate increased among shinobi who mistreated Naruto, who served with the late Uzumaki and Namikaze. Sasuke only really showed up by chance while on a mission from Otagakure when he bumped into the Konoha team just as they were about to kill Naruto. Regardless of his shock at the situation, he saw a chance to strike. He wanted Naruto dead for the power it would bring him, but Naruto, in a way, had the last laugh. Naruto had a knife strapped behind his waist when Sasuke unexpectedly appeared and stabbed Naruto with his sword. The blade Naruto had slashed upward, taking one of the Uchiha's legendary eyes before he fell to his death off a cliff into the river below. The pain Sasuke felt was enough of a distraction for Jiraiya to knock him out. He was brought back to Konoha and placed in a cell for his crimes. He was there for 3 months when he was brought before the council. Sasuke had to choose between swearing full allegiance to Konohagakure, having a seal placed on him preventing him from ever trying to escape the village again, and helping take down Orochimaru, or being executed for his crimes right then and there. He chose life. Since then, he has done everything to prove his loyalty and has started to feel guilty over the death of his one-time best friend. Sasuke has been a recluse when not on missions. He proved his loyalty after his fight with Danzo when he saved the Hokage's life. He is now an Umbu captain. Kakashi rejoined Umbu for a time but quit following a dispute with fellow agents. He was placed on leave from duty and has been seen wandering around the village looking lost and depressed. Finding out he killed his sensei's son, he has been forced into therapy. Tsunade did not want another Jiraiya. Sannin, a trail of self-destruction. Tsunade finds her position and personal life shattered after ordering the Kyuubi killers on a loyalty test involving Naruto Uzumaki's assassination. Despite his body never being found, she honored him with a tombstone and funeral, dispatching Konohagakure's finest trackers to no avail. Though she longed to resign as Hokage, she persevered in Naruto's memory and has since ceased drinking on the job, enduring the torment of a clear mind. Jiraiya has succumbed to alcoholism, rarely sober and plagued by recurring nightmares of Minato and Kushina attempting to kill him. After a humiliating defeat by Tenchi Ichiraku, he made multiple suicide attempts and has since been compelled to live with Tsunade, who helps him battle his depression. He also destroyed the blueprints for the anti-Jinchuriki seal he used on Naruto, a seal that has been highly sought after, much to his shame. Orochimaru would have reveled in Naruto's fate, had he not lost Sasuke in the process and learned his former apprentice and intended host was now one-eyed and allied with Konohagakure against him. He has vanished, but is expected to reappear seeking revenge. The Konohamaru Corps new hatred and goals. Konohamaru is consumed by sadness, anger, and depression over the loss of Naruto, who was his friend, boss, rival, and brother. Naruto was the first to see him as more than just Hiruzen Sarutobi's grandson, treating him as an equal. Konohamaru has repeatedly tried and failed to kill Sasuke. Tsunade prevents his arrest, and he now dedicates all his time to training, viewing the Traitor 11 with utter disdain. His uncle, Asuma, has attempted to apologize for his students' actions, but his pleas fall on deaf ears. Konohamaru's ambition has shifted from becoming Hokage for the village to taking the position to remove Tsunade. Moaji follows Konohamaru's lead, feeling the same grief for Naruto, but tries to dissuade him from his vengeful obsession. Udon supports his friends but harbors little faith in their future success. The Ichirakus out the door. Tenchi Ichiraku was a loving father and ramen chef, generally happy and proud. Less known, he was a former Konohagakure shinobi forced into retirement by a knee injury. Even fewer knew he was on Minato Namikaze's team. He preferred it that way, content to work with his daughter daily. He knew both of Naruto's parents, realizing it only after seeing the boy eat ramen like his father. He even secretly tried to adopt Naruto, but the third Hokage denied him without explanation, breaking the old man's heart. When Jiraiya entered his stand, Tenchi's combat instincts flared. In a blind rage, he nearly beat his former sensei to death and verbally lambasted him, finally throwing a knife in front of Jiraiya before walking away. Ayame was heartbroken by the loss of her little brother, banning half the village from their stand. She and her father used some of their savings to leave the village, successfully opening a new ramen stand in Wave, earning widespread praise from other nations. Shizune, loyal but bitter. Shizune remains loyal to her cage, aunt, and mother figure, Tsunade, but Naruto's death deeply affected her. She was present when Tsunade ordered Naruto's assassination, and the thought of the person who once saved their lives dying by Tsunade's command pained her greatly. When the truth emerged, her relationship with Tsunade plummeted. She still works for her mentor but maintains a cold and distant demeanor when the mood strikes. Irika, the father who lost his son. Irika was devastated by the news of Naruto's death, whom he considered a little brother and later a son. He raged through the village, the humble school teacher destroying several Umbu bodyguards to reach the Hokage's office. He kicked down Tsunade's door, threw his headband at her, and spectacularly quit. That same day, he was seen leaving the village before an explosion rocked the Uchiha compound. Konoha has not heard from him since, but that day is forever known as Irika's Rage. The end of Akatsuki. The only positive outcome of the Naruto incident, 4 villages not celebrating the demise of the Yellow Flashes and red-haired demon's bloodline, was the collapse of the Akatsuki organization a year later. Unable to acquire the Kyuubi, many members saw no point in pursuing the remaining Jinchuriki and left. Pain, Nagato, and Konan initially allied with Tobi, Obito, to bring peace. With Naruto's death and news of a seal preventing the Kyuubi's reformation, they saw no reason to tolerate the Uchiha's arrogance. They attacked Tobi, who escaped through a time warp. Both continue to serve as a Mekage in Chief's second in a Megakure. Itaki went off the radar after the news, occasionally appearing in Konoha to check on his brother's progress, each time saddened by the sight of his one-eyed sibling. Itaki cursed Danzo. Dying and going blind, he was dismayed by his brother's lack of ambition to kill him. Matters worsened when Itaki was dubbed the last loyal Uchiha after Orochimaru's agents revealed the truth about the massacre in a revenge plot. Deidara quit, following Itaki. The Mad Bomber attempted to blow up the Uchiha, dying in a self-destructive explosion during the attack. Iwagakure paid a hefty sum to bounty hunter Kakuzu, who, witnessing the death, made a deal to take Deidara's bounty in exchange for providing Itaki with his underworld contacts. Both parties agreed. Kakuzu, due to the organization's lack of funds, immediately left. He accepted a job from the shadow company that produces the bingo books, finding the offer of cash and bounty erasure too good to refuse. He now works as a bounty hunter and accountant, ensuring debts are paid on time, no exceptions. Haiden vanished from the organization, later found in the ruins of his former home, Yugakure, which he destroyed and rebuilt as a temple to Jushin's glory. Somehow, he has gained enough followers and financial backing to become a legitimate threat. The madman of Jushin is now the high priest of distraction. Kisame rejoined Kirigakure during the rebellion, saving the new Mizukage, Mei, and receiving amnesty for his crimes against the former Mizukage. Zetsu has yet to be found. Konoha, a root regrowing. Tsunade was in her office when Sai unexpectedly visited. After Danzo's death, many root agents were captured, and with Sai's help, some were even welcomed into Umbu. Tsunade asked, "Sai, how can I help you?" Sai, still struggling with emotion, simply stated, "Hokage-sama, I'm here to ask you to reinstate Root Umbu with only the remaining former members." Tsunade was surprised. "What? Why on earth would I do that?" Sai explained, "Hokage-sama, many Root members have served the division since before 3rd Sama's decree to disband it. Others, like myself, were born into Root, this is all we know. Umbu does not operate as we are accustomed to, and Danzo's words still echo in our minds, to defend the great tree or die trying. That is Root, it's all we have ever been and will be." Tsunade questioned, "Sai, if Danzo still controls many of you, how can I trust you to be any different from him?" Sai gave her a serious look. Danzo was mad with power, Hokage-sama, but his message was true, defeat the enemies and defend the great tree. And because we would report to you and you alone until the last of us is gone, no new members, just the remaining Root shinobi. Umbu already does that. Why does Root dislike it? Umbu will never trust Root. In their eyes, we are merely lucky traders. He lowered his head but continued, and in Root's eyes, Umbu is too soft and slow to act. At least in Root, we know where we stand with one another. Tsunade sighed, I'll give the matter some thought and give you my sincere answer by the end of the week. Sai bowed. That's all we ask, Hokage-sama. Tsunagakur, unfortunately, forgiven. Upon returning to his village, Gaara remained calm and composed as his people cheered their Kazekige's safe return. In his office, he accessed a secret liquor cabinet behind a bookshelf, installed by the first Kazekage. Gaara's predecessor, a shrewd businessman unwavering for his people, still enjoyed an occasional drink. Gaara rarely drank but sought a specific bottle. He found it, brought it to his desk, and stared at it for minutes until his brother, Kankuro, entered with a serious tone. Kazekage-sama, we need to talk. Gaara nodded, his eyes fixed on the bottle, recognizing the gravity in Kankuro's formal address. What is it, Kankuro? It's about what happened in Konoha. Gaara's eyes narrowed. I see. As Kankuro sat, he noticed the bottle. What is it? This is Wind Country spiced wine, made with scorched grapes by Wind Temple monks. It's worth a small fortune. Are you going to drink it? No. Then why is it out? This bottle was supposed to be a gift for Naruto. Naruto? For when he became Hokage. I was going to bring it to him for a celebratory drink. As you know, I rarely drink, so this bottle was for that very special occasion. Now it will just be a reminder of a dream that will never become reality. Kankuro looked down sadly, his brother's voice was flat, but he understood the underlying message. Gaara, I'm sorry. Naruto was a good man and friend, and I wish I wasn't the one to say this, but we have to remain allies with Konoha. Gaara shot up from his chair, yelling, those bastards betrayed and murdered Naruto. Why must I let that go unpunished? Gaara screamed at Kankuro, who remained calm. Because you're the Kazekage of Tsunagakur now, Gaara. This is a political job as much as it is a military one. When we attacked Konoha 3 years ago, we lost far too many ninja. Konoha was willing to sign another alliance with us, and we need their military backing as well as their resources to survive. We can't let a personal vendetta get in the way of that. You know this, Gaara. Naruto is gone, but in the end, he was one ninja in the grand scheme of things. He's not worth losing our village over. It was a mistake, yes, but they were manipulated by Danzo, who's dead now, just as we were once manipulated by Orochimaru. You have to understand that. Gaara was still angry. Don't think for a moment that I don't realize this, brother. I've gone over the numbers. If we don't remain allies, it could escalate into a war. They're afraid of more enemies, but what can I do? Just letting something like this slide will make us look weak, Gaara said, unsure. But Kankuro looked at his little brother and leader, whom he'd follow into hell without being asked. Konoha is going to want to re-sign another alliance with us out of desperation and to assure the old one won't be broken. That gives us the window of opportunity to make some demands yet supply the same things we already brought to the table in return. It will take a while for them to realize this, so we have time to get our facts straight. Until then, we can have a non-hostility agreement with them. To say Gaara was surprised at Kankuro's diplomacy was an understatement. How do you know all this? Kankuro gave Gaara a sad smile. When father was trying to turn you into a weapon, he trained Temari and me in diplomacy and negotiations. We've had teachers for that since as long as I can remember. I believe we were supposed to hold your leash when he died, and one of us was supposed to be the next Kazekage, but all things considered, Gaara, I'm happy it's you. You deserve this more than anyone, and we will always have your back. Gaara smiled at his brother but then needed to ask, how is Temari holding up? Kankuro frowned, she's not happy with Konoha, especially Shikamaru. She thought he was smarter than this, but she's more worried about you. Gaara nodded, I'll see her after I finish some paperwork, it will distract me for the time being from current events. Kankuro looked at him, no, you two need each other right now. Go. I'll cover for you. Is that an order to your Kazekage? If it needs to be, it's an order from your big brother. Very well. Think you can handle it? It's not known as the Cage's madness for nothing? I'll be fine. Gaara walked to the door. Suit yourself. As he walked out, Kankuro waited for the door to close and gave it another minute before he smirked and summoned clones of himself, who got to work while he went to take a nap. Over the past 10 years, Konohagakure has endured war. 5 years ago, Uegakure attacked Tsunade during a diplomatic assignment to their village. She and Jiraiya, along with their bodyguards Shikamaru and Kiba, escaped by fighting their way out, leading to war. Konoha, aided by Tsunagakure, won, maintaining its reputation as the strongest of the 5 great villages, though it survived by a thread. Since then, the village has accepted unappealing contracts. Tsunade occasionally thanked herself for allowing Sai to reinstate the Root organization, as they cared little for money, allowing funds to flow to the village. Given some job requirements, the emotionally void ninjas were the only ones capable of completing them. The only other income source was the backing of the fire daimyo, who, despite his sadness over the Yellow Flash's son's death, he respected Naruto's father, was keen on keeping Konoha the strongest village. The rest came from D to C-ranked missions, which didn't require trained Umbu or Jonin. Tsunagakure's Kaze Kage, Gaara, now 26, found satisfaction in Konoha's setback. Learning much about diplomacy from his siblings, he secured an alliance with Kirigakure's new Mizu Kage, Mei, who was impressed by her fellow red-headed Kage. This alliance elevated Tsunagakure to the third greatest village, followed by Kirigakure, with Iwagakure in last place. Kumagakure remained second and Konoha first, but Gaara's village had never been better. Konoha, present day. October 10th has a long and terrible history in Konoha, from the Kyuubi attack that killed the 4th Hokage and his wife, Kushina, to Naruto Uzumaki's birthday and almost 2 decades of torment for the boy. Indeed, October 10th is a staple of Konoha's history as a cursed day. The annual festival and memorial were approaching. The festival commemorated the Kyuubi attack, and the memorial honored Naruto Uzumaki. After his heritage was revealed, many sought to make peace with their mistreatment of the child who saved the village. Others, unbelievably, still didn't believe the truth, claiming it was Danzo's revenge or that he was manipulated by the Kyuubi. Naruto's grave was routinely desecrated by these disbelievers and mended by others, causing considerable infighting within the village on this day. On October 10th, the Hokage would receive a protection contract for the devil himself. The Hokage's office. Tsunade had just ordered Umbu to arrest some anti-Naruto and pro-Naruto protesters when Shizun entered. Shizun looked at the Hokage with shock and confusion but spoke as calmly as possible. "Hokage-sama, there's someone here to see you." Tsunade looked up from her work, noticing the expression in Shizun's eyes. "What's wrong? Who is it?" "I don't know, but a daimyo apparently sent him. He's looking to hire Konoha for protection." Tsunade looked at her longtime assistant and said, "Send him in." Shizun nodded, waved the person and his guards in, bowed to him, and closed the door. At first glance, the Hokage took an instant dislike to him. The person was a young man in his mid-20s with short, jet-black hair and a matching goatee and mustache, giving him an older appearance. He had green eyes that seemed malicious and a grin that told Tsunade he felt superior to everyone and wasn't afraid to show it. He wore a green and black Victorian-style trench coat over a black dress shirt and green vest and tie, black pants, and tight-fitting shin-high boots. On his head was a green stovepipe hat with a black band. Around his waist was a green sash with black outlines and symbols, a clawed right hand she didn't recognize, and the symbol for the land of steel trees, neatly tied on his right side, hanging freely to his knee. In his right hand, he held a black cane with a silver skull pommel, which Tsunade suspected concealed a hidden blade. He walked around Tsunade's office, stopping to stare intently at the fourth's photo among the pictures of past Hokage. His accompanying bodyguards wore regular black suits with matching dress shirts and boots, but with green ties and belts, and black top hats with green bands. Tsunade spotted daggers on their belts and kunao holsters in their jackets. She highly doubted any of the 4 bodyguards knew ninjutsu or genjutsu, but they were likely taijutsu experts, and the man they were protecting was definitely a master of the trade. Tsunade wanted to be cautious, she disliked him, but Konoha needed funds. Tsunade looked at the man and said, "Welcome to Konohagakure, mister?" He didn't look at the Hokage, continuing to stare at the Hokage pictures. "You can call me Green," he said. "It's an obvious fake name, but I'll humor you. What's the job?" "An SS rank protection mission for myself. Here's the list of the shinobi I require and the price I'm willing to pay per head." One of his men handed Tsunade a paper, and her eyes widened. Green wanted the current Konoha 10, along with Kakashi, Jiraiya, and Suzuki, and the money for each of them. He couldn't be serious. An SS rank protection mission was reserved for royalty during wartime, not regular people, unless they were extremely wealthy. Given his offer of 10 million ryo per shinobi on the list, Tsunade couldn't back down. "However, your offer for Konoha's protection is great and generous, but I have a couple of things you and I need to discuss first." Green looked at the Hokage. "I get it, you need to see the money in advance." He snapped his fingers, and another 4 men, dressed like his bodyguards, entered with briefcases. They opened them, revealing 280 million ryo in cash. With that money, Konoha would be debt-free for a long time. Tsunade looked at him calmly, though inwardly amazed. "Seeing the money is one thing, yes, but it's about some of the people on this list." "Why them?" Green smiled. "I have an assassin after me, and I'd feel a whole lot safer with one of the legendary Sannin, a student of Orochimaru, the only living student of your 4th Hokage, and the Kyuubi killers." Tsunade disliked that last part. The name Kyuubi killers should never be used in my presence. The smile didn't leave Green's face. "Would you have preferred the Traitor 11? Green said with a wider smile at the Hokage's irritation. "Neither. Look, I don't care what you call them. It doesn't change the fact that I want them. Can you supply the people I want or not? That's one of the things I'd like to discuss with you." "I'm listening." "Well, regarding her, she retired from her shinobi duties 4 years ago. She's now the head doctor at Konoha General Hospital. Jiraiya is needed regularly as the Hokage's advisor. Hinata Hyuga is a clan head. None of them can be sent out, but I can get you some of our top Umbutu. No, Green interrupted, cutting her off. I know what I want, Tsunade Senju. If money's the issue, I can double it for these three. But I want the people on that list, no more, no less, or none at all. He finished with a serious tone. Tsunade knew the village needed funds, but she really wanted to beat this man to death. You're not used to not getting what you want, are you? I was used to it for a long time, Hokage, right up until I started taking what I wanted. Tsunade sighed. If you'd be so kind, I'll see what I can do to get them to join. 3 days is all I ask. Green walked to the door and smiled at Tsunade. Then that's all the time you have, Hokage. Just give me results at the end of it. One of Green's men opened the door for him. He stopped. By the way, where can I find the Uzumaki's grave? Tsunade openly glared at him. Why do you want to know that? Just wondering what all the hubbub is about. People here seem to miss or hate him, even his killers. Green said, looking more innocent than before. Tsunade didn't buy it for a moment but said, in Konoha Cemetery, Shinobi Sector, common area. Green smiled a humorous smile. Even in death, he still can't be near his parents. He chuckled at Tsunade's thought as he walked out. Tsunade looked at the door, wide-eyed and angry, then saddened. Naruto's heritage was common knowledge now, but his grave was in the area for common shinobi. That particular area was for shinobi who were orphans or clanless. Instead of being buried in the Hokage sector, where the Hokages and their immediate family go, where his father and mother are. But due to the council not seeing eye to eye, Naruto was put in the common area. It was supposed to be a happy medium for those who wanted him buried in a Konoha grave and those who didn't want him buried in Konoha at all. Konoha Cemetery. Flowers were tossed on a grave. It was marked with, "Here lies Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze of Konoha, a shinobi, comrade, and friend, a true hero everywhere he went." The man known as Green stared at the grave in amusement. He looked at the flowers already placed in the graffiti calling Naruto a demon bastard and "I'm glad you're dead, filth." As he was watching, one of his men was apologizing to him. Apparently, one of his places was attacked, and a lot of his men were now dead. "It appears he's coming, sir. What should we do?" "Which place this time?" Green said calmly and uncaringly given the news. "One of your narcotics labs in the Blaze Village, sir." "Well, that's about 4 days if you run non-stop. So no worries, we'll be gone by then, maybe." "Maybe, sir, yes, maybe. I'm rather enjoying it here. And besides, I doubt even he would attack me in the middle of Konoha. Sir, with all due respect, he's..." A look from Green shut him up. Then he bowed. "Forgive me, sir. Don't mention it. I get it. You're a little scared of our friend, what with him trying to kill us and all. But don't worry, it's all under control, like always." Green gave the man a reassuring smile, but he found it more frightening than anything. At Konoha General Hospital, Sakura Harano's office. Sakura was sitting at her desk, drinking sake. It was an unfortunate bad habit she got from her mentor. She was half-handedly looking over medical paperwork, but really thinking about the old days in Team 7. She hated the festival. Every time it came, she'd work a double shift to take her mind off it. And with the constant fights that happened between the anti and pro-Naruto leagues, the hospital was never short on staff to have something to do. In her musings of the past, she failed to notice the knock at her door until it got louder. She looked at the door, hit her drink, and said, "Come in." The door opened to reveal Tsunade. Sakura put her drink back on her desk and grabbed another glass. "Tsunade-sama." "Sakura," Tsunade said with a warm smile. "How have you been?" Sakura leaned back in her chair and took a sip of her drink. Tsunade looked at her. "That good, eh? I guess you've been overworking as usual." Tsunade ended with a sigh. "What's this about, Tsunade-sama? We haven't gotten together in a while, and you know I don't like being bothered during the festival time." Tsunade knew all too well Sakura's feelings about the festival. She still hadn't forgiven herself or Tsunade about the Naruto incident. Tsunade gave Sakura an apologetic look. "Sakura, this is going to be hard to ask, but I need you to return to active duty, as a shinobi." Tsunade flinched at the 1,000-yard stare Sakura gave her. "What was that, Hokage-sama?" Tsunade gave her a sympathetic look. "We have a client going by Green. He's paying for an SS rank protection contract with Konoha, but he wants Jiraiya, Suzuki, and Kakashi, and the Konoha 10 as a whole, you included. If he doesn't get all of you, he'll straight up cancel the whole thing. Sakura, Konoha needs the funding, and what he's offering, we can't ignore. I wouldn't come to you if it wasn't this important." Sakura was angry. She had retired from the shinobi life after the war was over. She had spent the last 4 years healing the people of Konoha. She tried her best to get over her personal demons. She worked her way to being head doctor and surgeon. To ask this now? She looked at Tsunade. "Why me? Why can't he get someone else? Sakura yelled in anger. I'm sorry, Sakura, but Konoha must come first in this. You must understand that sacrifices have to be made for the village's survival. Sakura glared at Tsunade. Sounds like something Danzo would say. That's not fair, Sakura. Neither is this, Tsunade. After everything that happened between us, you would take away everything I've worked hard for? How do you even know he's on the up and up? Tsunade grabbed the glass Sakura poured earlier and chugged it. When she was done, she looked at Sakura. He showed me the money. He's offering 10 million each. That's 280 million in total. And he even said he'd pay double for you, Jiraiya, and Hinata. Do you understand what we could do with that money, Sakura? Sakura gave a questionable look. Still, SS rank protection? At that price, who or what is he running from? I don't know. I have 3 days to get you 3 to join. Then we can get all the information and make a decision. A decision that appears to have already been made, which is why I'm being forced back to active duty. Oh, I'm sorry, being asked. Sakura sighed. Look, I know Konoha is in a bad place right now. I understand that much, Hokage-sama. But it's taken me years of non-stop work to get here. It wasn't just your training, it was my own as well. Now you want me to throw it out the window. How can you make up for that? Tsunade was a little annoyed now. Look, what happened with Naruto and the war is something that, if given the chance, I would change in a heartbeat. But I can't. All I can do is try to be the leader of this village. And right now, it needs the money. I'm trying to keep any more wars from happening. Don't you dare think for a moment that you're the only one suffering, Sakura Haruno. Sakura glared at Tsunade. She had long since lost her fear of the Hokage's legendary anger. I had to kill my friend, my comrade, under your order. An order you didn't fully look into. I had to stop a whole armada of IWA ninja to protect the MASH base I was at, and still had to deal with the death of my patients and staff because of the scouts that came from behind when reinforcements didn't arrive. Because some royal assholes didn't see the point of spending the resources for the sick and dying, and you did nothing to stop that from happening. Sakura's glare intensified. So don't tell me I can't complain when you come into my office to ask me to be a shinobi again to make some rich asshole happy. Tsunade understood where Sakura was coming from. Since Naruto's death, Tsunade could barely hold her own in the Hokage chair. The war with Iwagakure didn't help either. Sakura, I have known suffering long before you were even born. I lost my brother, lover, and drive to be the best. She looked at her former apprentice, sadness unhidden. Naruto was the only person that was able to convince me to come back to Konoha and take up the mantle I hated so much. Tears fell from her eyes with every word. When I saw Naruto, I saw Noeki. I saw the son I never had or deserved to have. When I issued that order, I felt like not only was I killing Naruto, my only true successor in family next to Jiraiya, but the last piece of my soul. I kept the cage position and remained sober while doing it as my own punishment for the crime I have committed to such a good person that should have replaced me long ago. As angry as Sakura was with Tsunade, she was still sympathetic. I don't like this, but I'll join as the medic. But after this, I'm done for good. And you will never come to me like this again. Tsunade nodded. She left without saying a word. Sakura poured another drink, not really knowing which emotion to feel right now. Jiraiya. Jiraiya, Tsunade's comrade and former teammate of Team Hiruzen. The official story is that he's the Hokage's advisor and spymaster of Konohagakure. In a way, it's true. Jiraiya is still the spymaster. But times have been tough on him since Naruto's death. He drinks more than Tsunade ever did. He's quicker to anger. And he doesn't even do his research anymore. To which Tsunade actually missed. She didn't like it, but at least it still showed that some small part of him was still alive. She's been having him take therapy, but it hasn't helped at all. Right now, he's getting plastered at one of Konoha's shinobi-only bars. All others in the room gave the legendary Sunin a wide berth. All except the one across the table from Jiraiya. It was Anko Mitarashi, the former student and only survivor of Team Orochimaru, and third in command of TNI. She wasn't one to run from anything, especially a drink. She sat there quietly, eyes locked on Jiraiya. It annoyed the Sunin to no end. He looked at her. What do you want, Anko? Jiraiya asked. Anko remained silent and had a sip of her drink. Everyone else is smart enough to leave me alone. Why not you? Jiraiya said angrily. It's not about being smart. It's about being scared of you, old man. What? I know fear. I've experienced it because of that bastard teammate of yours. And I use it every day at work. And I am feared by reputation alone. I'm no Sunin, but I can be more scary than you could ever be. She stood up and whispered to Jiraiya, I'm just making sure we don't have another Orochimaru. With that, she left, walking past Tsunade, who was coming in. She walked over to a stunned Jiraiya and sat down at his booth. She said, how have you been, Jiraiya? Tsunade mentally cursed herself for that one. He looked at her. What do you want? Can't you see I'm busy drinking? The years have not been good to Jiraiya. He had dark circles under his bloodshot eyes from lack of sleep due to a recurring dream of Naruto and his father and mother's anger with him. He smelled of booze. His muscle tone had gotten thinner. His spiked hair got sticky and dirty due to lack of bathing, and depression was all too clear in his face. It broke his oldest friend's heart. Jiraiya looked at Tsunade, waiting for a response until, "We have a new client going by green." Jiraiya looked at her, puzzled. "Why should I care?" "Because he's paying for an SS rank protection mission at daimyo prices. 10 million per head." The money did interest Jiraiya. "That's a lot, but still, what does it have to do with me? I've seen the money, but I don't trust him as far as I can throw him." Jiraiya smirked a little. "You throw people pretty far, Tsunade." She glared at him. "He wants Naruto's assassins as bodyguards, you included." That got Jiraiya angry. "What? Why us?" "I don't know. I have Umbu following him around. I don't know what he's planning or who he's running from. I need you to keep tabs on him. Dig something up if you can before we take the mission." "I don't want to, but Konoha needs money." Jiraiya lowered his head. "I've done so much for Konoha, Tsunade. Maybe too much. I lost my student because I wasn't there, because of Konoha. I lost the woman I thought of as a daughter-in-law because of Konoha. I couldn't even be there for my godson because I had a spy network to look after for Konoha. I brought back my oldest friend to take up a position she despises because Konoha needed a leader. And with all that, after I just was finally thinking I could be the godfather I should have been for 13 years, I had to kill my godson because of Konoha's bigotry and the suspicion of a psychopath." He poured another drink. "Everything I've lost for this village. I understand now why you didn't want to come back and why you punished yourself now." A tear ran down his eye. "I'm sorry, Tsunade. I'm so sorry." With a look from their Hokage, all shinobi left the bar. The bartender walked over to the booth, dropped off a bottle and 2 glasses, and locked the door of the bar and left to give them some privacy. In the Konoha Memorial Festival, Asuma and Korone were walking around, checking out the sights. As they were, Asuma noticed something. It was the young man known as Green with his guards. Both he and Korone saw the Umbu on the roofs watching as he walked nonchalantly with his cane. He passed Asuma. They both turned and looked at each other. They looked down and took note of the sashes around the others' waists. Green looked at Asuma's, who did the same. He smiled and winked before leaving. Korone looked at Asuma. "What was that all about?" she said, a little worried. He turned to her. "That man, he's a guardian," Asuma said with no room for doubt, to a surprised Korone. "What? How do you know?" "His sash, it labels him as a guardian of the land of steel trees. Means he's like me and the 12 shinobi guardians of the Fire Lord." "But what's he doing here?" Asuma said, lighting a smoke. "His kind don't leave their country unless escorting their daimyo. And they don't need bodyguards, which I assume the guys with him are. We should take this to Tsunade-sama ASAP." Korone nodded, and they vanished. One of Green's bodyguards walked closer. "Sir, I think that guy made you. What should we do?" Green continued to walk but said nothing. "It doesn't matter if he knows what I am. The money is all they'll care about in the end." But Sir Green turned to him. "Don't argue with me." Death sounded in his voice. His guard looked at him, sweat going down his face. "Sorry, sir." Green stared the man down. "Come on, it's a festival, and I could use a drink. Those Umbu are starting to annoy me," Green said, knowing full well he was being followed since he left the Hokage office. "By the way, you're buying. Maybe that will shut you up for a while." His guard shivered. "Yes, sir." One of the other guards walked closer. "Sir, we have more reports coming from your spies. They saw him again en route to Konoha." He looked pissed. Green smiled at his men. "Sounds like we're in for some good times soon. But still, send word to our branch in Sparks Village. See if they can hold him off for a while." "You think they can handle it, sir?" "No, but they were lacking in their payments last week, so might as well let our friend deal with them." "Yes, sir." "Who knows? Maybe they'll kill each other." Green chuckled. "Though I know it will be pretty one-sided, they'll at least make good meat shields until he gets here. Now, let's get those drinks." His men shouted, "Yes sir." The Hokage office. Asuma and Korone arrived at the Hokage's office. But the only one there was Shizune, tidying up the paperwork for tomorrow. She saw the 2 shinobi. "Asuma-san, Korone-san. What brings you here tonight?" "Shizune, where is Lady Tsunade?" Asuma said. Shizune thought about it for a moment. "She is probably getting the people she needs for a mission we got from our new client." "Why, is it a guy wearing a green overcoat and top hat?" "Yes." "What's this about, Asuma-san?" Shizune said, starting to get worried. Korone spoke. "Asuma thinks this guy is a guardian, like himself." Asuma was annoyed. "I don't think, I know he is. After I joined as a shinobi guardian, we did homework on other types of guardians around the nations. This guy is one from the land of steel trees. Shizun was surprised. Are you sure, Asuma? Steel tree guardians only leave their land when they intend to kill someone. Asuma nodded, confirming. Kurane was a little confused. Wait, I thought guardians never leave their daimyo's side and don't go on missions. Again, Asuma nodded, saying, that's right, so now you know why I'm confused. Shizun nodded but said, nevertheless, he's meeting with the council in 3 days. And Tsunade is busy right now. You will have to see her tomorrow. Asuma was not pleased. What? Why? Because she is trying to make this deal happen. But my advice is, you're going to be representing your clan at the meeting, so make sure everything you say is right. The second day of getting Green's list finished. The second day came. It took all of Tsunade's inner strength to leave Jiraiya in his room, where she had carried him. She wanted to be there for him, but duty called. So she had to leave a passed-out Jiraiya, still mumbling in his sleep, apologizing to the ghosts of his past. Next up, the Hyaga clan head. Hyaga compound training area. Hinata Hyaga was training with her sister after a long morning of politicking with the Hyaga council over her short reign as clan head. Hinata banned the use of the cage bird seal. She was instrumental in turning the main and branch families into one big clan. She wasn't very kind in words with her speech of get along or get out. It was more for the main branch than anything, but all understood. She also gives a small fortune every year to the Naruto initiative. This charity helps orphans of war and abandoned people of the elemental countries to great success. It was started by a now 21-year-old Inari with the backing of Koyuki Kazahana. As Hinata was training, Niji walked up to her. Hinata-sama, Tsunade-sama is here to see you. Hinata stopped and looked at her sister. That's enough for today, Hanabi. Work on straightening out your arm strikes and speed. Niji here will help you. Hanabi nodded as she and Niji walked to the training dummies. In the Hyaga tea house, Tsunade was sitting cross-legged on the floor, sipping her tea. With 2 down and 1 to go, she hoped beyond hope that Hinata would join with the least complications. But even though she's the Hokage, politics with sending clan heads out on missions is a totally different thing. As she waited, thoughts entered her head. She didn't like him one bit. And whoever was after him was probably strong and deadly enough for the SS-ranked assignment. A former Akatsuki member? Someone in the bingo book? An entire nation? Green didn't seem like the kind of person not to piss people off. She'll get to the bottom of it after the meeting. While she was on her way to the Hyagas, she also bumped into Asuma. He told her his findings on Green, making it more strange. Right now, getting Green's list was a good way to get him to slip and tell her who he was. To ensure the smooth operation of my clan, I'm appointing you, Tsunade-sama, as interim head of the Hyaga clan. Tsunade-sama and I will join forces, provided that 5% of the funds are donated to the Naruto initiative. That's non-negotiable. Tsunade spat out her tea, exclaiming, what? Hinata calmly explained to the Hokage, under Konoha guidelines, if the clan head is absent and no one is designated to manage affairs, the Hokage assumes control as interim head. I don't like it either, but my authority would be challenged during my absence. Tsunade conceded the point but still questioned, but really, 5%? Do you know how much that is? She shivered. 15,500,000, Hinata stated nonchalantly, continuing, would you prefer 10%, Hokage-sama? Tsunade visibly sweated. Didn't think so, the Hyaga head remarked, her eyes darkening under her lavender hair. Besides, consider this your chance to regain my full trust. I'm gambling on you, Tsunade, with the safety of my clan. Tsunade understood and nodded, asking, when's the meeting? The day after tomorrow. Understood. My apologies, but I must attend to other business, Hokage-sama. I will see you at the meeting. If you need anything as interim clan head, Hanabi will be your second. With that, Hinata bowed and exited her family's tea house. Some Hyaga then respectfully escorted Tsunade out. Now, Tsunade only had to prepare for the council meeting. Konoha Council Chamber, day of meeting. Tsunade had spent most of the night meticulously preparing her questions, answers, and facts. She wanted to counter any move Green might make, sensing he could be a manipulative individual. As the council session began, the clan heads, including Hinata for the Hyagas and Asuma for the Sarutobis, were ready. The remaining Konoha 10, Suzuki and Kakashi, stood at full attention. The chamber doors opened, revealing Green and his companions. He walked in and sat down, offering no bow, no respect, nothing. The council was clearly displeased. From his entrance, the council was not fond of him. A civilian councillor stood up. It is customary to bow before the council when entering the chamber, he stated, and others nodded in agreement. Green looked at him with piercing green eyes, sending shivers down their spines. He then smiled. My humble apologies, O Mighty One, he said sarcastically. But last I checked, I'm willing to pay a very large sum to Konoha if not angered. So, in that regard, shouldn't you be bowing to me instead? The counselor was annoyed but sat down, much to Green's obvious amusement. The Hokage observed the situation before banging her hand on the table to call the council to order. She looked at the client and spoke clearly. The council has gathered today to hear the proposal presented. It is up to us to decide whether Konoha should accept it. Understood? Upon the council's nod, she continued. You came to us with an SS-ranked protection mission for yourself. You are willing to pay up to 310 million ryo for this. Is that still current? The mention of such a sum caused whispers to erupt in the chambers. Green nodded yes. For us to undertake such a mission, we need all the answers. Will you comply with this? Again, Green nodded yes. First, what is your real name? Kamen, Garo Kamen, former guardian and now interim daimyo of the land of steel trees, the now identified Kamen said, smiling at the council's surprised expressions. You're an interim daimyo? Tsunade asked, shocked. Going on about 6 years now, Kamen replied. What happened to the actual daimyo? A councilman asked, now more respectfully. He and his family were found dead, killed by an assassin. With no other heirs, the position fell to the lead guardian, myself, Kamen said nonchalantly. Where were you during this? As a guardian, especially the head, you should have been with your daimyo at all times, Asuma said, clearly not believing the story, which Kamen noticed. Unlike your daimyo, mine valued his family time. He would normally spend this time alone and wouldn't tolerate any objections from us. That's when the assassin struck. Asuma nodded but still found the answers unsatisfactory. Tsunade continued her questioning. Do you know anything about who's after you? He nodded. Do any of you know or remember the taijutsu and assassin master known as the Shade? Eyes widened among the shinobi council and older civilians. The Shade? The Shade? That's impossible. He died at the hands of Lord Fourth and Lady Kushina back in the Third Shinobi War. I was there, Tsunade said in shock. If that's true, then how on earth did he train the Guardians of Steel Tree, I wonder? Kamen said, holding his chin in false thoughtfulness. Kamen looked at the counselors seriously for a moment. You see, the fight in Konoha's history books is false. When the Shade, the Fourth, and Kushina fought, it was a draw. Just as Sarutobi was the god of shinobi, the Shade was the god of taijutsu, and just as strong. He could even survive the Eight Gates release. That's why the Yellow Flash and red-haired demon couldn't take him out. He was that powerful. But he allowed people to think he was dead for unknown reasons, so he could live a pretty relaxing life in Steel Tree, where he trained the Guardians, myself included, up until his death 6 years ago. Hinata was the one to ask, if he is dead now, how is he after you? Kamen looked at her as if she were stupid. Because this Shade is the one the original passed the name down to before he died, duh. Hinata didn't like his tone. Care to word that a little more respectfully? He smiled at Hinata. No. But anyway, the title of Shade went to the one who mastered all of the master's skills until they were either equal to or above the original. Shikaka Nara took interest and asked, so the person chasing you is equal to or stronger than Lord Third in his prime in taijutsu? Murmurs went around the chamber when they heard, one of two, yes, Kamen said, prompting the Nara head to ask, who's the other? Kamen smiled, me. Inoichi looked at Kamen in disbelief. If you're really that strong, why not deal with this yourself? Tsunade bit her lip, mentally cursing the Yamanaka for insulting the rich man's manhood, but Kamen didn't seem to care. It's quite simple, actually. I've fought him more times than I care to count, but we are even each time. I want to kill him personally, but he's starting to gain allies as he goes along. Asuma asked, then why hire Konoha for protection instead of an assassination mission? Kamen looked at him as if he were stupid as well. Because none of your assassins could possibly get the Shade. He has to come to you, and when he does, I want to be ready. The shinobi counselors understood his reasoning. The Shade was a legend even to this day. Umbu and any assassin still tried to compete for such a title, and even though he wasn't a member of Konoha, he was one of Gai's taijutsu heroes. Shikaku was pondering something. If I may ask, Lord Fourth and Lady Uzumaki were two of the most powerful shinobi in Konoha history. And I doubt this Shade was planning to fake his death the whole time. If he fought both of them more than once, and if he is as powerful as Lord Third, why didn't he just kill them right then and there? That earned the Nara head a glare from the others. Kamen raised his eyebrow. Well, that's the million ryo question. My guess is it was his great deal of respect for Kushina Uzumaki's skill. He always said he wanted to train her. He didn't care for Minato, said he was in the way of one of Konoha's greatest warriors' potential. Shikaku raised his own eyebrow. Lady Uzumaki's potential for what? Kamen answered plainly. Don't know. Maybe to be an even better warrior than she already was. Every time he fought them, he noticed Minato was a two-trick pony, Flying Thunder God, Raiznan, FTG, Raiznan, over and over. He knew each time. Prediction was one of his self-trained skills. He'd say, being predictable means you die. But when it came to Kushina, her skill in swordsmanship and taijutsu appealed to him for a student who could learn from a master. Kushina had what Minato never did, his respect as a warrior. A civilian counselor stood up angrily. The fourth Hokage was the greatest hero we ever had. How dare you or some good-for-nothing assassin insult him? Kamen smirked. I'm guessing you're one of the counselors who used to send gangs after his son, Naruto, was it? For the amount of fanaticism you're currently showing me. That made the counselor wince. Don't forget your attitude is what killed your greatest hero's son and what could cost you your village. So sit down and shut the fuck up and know your place, because I bet if either Minato or Kushina were alive today, they would be more pissed at you than me, Kamen said, still smirking. Jiraiya, though angry with Kamen's lack of respect towards his dead student and godson, asked, why was the Shade even at Steel Tree when he made a name for himself as a freelance assassin? Kamen smirked, irritating the Sunin. That would be up to the original Shade to answer. It's not like he kept notes. My guess is it was where he chose to retire. He also trained others. The one after me is his best student, Kamen said with a frown. Kamen looked at the Hokage, bored. Have I answered all your questions, Hokage? Will you take the job or not? Tsunade bit her lip but said, the last thing is, where are you going and how long will it be? Kamen thought about it. Back to Steel Tree, and for as long as it takes to get the Shade. Tsunade nodded. Okay, your shinobi escort will be waiting for you at the front gates, 6 sharp. Kamen nodded. Excellent. He turned to his men, and they left the briefcases on the table as he then left, not before saying to his new bodyguards, everyone dismissed. Later at the Akimichi restaurant, the Konoha 10 sat in their usual booth. Koji had cooked everyone's favorite dishes, and they began to eat. I hate our new client already, Shikamaru said, and everyone nodded. There is something about him I don't trust either. He seems like he would rather kill than talk, Niji added. I don't know, but I'm surprised he's supposed to be a guardian like Asuma-sensei. Should we be worried? Ino asked. I'm more worried about the Shade guy chasing him, especially if he's as strong as the third, Kiba stated. The god of Taijutsu? Incredible. I want to meet him and test myself against him, Lee said in all seriousness. Are you crazy, Lee? He'd kill you. Tenten exclaimed angrily. At least it would be an interesting fight, Lee countered. Ever since the Naruto incident, Lee had punished himself with constant missions and training. He even joined Sasuke's squad. Lee harbored a profound hatred for the Uchiha but followed orders to the letter. He had also become more realistic about shinobi life and was a stone-cold killer when necessary, more calm and detached from his friends. Nevertheless, we accepted the contract. We have to deal with it, no matter how troublesome it is, Shikamaru said, taking a sip of his drink. Sakura, however, had her own thoughts. Doesn't it make you wonder why he wants everyone responsible for Naruto's death? He was blatant about it too. Kiba answered, who knows? Maybe he likes the Kyuubi killer angle. Lee gave Kiba an annoyed look and said, or the Traitor 11. That made them lower their heads. They ate their meals slowly, thinking about tomorrow. At the Red Leaf Shinobi Bar, Sasuke, Kakashi, and Jiraiya sat at their booth, discussing the village's happenings and their new client. So, Garo Kamen is a guardian like Asuma. That's interesting, Sasuke said, sipping his drink. It's not as important as this Shade person who's after him. Minato-sensei used to tell horror stories about him. If you were on his list, nothing could stop him from getting you, Kakashi added, a little worried. Shade was a plain and simple prick, Jiraiya said, on his third drink to his companions first. But that didn't change the fact he was strong, especially for someone who doesn't use jutsu, Kakashi replied. Jiraiya nodded at that and begrudgingly said, I did fight him myself a handful of times. He was able to counter everything I threw at him. He then added, but what do you expect from Hanzo the Salamander's old mentor? That made the other two men's eyes widen. But Hanzo is from a Megakure, and the Shade is from Steel Trees. Why would he train Hanzo? Kakashi said, astounded. I doubt the Shade was originally from Steel Trees, but I guess he saw something in Hanzo that I saw in those 3 kids I trained from there. Maybe it's something about the rain there that messes with people, I don't know. Sasuke had to ask, Hanzo was a shinobi, but you said Shade wasn't. How did he train Hanzo? Hanzo was a samurai before he became a shinobi. I figured Shade trained Hanzo before he made the transition from one to the other. But he might have helped him with his stealth skills afterward. Shade may not have been a samurai, but he knew his weapons. The two nodded, it kind of made sense. Still, the way everyone talks about him, you'd think he was the boogeyman, Sasuke said. He was. We only found out now that he was alive after all this time. Like I said before, he may have been in Steel Tree, but I doubt he was born there. Even Kamen said it was his retirement spot. Jiraiya sighed and continued, and to make matters worse, this new guy is supposed to be stronger. Shade wouldn't just pick anyone to carry his name. Jiraiya was visibly worried about that. Sasuke wasn't as brash and egotistical as he used to be, but still said, we have 2 Sharingan users and a Sunin. How could he beat that? He smirked, but Jiraiya looked at the boy in his eyes and said, a Sunin he's beaten back when I was in my prime. And Shade has killed dozens of Uchiha more than once. And with you two together, that only equals one full set, saying it as brutally honest as possible. Sasuke didn't like hearing that but let it go. No use fighting Jiraiya on that. He stood up. I'm going home. I'll update the men before the client gets there in the morning. He left without another word. The new and spooky information would bother him the rest of the night. That was a bit harsh, Jiraiya. Bite me, Cyclops. The day was nice, the sun just barely over the great Hokage monument. The time was 5:45. The shinobi who would accompany Garo came and appeared to find their client waiting for them. To their surprise, Kamen looked at the escort with a smile. At the front was Jiraiya, a lot cleaner because of Tsunade's orders. He still looked like hell but was clean, wearing his usual attire. Kakashi had no book in his hand and didn't look any better. When he received the order from Tsunade for this mission, it surprised him to say the least. His self-hatred for his part in the Naruto incident made him unfit for D-ranked missions, let alone high-priority escort. But he did want to get out of Konoha for a while. He had spent most of his time in isolation from everyone, the ghosts of his past always haunting him. Sasuke Uchiha now wore all black Umbu attire with an Ibiki-style jacket and an eye patch covering a horizontal scar on his removed right eye. Sasuke had proven his loyalty to Konoha, even going so far as to keep his tracker seal. He swore on his Uchiha name to rectify his past mistakes and had since earned the respect of his comrades on his team, the Raven Corps. This hard-hitting team of Kiba and Akamaru, Rock Lee, and Tenten meant that when they entered a village, no one dared to piss them off. He still retained his usual traits, and the only person he seemed to want to talk to was his ex-teammate and sensei. He also held up his search for Itachi until Konoha was back in tip-top shape. Sakura hadn't given Sasuke the time of day for 10 long years. For this mission, she had her professional and cold demeanor. She wore classic Jonin attire with a red cross on her right arm and a first aid kit with scalpels on her back waist. This was her get-it-done-and-go-home type of attitude she had since the end of the Fourth War. Rock Lee had done away with the green tights and orange leg warmers he had as a sign to mark his place in Team Guy. He now wore black Umbu gear, with a turtle-style Umbu mask on, a symbolic respect for his former sensei who would have eagerly given Lee his contract with the summoning beast if Lee had the chakra needed to summon them. He hadn't spoken a word to many of his old comrades in a long time. On his breastplate was the Raven Corps symbol. He didn't like Sasuke but followed his orders, and since his departure from Team Guy, he had studied as many martial arts as he could. Rock Lee was now a true taijutsu master. Shikamaru wore his Umbu captain gear. On his right arm was his team symbol for his Shadow Stick unit, a team built of Shino, Ino, Koji, and Niji, also known as Konoha's Patience. This team was a strategic-based assassination corps, able to silently track, kill, and stage it like an accident or betrayal, leaving Konohagakure unnoticed. His mask was a stag, the Nara's guardian animal. Roped on his waist were a pair of trench knives from Asuma, which he carried with pride. He stayed true to his family's calm and collected personality, especially for strategies, but was far from lazy these days. It had been said if the Naras weren't lazy, they'd rule the world, and Shikamaru was the reason why they thought that. He even outranked Sasuke on most missions, to which the Uchiha would personally attest to Shikamaru being the better choice. Shino was in Umbu gear with his beetle mask and a heavy jacket. Tenten had a faceless mask with no color except 2 swords and an X, a regular Umbu uniform, and on the forehead in black. She also had a collapsible spear on her back and several scroll holsters to her sides and lower back. Kiba had a dog mask and clawed gauntlets with his Umbu tracker outfit. Koji was wearing a Shadow Strike uniform and a large collapsible hammer holstered to his side, which he got from the war. His mask was a bull. He wasn't as big as he once was but wasn't trim either. What he lost in weight, he made up in speed. Ino had an Umbu uniform with an Enko-style jacket, though hers was a dark purple. Her mask was a cobra, like her TNI, torture and interrogation, Poison's mentor. Niji had on an Ul mask so no one saw his Byakugan active. He scanned Kamen and found a hidden blade in his cane, 2 daggers behind his back with hilts down, and brass knuckles in his sleeves with a spring launch for quick use, multiple flat throwing knives, and what really caught Niji's eye, a ring on Kamen's right middle finger that seemed to have stored chakra in it and a seal on the silver skull of the cane that Niji didn't know about. He would have to tell Jiraiya about it. As the elite of Konohagakure stood at attention, Shikamaru, Sasuke, and Hinata were coming up with a plan of action with the client. The team would be a 3-leader group, Shikamaru as the main, Sasuke as the second, and Hinata as the third. Jiraiya and Kakashi were to be the last line of defense for the client, by his side at all times. Both hated the idea, but both understood as well. It hurt Tsunade to send these two out on a mission, but she hoped time away from Konoha and away from Naruto's grave could heal them just a little. Kamen watched the trio interact, his eyes catching something slinking in the shadows. A grin spread across his face as he turned to his escort. "If we're heading out, I have an order for you." The 3 leaders looked at him, Shikamaru asking, "And what would that be, Kamen-san?" Kamen eyed the rest of the escort. Tell your men to remove those stupid masks. I want to see their faces. Sasuke raised an eyebrow, his tone annoyed. Why would you want that? Kamen's smile widened. I want to see what the Traitor 10 look like. This angered everyone. I wouldn't say that name again, Goro, Hinata snapped. Then try something to keep me from saying it, Hyuga, Kamen retorted. To prevent further escalation, Kiba removed his mask, and the others followed suit. Kamen's wide smile showed his satisfaction. He began pacing back and forth along the line of shinobi. So these are the legendary Kyuubi killers? You don't look like much, he said, a hint of disappointment in his voice. Hard to believe you lot killed the Kyuubi's Jinchuriki, but then again, his back was turned. This low blow infuriated them. Kiba yelled, I don't care if he's a client or how much he's paying, this asshole is going down. Kiba moved to attack but froze, collapsing to his knees, struggling to breathe. A strange needle protruded from his shoulder. Sakura quickly moved to remove it, but a knife flew at Kamen's head. Sasuke's katana blocked it, his good eye fixed on Kamen, who smiled unaffected by the assassination attempt. The shocked shinobi scattered. Kakashi and Jiraiya leapt in front of Kamen, kunao in hand, ready for battle. Tenten, Lee, Shikamaru, and Hinata positioned themselves to the left of the alley, while Koji, Sasuke, and Shino took up battle stances to the right. Sakura attended to Kiba, with Ino covering them. The dark alley offered no visibility. Tenten yelled, come out and face us, coward. Silence followed until Jiraiya's senses flared. He spun, just in time to block a kick powerful enough to send him sprawling. Any slower, he'd be dead. The assassin drew a blade and swung it at the still motionless Kamen, but Kakashi intervened, locking blades. Sasuke jumped in, attempting to stab the assassin with his sword, but the assailant blocked with another dagger. Without warning, he ducked and leg-swept both of them to the ground, shocking everyone. No one should be able to so easily best Sharingan users and a Sunin. The assassin, known as the Shade, wasn't finished. As Kakashi and Sasuke hit the ground, he raised his daggers to stab them but was forced to backflip over Tenten, who had lunged with her spear. As his feet touched the ground, Shade charged, tackling Tenten hard to the ground with his shoulder. Next in his path were the two Hyuga, both in their family's fighting stance. Shade turned to them, giving everyone a clear view as he straightened up, blade in hand. The Shade stood tall, his right side facing away from the Hyuga. His knife was in his right hand, blade held underhanded, his left hand resting on the hilt of its holstered twin, thumb and forefinger touching the handle, ready for use. The Shade wore lightweight black leather armor, black leather gloves with forest green leather and metal arm protectors, and black leather boots with similar green leg protectors. A leather hood, seemingly molded to his head, and a green cloth covering the lower part of his face concealed his features. What shocked the Hyuga was that their Byakugan couldn't penetrate the mask, an invisible seal prevented them from seeing his face. On his right index finger, he wore a ring much like Kamen's, holding the same strange chakra visible only to the Hyuga. At his waist and in his hand were two green and silver bowie knives. They looked like military stealth instruments, with a green metal handle and a silver handguard. The blade itself was a perfect 8 inches long, 2 inches wide, with a 4-inch handle. One side was a sharp cutting edge, while the other was serrated, likely for quickly and quietly cutting through barbed wire. Tenten would be drooling if they weren't being used to try and kill her and her friends. But what drew their attention more were the green sash, much like Kamen's, and his ice-cold blue eyes. They looked like they could freeze the fires of hell itself, a frightening sight to behold. The Shade stood there, like a green-clad Grim Reaper, waiting for them to face their death. Hinata and Neji tensed under the Shade's glare, but Hinata refused to be deterred. You stand here in Konohagakure, attacking our friends and client. How dare you show such disrespect? The Shade remained silent as Hinata continued, you stand against the strongest the Hyuga have to offer. Surrender or die. Shade stared at her for a moment before turning with a high spin kick, blocking Lee's quiet dynamic entry, which he'd attempted while Hinata distracted the assassin. The kick hit Lee's foot, throwing him off balance in the air and sending him hard to the ground where he was about to receive an axe kick. He rolled out of the way to catch his breath. Shade turned back to the Hyuga, cracking his neck as a sign he'd fight to the end. With a glance to Neji, the head and second in command of the Hyuga clan, chakra-enhanced plums flew toward the unfazed assassin. The combination the cousins were sending his way failed to connect, to their surprise. The Shade didn't even seem to be trying, his dodging appeared expertly and specially planned for the Hyuga gentle palm. It wasn't until Neji's next strike that the Shade stabbed Neji's open palm, piercing straight through his hand with his knife, stopping his attacks. He then grabbed Hinata's wrist, twisting it and placing his left foot on the back of her leg, forcing her to the ground. Yanking the blade from Neji's hand, he brought it to her neck, instantly halting the fighting due to the shock and worry of their comrades. Shade continued to twist Hinata's wrist until a sickening popping sound echoed. Hinata grunted in pain but neither screamed nor moved, the knife still pressed against her neck, proving his point that he was not to be trifled with. A small trickle of blood seeped from where he was cutting her, his cold blue eyes ever watching their movements. Sakura watched the display with fury. She considered Hinata one of Konoha's best kunoichi and had great respect for Hinata's medical skills. When Hinata discovered that the Byakugan and the Hyuga style made them excellent doctors, the Byakugan, if used right, could see things like tumors and other internal sicknesses, and the Hyuga style was great for surgery. Their natural ability with wrist work meant Hinata could make a scalpel dance in a life-saving way, and now this bastard, this good-for-nothing hitman, might have destroyed that. Ino, Sakura whispered, catching Ino's attention, but Ino didn't turn, keeping her focus on Shade. We only get one chance at this. Sakura picked up a pebble. Ino understood what that meant, and Suzuki noticed as well. Kiba's eyes were a furious blood red. This bastard was hurting one of his pack, Hinata no less. He was going to tear this fucker apart before killing him. The pain he felt took a back seat to this rage, claws digging into the ground, a ballistic look on his face. Unaware of Sakura's plan, Kiba shouted, "Let go of her, you bastard." This got Shade's attention. Sakura's chakra-enhanced fingers flicked the pebble, sending it flying at bullet speed with lethal force. Shade moved his head slightly, dodging the projectile. But when he looked at Ino, the Shade flinched, and Ino fell, caught by Sakura. "Ino, did you get him?" A thumbs up from the assassin confirmed it. Suzuki ran and grabbed Shade's arms, which were already positioned behind his back, ready to be cuffed. When Ino awoke, screaming and clutching her hand in phantom pain, Suzuki looked at her, failing to see Shade headbutt him with the back of his head into Suzuki's face. Shade then grabbed a knife from his left holster, about to stab Suzuki, who turned right and dodged the attack. But Shade spun and slashed, cutting his chest. Somewhere in Konoha, while the fighting was happening, AMBU were charging to the battle, followed by a very angry Hokage. After dealing with Kamen, then getting a retired shinobi, a clan head, and her former teammate on board with the mission, and unable to get any sleep, she truly wanted to kill someone. Whoever was attacking her village would pay hell. There was so much chakra in her legs that the force of her jumping was destroying rooftops. At the gates of Konoha, the Konoha 11, Kakashi, and Jiraiya had had enough. Kamen, on the other hand, sat at a table in a nearby bar his men had broken into, pouring him drinks, watching the show unblinkingly, enjoying himself. They didn't know what to do. Ino's phantom pain still stung. Hinata's wrist was broken. Niji's hand had a hole through it, and Suzuki had a bloody nose and a cut across his chest, but he could still fight. Shikamaru was trying to formulate a plan until Shade vanished, only to reappear in front of Shikamaru and punch him so hard in the ribs that he broke 4 of them. That was all Koji needed. In a blind rage, he charged like a bull, swinging his hammer at Shade's head, but the assassin ducked it. Pulling out his knife, he sliced Koji's side, then his hand that held his hammer. Shade then rammed the knife into Koji's shoulder blade. The Akimichi screamed in pain as Shade grabbed the hammer for the finishing blow, but Kiba grabbed the arm holding it. Niji's good hand came in for a hit to the assassin's heart, but Shade allowed his arm to drop with the hammer, hitting Kiba's knee, causing a sickening crack. The screaming Kiba was then used as a shield from Niji's blow, which Niji just managed to move enough not to hit Kiba's heart, hurting him but not killing him. The next thing Niji knew, Shade was ramming Kiba's head into his own. Both men fell to the ground. Lee went for a spin kick, which Shade grabbed, and with his elbow dislocated Lee's leg at the knee. But Lee still tried to swing a fist at Shade, who let the leg go but gave Lee a backhand fist to the face. Kakashi and Jiraiya had enough. Both men charged a Raise-Non and Chidori, running at full speed toward Shade. Both were throwing their destructive jutsu at him. What happened next would echo throughout history. Shade flung his arms between the two jutsu, grabbing the men's arms while still holding their jutsu active. He pulled Kakashi forward so the two were on opposite sides of him. He pulled them with such force that their shoulders popped, sending the Chidori towards Jiraiya and the Raise-Non towards Kakashi. He was going to use them to kill each other with their legendary jutsu. Tsunade arrived in time to see it happening. It was as if time slowed down, her eyes widening at the sight, her thoughts screaming as she managed to gasp out, "No," moving as fast as she could. Kamen was even shocked at what was about to happen. Shade was going to win when a force of nature slammed into his unguarded back, a pink blur launching him from his spot, flying into a black blur kicking him to the ground. Sakura, with all her might, pushed the two older shinobi away, sending them flying 10 feet in the opposite direction. The black blur appeared as Suzuki went with such speed to Shade, sword in hand, actually getting a hit, slicing the assassin's arm before he moved out of the way. Suzuki and Sakura stood side by side, like in the old days. The assassin, known as Shade, inspected the cut, his eyes almost glowing blue in anger. He looked at the two, clearly unhappy, but still made no sound of pain. He pulled his knives out and took a stance for the first time since the fighting started. Sakura and Suzuki were ready, Sakura in her fighting stance, Suzuki sword in hand. No one moved for what seemed like a minute until they heard the Shade speak in a muffled whisper, "Open first gate." Like a hurricane, everyone was hit with a blast of power. The Shade's stance didn't change as the power flowed through him, no screams of power, no tension in his body. He was used to it, as if it were an everyday thing. Sasuke covered Sakura as she charged at the Shade, who dodged her punch easily, delivering one of his own back. But Sasuke pushed her out of the way, slashing at Shade, who blocked with his knife, then jumped into the air. The two teammates joined him. Sasuke tried an upward slash that Shade evaded mid-air, then used his arms in an X to block Sakura's axe kick. The two held that position all the way down. As Shade's feet hit, it created a small crater. Sakura, putting more force into it, Shade just managed to escape, only to be greeted by Sasuke's stabbing motion. Moving to the right and spinning down to Sasuke, Shade pulled his knife in an underhanded swing, aiming for Sasuke's face, only for him to roll out of the way. The 2-on-1 fight was a sight to behold. AMBU surrounded them, with Chunin and Jonin cheering Sakura and Sasuke on. This seemed to anger the Shade. Having enough, he dodged their attack and jumped back. He put his knives back in the holster and walked up to them. Sakura ran straight on, winding up a punch with her right. Sasuke, from behind, was about to do the same as she threw her fist. Shade, with his left open hand, grabbed her fist and all its power. He didn't move, then brought her forward for a knee to the gut, then hooked his right hand under her arm, keeping her bent over and moving at a speed that her head hit Sasuke's midsection, making him bend. Then, grabbing a handful of pink hair, he brought the back of her head into Sasuke's face before kicking him into a wall. Sakura, dazed, tried to land a hit but to no avail. The last thing she felt was something sharp in her side before she fell. The look on everyone's face at seeing the brutality the Shade had shown stunned all but Lee. He was furious. He watched Shade with anger, unable to do much with his dislocated knee. He grabbed the loose leg and, with a scream to soften the pain, slammed it into the ground, popping it back in place. He stood up and looked at the man, who turned in time to see the display, his angry yet neutral look still in place. Lee yelled at the top of his lungs. Gates of opening. Rest. Life. Pain. Closing. 5 inner gates in one go. Lee was going crazy from so much power and finished off by yelling, "Uopien." As the power flooded the air, Shade's eyes widened slightly. Kamen moved beside Tsunade, looking at Lee, a small grin on him as he said, "Interesting." Shade's response to this was, "Open third gate." An explosion of energy threw many of the shinobi back. The power he had was frightening as he stood there, arms crossed. By the looks of it, between Rock Lee, the Taijutsu master of Konoha, and the new Shade, the legendary assassin, it would be a clash of titans. Both stood there for a moment, green and blue energy all around them. Lee's face was red, and his eyes were pupilless white. The Shade's were an icy blue, though his skin remained the same. Lee noticed he was 2 gates over his enemy, which vexed him. He looked at Shade and said, "I have done much research on your predecessor, the first Shade, the legendary Taijutsu master. He was known as the old-school assassin, preferring physical combat and stealth, a true master of both. For you to have his title means you are strong enough to earn it." No response came, so Lee continued, "I was trained by Konohagakure's beautiful green beast, the Taijutsu master Might Guy, the wielder of the flames of youth. So with that said, what I want to know about you is why did you only go up 2 gates to my 5? The Shade spoke for the first real time since his arrival, his muffled yet deep voice still showing no real emotion, pure and cold, the voice of a professional assassin. "Because you're not worth the extra effort, comrade killer." Lee's tone to this was sad. "I see. I guess I'll have to prove you wrong." Lee's eyes glowed with purpose. Lee charged at Shade, delivering a flying kick. Shade moved out of the way and was seen on a nearby roof, arms crossed. Lee joined him again, jumping to an impossible height for someone with no chakra control, and tried a punch, which Shade caught, and with his free hand, in the span of a blink, struck Lee in the ribs, then the face. As Lee recoiled from the hit, he was pulled close for a knee to the kidneys, then an elbow to the side of the head, knocking him to the ground. Instead of just getting up, Lee went for an upward kick for the primary lotus, but what he got was Shade grabbing his leg, lifting him over Shade's head, and slamming him through the roof. Lee stumbled out the front door of the restaurant he just went through. Shade leaped off the building and landed a few feet away with powerful force. Lee flew at Shade with a right punch. The assassin moved his head so the punch missed, but as the punch was passing, Lee bent his arm and elbowed Shade on the side of his jaw. As Shade's head turned from the impact, Lee then spun and hit Shade in the gut with his foot, doubling Shade over and kneeing Shade's face. As Lee was going for another punch, Shade moved and gave Lee a hard right kick, knocking Lee back, then a left hook to Lee's side, a right to the ribs, and one to the face. The dazed shinobi tried to block when he felt a hard finger hit his arm, then leg, then neck, left arm, and right leg. The pain was unreal, then he realized to his shock Shade was using the Hyaga Gentle Fist. Others caught on in shock as well. After Shade finished the move, he gave Lee a sharp kick back to the ground. Lee struggled back up, the gates he had on dissolved away, returning to his usual self. The Shade's version of the Hyaga style hurt like hell, his body wanted to drop, but Lee wouldn't have it. "I cannot lose to you," he said, tired and hurt, with a pain tone in his voice. "You have hurt my friends, and I swore to never let that happen again." Shade's response was blunt, well, you failed. As Shade made his way to Lee, he said coldly, you have gotten in my way, Lee, now pay the price. Pulling his knife out, he walked to Lee when he heard the sound of something coming at him at high speeds, jumping back before the crash. Shade then knew from the bowl haircut and green spandex that it was a very angry Might guy. His goofy, over-the-top personality was replaced with a hardened shinobi's will to kill. He looked at his former student. Lee, you've done enough, but now it's my turn. Lee looked at him. Guy-sensei, this is my fight. I have to stop him myself. Guy looked at Lee. This is not up for discussion, Lee. You have come a long way with and without me to train you. Lee was taken by surprise. Giving his student a look of respect, you are the splendid shinobi you always wanted to be, but this man was trained by one of my heroes. He is probably one of the most dangerous taijutsu users in the world, and I will not see you fall to him. With that last part, Guy started opening the inner gates, which began to really annoy Shade, while his target Kamen couldn't be having more enjoyment from it. I have no quarrel with you, Guy. Allow me to deal with that bastard Kamen, and you will not see me again. But if you wish to proceed with this, I will kill you without hesitation. Shade's tone was deadly serious. The power that Guy had didn't bother him in the slightest. I know you were trained by the great original Shade, so I doubt I can best you easily, but I will not stand for you attacking my students, and unfortunately, Kamen is important to Kanaha's survival. Shade stared him down with his menacing blue eyes. Then Kanaha will die with him. Guy charged Shade and delivered a kick, which Shade blocked with one arm, not even moving. Open fifth gate, Shade said. A blast of power threw Guy back. Quiet. Kakashi snapped at Shade and Kamen. I'm sick of this. Tsunade-sama, the five of us can take him. Shade shot him a sharp look. Because that worked so well last time, hey take. I'm better than Kanaha's elite. The only reason you're alive is because you're not my target. All I want is Kamen, nothing more. Besides, I doubt whatever he's offered you is real. Tsunade looked perplexed. He's already paid us, so we must honor the agreement, Shade interjected, cutting her off and looking at the grinning Kamen. How much? 310 million, Kamen replied. How much of it is real? Everyone's eyes widened at his remark, and they all stared at Kamen, who smiled widely. Not a single ryo. What? Tsunade exclaimed, enraged. But I saw it with my own eyes. I have our most trusted accountants looking at it as we speak. Shinobi began to crowd Kamen and his men, furious with the still grinning man. You wouldn't dare, not with you still in the city. Shade's voice carried an I know something you don't vibe to everyone present, except Kamen. Are you so sure about that? Kamen challenged Shade, his men trembling. Shade looked at Tsunade. If I were you, I'd get Jiraiya and Yorumbu to the location of that money now. Kamen raised an eyebrow. When did you start caring about Kanaha? Since I'm currently standing in it, and I'm not leaving without your head, Garo, Shade retorted. What are you two talking about? Tsunade yelled, shaking with rage. We once destroyed a village of thieves by paying them off with money that was, in truth, explosive tags disguised as genuine cash. I wouldn't be surprised if your accountants couldn't tell the difference. But I doubt they're all tags, are they, Kamen? Kamen smirked. True, there are only about 10,000. I only wanted to mess with Kanaha. Destroying it comes later, and it's a lot more fun. Tsunade yelled, Jiraiya. Boo. Get to the lockup now. The rest of you, stop these two. As she turned to Shade, she realized he was gone from his spot, having jumped toward Kamen with his gait still very much active. Kamen easily moved out of the way with a smile. This should be a good time to put you back in your place, little brother. Shade was visibly angry at being called that and, with a swipe of his knife, struck at Kamen, who stopped it with a blade hidden in his cane. The two locked blades as Umbu attacked them. Shade spun around with a kick, knocking them down. Stay out of this, he screamed. I agree, Kamen said, killing the Umbu near him and returning to his fight with Shade. The two men began swinging and blocking, slashing and parrying each other. Shade, the master assassin, and Kamen, the mysterious former client. Their fighting was frenzied. Shade was losing ground but yelled when he jumped back, why, Sensei, Gata, Kane, Hina. Their blades clashed. Fang, Shade parried. Drake, Kamen blocked. Doc, Shade landed a high kick, and Kamen moved back. Kyoko, Shade's attacks became stronger. Chia, he finished with a hard punch to Kamen's face, sending him flying back. Why? Why did you kill them? Shade's voice was filled with rage and pain. Kyoko looked up to you like an uncle. Chia loved you like a brother. Sensei took you in like you were his son. Doc, Drake, and Fang were our comrades. And Gata trusted you with his life and that of Akane and Hina. So why did you do it? Money? Power? The throne? Why? Shade's tone was desperate, pleading for the truth that plagued him. Kamen rose from where he'd fallen, blood trickling from his mouth. Shinobi all around watched the drama unfold, many unwilling to intervene, knowing full well it would mean death. Kamen smiled and began to laugh aloud, monstrous, crazy sound. Ha ha ha. Simple, brother. I don't want to be forgotten. I didn't want to be just another name etched into the Guardian's tome, only for the overprivileged to read if they feel like it, to be known only by friends and forgotten in the next generation. No. I am Garo Kamen. I will be remembered, from the beggars to the whores, to the generals, to the daimyos, to the emperors, to the very gods. Shade glared at Kamen. Why did they have to die, Goro? Garo smiled. Because the old man wouldn't have allowed me to go freely. Because I needed Steel Tree's military to start, so obviously Gata had to go, and his family, so no one could stop me with their birthright. I doubt he, Doc, Drake, or Fang would let that happen. Those three were always too loyal, and I was mostly right. It's unfortunate Lin wasn't there, but what can you do? Shade was even angrier, but Kamen continued, and as for Kyoko and Chie, that brings us to my other reason. Shade remained silent for this, as Kamen stared into his cold blue eyes, into his very soul. I did this to get you good and pissed so we could have the fight I've wanted from you the whole time. When we unlocked the 9th gate together, that's when I knew you were the one thing I needed to cement my legacy as the deadliest man in the world. They died because of you. Naruto Uzumaki. A chorus of widening eyes, of mouths agape, as the assassin known as Shade angrily removed his hood and mask, revealing his face. It confirmed who he was, his spiked blonde hair, his raging blue eyes, a more defined whiskered face now that he was an adult, and a cross-shaped scar running down his right eye to his cheek. No one could believe it. Naruto, Tsunade whispered, unconsciously moving to approach him. It can't be, Sakura said, tears in her eyes. And Naruto-kun, Hinata stammered, about to cry. How, was all the shocked Sasuke could say. Naruto is alive, Kakashi said, on the verge of a heart attack. It was a mixed bag of emotions. Tsunade was getting closer when she heard, stay back, Senju, or I'll kill you where you stand. Naruto's voice left no room for debate, his trusted knife pointing at her. The only reason you're not dead is because Kamen is here. You've gotten in the way of that too many times already, and for that, the next step you take will be your last. Everyone present was frightened, even the Sannin. Naruto was merciless in their fight and ready to kill given the chance. Naruto, please, Sakura shouted. Let us. She was cut off with, you heard him. He wants to be a big boy and get the job done. Rikamaru-sensei always was a one-target, one-kill type of guy, training Naruto here to do the same thing. Nothing else is important to him right now, not even you people. The only reason I hired you was to piss him off, and you made it happen, good job. Kamen grinned. But seeing as Naruto told you about the fake cash, I guess I don't need to hide it anymore. With that, Kamen used his strange chakra ring on the seal on the forehead of his silver-skulled cane blade. When the seal began to glow, Niji realized, that's the detonator. Everyone move. Shinobi scattered. At the Konoha Resource and Accounting Firm, the money was going through security, where it was checked and counted. Shizun, as Tsunade's most trusted assistant, was overseeing things, leaning by the door, boredom showing in her eyes. Each bill passed through 3 different hands, a Hyaga Umbu who checked the bills for traps with his Byakugan eyes, a quality tester to make sure the bills were real given the immense size of the money any of them could be fake, and an actual accountant for keeping the numbers. Too bad the money consisted of unbelievably good fakes. No traps. This one's real. 1,801,000. No traps. This one's real. 1,802,000. No traps. This one's real. 1,803,000. Umbu were at the ready at all times, but by God, they hated this part of the job. The novelty of so much money lost its appeal during this stage. Hours of listening to no traps, this one's real, 1 million whatever it was. It was also a type of training for them to deal with tedious tasks like gate guard duty and long-term surveillance. As they were counting, the Hyaga grabbed another bill, and when he looked, his eyes widened, especially when it began to glow. He shouted at Shizun, getting her attention. Run, those were his last words. Shizun bolted to the door before 10,000 paper bombs went off. The explosion shockwave smashed her through the door, flinging her down the hallway. Fire followed close behind her. She hit the wall as the flames came closer and closer. She let out a scream, closing her eyes, preparing for the pain, but a forceful grip on her arm was all Shizun felt before being thrown through a window. She opened her eyes fast enough to see the Umbu who saved her burn alive. Outside the KRA, Jiraiya was running as fast as he could, but the blast rocked the village, making him cover his eyes from the flash and debris. Parts of the building landed on houses, shops, and people. Jiraiya, only by the grace of the Almighty, saw Shizun falling after being thrown, and as fast as he possibly could, he summoned his fastest toad to leap and get her. He looked at the destruction all around him, screaming, crying, fire engulfing the last of the village's savings, and more importantly, the death of so many innocent people. Jiraiya might not like a vast majority of the people of Konoha these days, but he wasn't so jaded not to feel bad for them. Right now, he turned to the accompanying Umbu, Jonin, and Chinin and ordered, go out there. Look for survivors. You, get the medics. You, take the east. You, the west. You, the south. You, the north. Go, go, go. Ninja flew all around him as he gave orders. I'm going back for the Hokage and to deal with the bastard responsible. He injected double the amount of chakra into his legs that he was storing to deal with the bombs and gunned it. Tsunade, you better be okay. Back at Konoha gates, so many saw the explosion. The shinobi with families in the blast zone were worried sick. Tsunade saw this and couldn't believe her eyes when they turned to see the thought-dead Naruto. However, she found he didn't even bother to look at the destruction. His frozen blue eyes were entirely focused on Kamen, and he was watching Naruto. You know, I thought that would have gotten at least a small reaction from you, Naruto. I mean, this was your village once, Kamen said, a little disappointed. Naruto said coldly, does it look like I care about any of them, Garo? They're traitors, every last one of them. Tsunade, at the statement, felt her heart sink, as did many in attendance. Hearing such a thing from, to some, a friend, to Tsunade, a son, and to most, the son of the fourth, cut deeply. Tsunade didn't know what to do, but she looked to her soldiers and ordered all shinobi with families, go find your loved ones. As those shinobi left, she continued, even though it hurt the rest of you, get Kamen and capture Naruto alive and unharmed. Good luck with that, Senju, Kamen said and continued, boys, time to have some fun. Kamen's bodyguards ran to his aid, and Kamen removed his long jacket. Naruto got into his battle stance. Konoha shinobi prepared for a fight. Tsunade didn't know if she should help or capture Naruto because 1. She once tried to have Naruto killed, and he didn't seem to have forgiven her for that. 2. Whoever Kamen really is has pissed off not only Naruto but all of Konoha. And 3. Naruto was apparently trained with the legendary assassin, the Shade himself, so she doubted anyone could take him. But she needed to know what happened to the one-time child she thought of as a son. Naruto and Kamen watched each other. When they heard now an order from Tsunade was their trigger, they disappeared before anyone got to them. Kamen's men fought the shinobi and did a pretty good job of it, but the two students of the Shade, now known as Rikimaru, were found on a rooftop, sparks flying from their blades as they clashed, slashing and stabbing at each other, blocking, parrying, kicking, punching at speeds most couldn't comprehend. But to their surprise, Kamen managed to get a cut on Naruto's cheek, and Naruto got Kamen's side. Then, as if a person fighting his own shadow, their two high kicks connected. Then, using their other leg as leverage, they kicked with the other leg, then the other. Naruto took one to the rib, Kamen to the shoulder. Kicking off each other, they backflipped away. It's been a while since we fought, Naruto, but I thought you were stronger than this, Kamen said, grinning, until a knife hit his hat off his head from a shinobi who charged at Kamen, only to get a kun out to the head by one of Kamen's men, killing him. While Kamen was distracted, he failed to see Naruto's elbow hitting him squarely in the face, making him fall. Naruto, on top of his one-time friend, started punching Kamen hard in the face, making the back of his head crack the roof they were on. All Naruto could say was, die, you bastard, die, die, die. As Naruto was about to deliver another blow, he was stopped by Jiraiya, who didn't know the identity of the Shade since he was gone. Jiraiya grabbed his hand. When Naruto turned to shove his ex-godfather away, he ended up feeling a sharp pain in his gut. His wide-eyed former godfather looked down to see the knife sticking out of Naruto's stomach as Naruto looked down to see Kamen, blood on his face but no major damage. His 5 gates disappeared. He leaned over and fell. Jiraiya caught him, but Kamen kicked them away. You know, Naruto, I'm disappointed in you, Kamen said. Look at everyone I killed over the years that you loved, and still you failed. I know you're better than that. Naruto leaned up from Jiraiya. Come, I will kill you, you bastard. Kamen smiled. That's the spirit, Naruto. Naruto tried to pull the knife out, but Jiraiya grabbed his hand, keeping him from doing so. Tsunade may have been the medic of his old team, but Jiraiya knew if that knife was pulled out, Naruto would lose too much blood, and with his anti-Jinchuriki seal still on Naruto from when he tried to kill him, it meant no healing ability from Kyuubi, and Naruto would die. Naruto, you have to stop pulling that blade out. It will kill you. Jiraiya screamed, tears in his eyes, trying to get through to the boy he thought of as a son and the greatest sin he ever committed. So now, you care, Jiraiya? After everything you've done to me, Naruto painfully said. I don't care if I die as long as Garo joins me on the trip to hell. At hearing that, Naruto's former friends felt their hearts stop. When Garo came and heard this, he had a grin of amusement. Well, Naruto, you failed again. I'd say listen to Jiraiya on this one, though. I want you at your best for our real fight. Naruto looked at him with a hatred none of his former friends thought he was capable of having. He started to struggle. Jiraiya's hand was still steady on the blade, keeping it from moving, that is until Naruto had butted him with the back of his head to Jiraiya's face, freeing him. Garo, Naruto shouted, the pain in his gut forcing him to his knees, but he got back up. He was running on anger alone. I'll kill the entirety of Konoha to get to you. Every last one of them. Kamen looked at him for a moment. In his mind's eye, he saw a bleeding angel, and Naruto saw a monster from hell itself. Kamen smirked. Everyone in Konoha, eh? I wonder what your father would say about that. Naruto looked at the monster only he could see as he continued running, screaming, I don't care what he'd say. He's dead. Fuck him. The Konoha shinobi were shocked, the fourth's own son saying such a thing about him, even more so when, with the anger behind it, Naruto vanished until they saw him punch Kamen across the building to Kamen's surprise. But Kamen did a flip and landed on his feet, only to get a knee to the gut and a knife to the shoulder blade. He was used to pain though, and he punched the knife in Naruto's stomach, driving it deeper, then kicked it, making Naruto grunt in pain as he flew to the ground. Kamen managed to get up and held his shoulder, smiling at what happened. I'll give you credit for that one, Naruto. He walked up to Naruto and delivered a boot to his face. Naruto was in a massive amount of pain but held it in. But it's still not good enough. Kamen then stomped on Naruto's chest. Leave him alone. Kamen heard Sakura shout as she tried to punch him. He moved back and avoided Lee's kick, then Sasuke's sword, Niji's plum, Tenten's spar, Koji's hammer, Kiba's claws, Hineda's kick, Ino's kunao, Shikamaru's shadows. Is that your best? Kamen said unimpressed, but he started to feel his energy being drained. What's this? Kamen said, annoyed and confused. He reached behind his back and pulled out a handful of little blue beetles. He crushed them and said, totally forgot about you, Shino, but I suppose you get that a lot. The bug user known as Shino adjusted his shades. Yes, I do, annoying as it may be, but I've had you and Naruto tagged since his fight with the Hyagas and you when you destroyed the RAS tower. But I must say, I had to stop trying to drain Naruto, my insects keep dying, and I don't know why. It was a statement, not a question. Kamen was a little angry with Shino. And here I thought you weren't a threat, Shino. When you disappeared, I just thought you were a coward. He looked at Naruto and gave a small, nonchalant wave. See you later, brother. I'll tell the rest of the guys you said hi. Don't you dare leave, you bastard. Naruto yelled. But Kamen's response was open first gate. The blast of energy caused Shino's bugs to explode, and he vanished from sight. Naruto jumped up, yelling, Goro, come back here. He was going after him when Tsunade grabbed him. Wait, Naruto. You can't leave. You're hurt, and I'm not letting you go even if you weren't. A punch from an angry Naruto was the response she got. As she turned from the impact, he kicked her, but her grip didn't give. She accidentally pulled him, and as she let go, he fell off the roof, landing hard on his back. The force made him spit up blood. Naruto, she screamed in fear for his health. Kamen's bodyguards heard her and noticed Naruto. One of them ran at him, attempting to finish him, but was stopped by Tsunade with a single punch. She caved the bodyguard's face in. The remaining four ran at her but were butchered by Sakura, Tenten, Kiba, and Sasuke. Tsunade turned to see Naruto, worried. She ran to him. Tears ran down his eyes as he stared blankly into nothing, as if possessed. With a weak voice, he said, Chie, Kyoko, I'm sorry, I failed you. Please forgive me. He started to reach for something. Tsunade was wondering what was happening when she saw Kurane in her genjutsu stance. Kurane, what are you showing him? Kurane, still in stance, said, it's a desire genjutsu. It's showing him the thing he wants most. Kurane, being the caster, could see what Naruto saw. It was a woman and a little girl. The woman was about the same age as Naruto, with enchanting, sweet violet eyes and long chestnut hair tied in a ponytail. She was wearing a brown farmer's kimono, nothing fancy, and a bandana wrapped around her head. She had a body that made Kurane a little jealous, but what caught her eye most was the child. The little girl must have been all of 4 years old. She had long crimson red hair with lovely ocean blue eyes that almost seemed to sparkle and an infectious smile. Kurane couldn't help but be happy at the sight of her, but as she looked at Naruto, she could feel the sadness leaking off him as she looked at them. I'm sorry, Chie. I'm sorry, Kyoko. I wasn't there for you. I never thought Garo would go this far. Naruto started to stand, blood leaking from his wounds. Naruto, you have to stop now. Kurane, stop the jutsu now, Tsunade ordered, but she saw Kurane had tears in her eyes. She put the pieces together. She didn't register the Hokage's orders at all. Tsunade turned to Naruto as he said, I'll get him for you. The Konoha Hospital's shinobi wing. Jiraiya burst through the hospital's front door, with Tsunade and Sakura close behind. Sakura immediately switched to doctor mode, declaring, we need a surgery room and B-type blood bags for a transfusion, ready now. A nurse asked, what's he in for, doctor? Sakura yelled back, stabbed in the kidney area, bleeding profusely, possible bone fractures to the chest and head. Is that room ready? The nurse confirmed, yes, doctor. Good, I'm going in, have me prepared, Sakura ordered. I'll do the surgery, Sakura, Tsunade interjected. Tsunade, this isn't the time to argue with me, Sakura retorted, her voice almost threatening. Fine, I'll be your second. Lady Tsunade, a doctor shouted. What is it? Tsunade asked angrily. Shizen-sama was caught in the crass explosion, she's alive but badly burned on her back. she needs you. Tsunade's eyes widened in fear. Go to her, I got Naruto. Tsunade nodded, trusting Sakura's skills fully. What room? 306, the doctor replied. Tsunade nodded and vanished, heading to her niece and daughter figure's room. I'll need a second surgeon, Sakura stated. I'm there, a voice said. Sakura turned to see Hinata, her wrist bandaged but seemingly okay. Sakura asked, are you sure, with your wrist like that? Hinata's eyes showed resolve. I've had worse in training. Now, let's save Naruto. Sakura nodded, right, with a smile. In the surgery room, Sakura and Hinata prepared. Sakura applied healing chakra to the wound with the knife still in place, healing around it to stop some of the bleeding. The blade acted as a temporary plug. They carefully stripped Naruto's upper body. First, they removed his gloves, revealing hands scarred from years of fighting, climbing, and training, common for a ninja. Next, they unzipped his leather armor. Once fully unzipped, they used thick, sharp scissors to cut from the zipper around the wound. Naruto's body was a rich tapestry of scars, some burns, some knife wounds, and many surgical scars. This worried both of them, some of which they themselves had inflicted. His body was well-toned, showing why he so easily beat them. It was the mark of someone who took his training very seriously. Hinata and Sakura carefully lifted Naruto onto his left side. Sakura placed one hand on Naruto's shoulder and the other on his side. Hinata put her hand on the knife handle. She looked at Sakura and raised 3 fingers to start the count 3, 2, 1. With inhuman speed, she pulled the knife out perfectly straight, an amazing feat given her still nearly broken wrist. Both girls immediately placed their hands on the wound on their respective sides, applying the same amount of chakra and pressure to stop the blood flow. The wound began to glow and close. Hinata's Byakugan eyes double-checked for anything they might have missed. She found nothing else, blessing his luck for that. The last part was stitching up the rest of the wound. Sakura and Hinata were sweating profusely. To an outsider, the surgery seemed quick, but the amount of chakra, skill, and trust between the two surgeons surpassed even Tsunade's own. Combined, they were a medical powerhouse, but given the patient and his condition, they were extremely vigilant for his health. At the end of the surgery and stitching, they wrapped him in bandages. Naruto was then stripped down to nothing and put into a hospital gown with pants. The old Hinata would have been redder than a tomato seeing this much of Naruto, but the new Hinata was a dedicated doctor, concerned about her friend, now possible enemy. Besides, knowing full well how much damage she inflicted on him, she thought it was unfair to see him like this. Both girls grabbed the side of Naruto and gently placed him on a hospital bed, and unfortunately, had to tie his wrists and legs to the bed. The two wheeled into a private room nicknamed the Naruto Suite, a name some doctors jokingly used due to his frequent visits there as a child after villagers beat him. It had a bed, and a blood drip, along with medical supplies only to be used by Hiruzen Sarutobi's most trusted doctors, as he didn't trust most others. The Naruto Suite continued to hold its darkly humorous title until Sakura herself heard the name, broke the doctor's jaw, and fired him. He wasn't a good doctor anyway, she'd said. The name was still used, but only when Sakura was safely beyond a 30-mile radius, which was rare. Jiraiya was waiting for the two doctors, freshly bandaged from the attack. How is he? Jiraiya asked, worried. He lost a lot of blood, but we managed to stabilize him, Jiraiya-sama. Now he needs rest, Hinata informed him. I'll stay with him, make sure he's safe. I don't trust a lot of the patients or the doctors for that matter, except you two, Jiraiya said, hoping they'd understand. No, Sakura said bluntly. Naruto needs rest. You saw him out there. Hell, we're supposed to be Konoha's legends, past and future, and we barely laid a scratch on him. If Kamen was telling the truth, and in this situation I think he was, Naruto would have killed us if he wasn't after him instead. What Sakura said made the other two flinch. She spoke calmer now. I don't know what it'll be like when he wakes up, but I doubt he'll be happy about it, especially when he sees us. I'll take care of him, Jiraiya, you have my word on that. But until then, I'll take care of Naruto. Only I'd also ask, but she's a clan head and is needed to keep them in line. As sad as it made her, Hinata nodded in agreement. Take care of Naruto Naruto. Hinata nodded in respect and walked away. I will, she turned to Jiraiya. Now go back to your room, or I'll strap you there myself, Sakura threatened. Before I do, Jiraiya said, then painted a seal on Naruto's room with lightning-fast speed. It's a detector seal. If someone goes in there that isn't you, me, Tsunade, or Hinata, I'll come here with murder on my mind. Jiraiya made that part clear. He also placed a seal on Naruto's bindings, reinforcing them. With a nod and one last look at Naruto, Jiraiya hobbled back to his room. After getting Naruto into his room and hooking him up to the heart monitor and 4-drip, she went back to her office, fixed a drink, and began to write a report on her new patient. Though Sakura seemed calm on the outside, on the inside she was in shambles. How much could she, Haruno, the second coming of the Slug Sun and Tsunade Senju, have possibly done to her once innocent blonde teammate? The look in his eyes was cold, but at the same time angry, hateful even, and above all, pained. She remembered everything like it was yesterday, the day that would forever be known as the Naruto incident. Flashback, 10 years ago, the loyalty test and the Naruto incident. At the Hokage's office, Tsunade was about half cut. She had been drinking since early morning. It was now 2 p.m. She tried to come up with the right words, the right way to say it. She wondered if she should use reasoning, sadness, or a cold, cut order to the troops. She didn't know. She had sent out Umbu to call 10 members of the Konoha 11, along with Kakashi and Jiraiya, who was already told and had spent days going over Danzo's findings to no avail. Heartbroken, he started work on an anti-Jinchuriki seal to nullify Naruto's connection with the Kyuubi. When Tsunade heard the knock at the door, she instantly sobered up from hours of drinking. "Enter," she said commandingly as the people she wanted to see came walking in. "You wanted to see us, Lady Tsunade?" Sakura said respectfully, a peppy smile on her face. She had been having a good day, and it hurt Tsunade to no end to see it. "Yes, I do, Sakura." Already, those in the room could feel the situation demanded the utmost attention. Jiraiya's expression of sadness didn't help ease them either. "What can we do for you, Tsunade-sama?" Niji said with respect. Tsunade was silent for an uncomfortably long time until she spoke with sadness. "It's about Naruto." At hearing Naruto's name and the sadness in Tsunade's voice, and seeing Jiraiya's face, everyone was on edge. "What is it, Tsunade-sama? What happened to Naruto? Was it Akatsuki? Did they get him?" Kiba said, worried. "Is he hurt or lost? Do we have to go find him?" Shikamaru asked. "Is he going after Sasuke-kun again? Did Orochimaru find out?" Sakura asked. "Please, Tsunade-sama, what happened to Naruto-kun?" This came from Hinata. "No," Tsunade said softly, continuing, "Naruto is safe and in the village." Shikamaru didn't like where this was going but remained cool, asking, "Then why did you call us about that troublesome blonde for, Lady Tsunade?" Tsunade tried to find the words, then she spoke what would haunt her for the rest of her life. "As Hokage of Konoha, I am ordering you all to go on a mission with Naruto to the border of Konoha and Wave, and from there, you will take part in his assassination." Confusion rocked the group, but Kakashi and Shikamaru caught on. Kakashi dropped the book he had at his side. Koji, with many others, was a little slower to catch on and said, "I don't get it, Tsunade-sama, why do you need us to be there for Naruto to assassinate someone? Besides, isn't he still a genin? Is it for backup? Why isn't he here then?" "Koji," Shikamaru said sadly. Everyone turned to him. "She doesn't want us there so Naruto can kill someone. She wants us there to kill Naruto himself." Everyone's eyes widened and gasps were heard, even from Shino, but it was hard to tell. "What? But why, Tsunade-sama?" Tenten asked. "Why do we have to kill Naruto? Why does he have to die at all?" She couldn't fathom the idea of killing a Konoha shinobi, especially one she knew. Is this a joke, Tsunade-sama? Why do we have to kill Naruto-kun?" Hinata had tears in her eyes while asking. She thought it was some sort of nightmare she was going through. "He's our friend. Why us?" Niji demanded. "Lady Tsunade, please tell us this is just one of Naruto's stupid jokes and somehow he put you up to this," Sakura begged. "No, Sakura, it's not a joke," Tsunade snapped, frustration clear from having to explain. Jiraiya had to take over as Tsunade regained her composure. "Danzo came to Tsunade and I with worries about Naruto. He gave us some of his privately funded research he had done on Naruto." He sighed sadly, then continued, "The research was done on Naruto's seal." Kiba wondered and asked, "Seal? What seal?" "His Jinchuriki seal," Shikamaru said, as he already knew. "But Danzo's a warmongering bastard. Why would you take his word for it?" Shikamaru ignored the looks he was getting from the others. "Naruto-kun's a what?" Hinata said after a little explanation about what a Jinchuriki was, which shocked them and totally rewrote everything they knew about Konoha's history. Jiraiya finally answered Shikamaru, "I've spent 3 months straight doing honest-to-God research on it and paid off just about every source I have, and found nothing to disprove its merit. If I found the slightest thing, we wouldn't be talking at all." The truth in his words hurt his listeners. "But why send us of all people? We're Naruto's friends and teachers?" Lee asked. Tsunade used all her inner strength to face them, answering, "That's why you're going. Naruto's not as stupid as most people think, and he doesn't trust many other shinobi. He'll know something's up, but with you all there with him, watching his back, he wouldn't see it coming." Shino finished with a quiet voice, hiding his inner sadness. "This is bullshit. Naruto may be a Jinchuri whatever, but he's our friend. You can't make us do this, please." Kiba's voice cracked with anger and sadness. He was at a loss. "Actually, Kiba, I can. Naruto's status as a Jinchuriki makes him a major threat to Konoha, and as his closest friends, we can't be sure if the Kyuubi isn't manipulating all of you into thinking Naruto isn't a threat, or the Kyuubi himself. This is as much a loyalty test as it is an order for Naruto's death. Failure to do so in this regard would mean you're disobeying direct orders by your kage, and in Konoha law, it is a capital offense. The room went as quiet as the grave. They all had to think long and hard. Why? Kakashi whispered. Why did Minato-sensei pick Naruto to begin with? Tsunade was sad at hearing that. That's an SS-ranked secret, Kakashi, I'm sorry. Tsunade wanted to tell them, but really, the less they knew, the better. Shikamaru knew, and by God, he wanted to tell everyone, but didn't. He was of the same mindset as Tsunade. To kill the fourth son would haunt them as much as it would him. He couldn't let that happen. When must we take part in this unyouthful venture? Lee said with no enthusiasm. It will take one very long week. I'm telling you this now to prepare, and pray, Tsunade said. A week? What happens if we see Naruto? Ino said, a little scared of seeing him with what she now knew. You will have to play it cool, like nothing is wrong. We need the week to prepare, Jiraiya answered. For what? Kakashi asked, not bothering with formalities at this point. Tsunade gave a sad sigh. As some of you may know, Naruto is popular in some countries and with their leaders, from Spring, Suna, Wave, and even with Shin, the priestess who once asked him to give her a child. I remember that one, Kakashi said, looking fondly at the memory of when Naruto realized what she meant by helping her with an heir. Tsunade nodded. If he dies and everyone knows, Konoha could lose a lot of allies and revenue, especially with Suna. Gaara wouldn't stand for it, no matter the reason. Naruto needs to die, and his body destroyed, to also make sure Orochimaru can't get his secrets or, worse, bring him back as a dead slave to his will and replaced. Shikamaru thought about it. How do you plan to do that? Jiraiya answered, the last raid we did on one of Orochimaru's bases, I found some of his notes on something called the flesh sculpting technique. When he takes over a body, he uses this to change another dead person's face to make it look like him so that he can graft it to his host's face, making him look like his real self. Even though it's clearly not his real body, it will have his appearance. That sickened everyone in the room to no end. Tsunade continued where Jiraiya left off. After the Otosuna invasion, Danzo kept many of the bodies to run tests on. One he found had the same build and height, and one that looked almost just like Naruto from the face. You plan to make a Naruto to be found at a later date? Shino said bitterly. Yes, Tsunade returned. It will be found by Jiraiya, and people will think he just failed his mission and died as a result. It happens a lot, unfortunately, and not many will question it. We are also doing this to give people peace of mind, and it will also be a trap if Orochimaru does try to get the body. This is disgusting, Kiba said. First you want us to kill one of our friends to prove our loyalty, then set him up as a failure? Jinchuriki or not, Naruto deserves better. The Konoha 10 nodded in agreement until, we don't know if it is really Naruto at all, Kiba, this came from Sakura, getting everyone's attention. I don't want to do this either. Naruto is my teammate, but we can't be sure anymore, and I trust Lady Tsunade's judgment. Niji didn't like that. Are you sure it's not because he didn't bring back that traitorous Uchiha you're so fond of, Sakura? She turned to him angrily. It's not that at all. He may be the Kyuubi and save it, Harano, Hinata said, anger in her soft voice. You have never appreciated having Naruto-kun on your team, someone who was willing to cross hell itself to see you smile, even going so far as to nearly die to bring back the traitor because he knows you care more for him than Naruto-kun's safety. Sakura felt like she was stabbed in the chest, through the heart. Is this what they all thought of her? Just some child with a crush who was willing to use Naruto to her own ends. If what Jiraiya says is true, Naruto-kun's life has been a hell on earth, with the beatings of those bigots out there to the point where he may have sided with the demon inside to get back at them. And with all the punches, the yelling, and the spite you have for him, don't you think you helped contribute to that? Shikamaru said bluntly. And what of all of you, was Sakura's retort. Hinata, you've never taken the hard road once. You could have told him how you felt 1,000 times, but you stuck to hiding from him instead. She turned to the others. Kiba, Koji, and Shikamaru, you three may have hung out with Naruto the most, but you, Kiba, were also right there with the rest of us insulting him. Shikamaru, you were just too lazy to give a fuck about the so-called troublesome blonde, and given your smarts, you must have known who he was and more. And you, Koji, always so concerned with Shikamaru, you didn't give Naruto the time of day. Sakura, Ino said angrily. Quiet, Ino, you were right there with me the most. She didn't bring up Lee or Tenten, as they only met in the Chunin exam, and though Niji did have harsh words with Naruto, he changed after their fight, and Shino didn't say much of anything to anyone, so he was a write-off in that regard. Most of you are in the same boat I'm in when it came to Naruto's treatment in some way, shape, or form, and I will not stand by and be the only one taking the blame, Sakura said, making the rest think about their part in all this. She does have a point, though she could have worded it better, Kakashi said, a little disappointed with her, and Jiraiya was still giving her a glare, which stopped when she turned to them. Who are you two to talk and look at me like that? Venom was in her voice. Kakashi, you flat out ignored him. Tree climbing in the middle of an A-ranked mission against the fucking demon of the mist was his only lesson from you. And you, Jiraiya, how many times did Naruto try to treat me to ramen only to find out his savings were gone because you spent it on booze and women for your disgusting research? You're a Sunin and Konoha's spymaster, wouldn't you have almost infinite access to Konoha's banks? Or did you spend it all on whores and have the access taken from you so you had to steal from your own apprentice? Hell, the only reason he learned the raise non, from what I got from him, was his own skill and drive to do so. Both men were ashamed of themselves for that. Tsunade was wide-eyed at the outburst, but unfortunately, it was too late to fix the problem now. It doesn't matter anymore anyway, she said, sadness clearly in the statement. Right now, Naruto, if he hasn't already become a part of the Kyuubi in some shape or form more than just the Jinchuriki, he needs to go, and you must be the ones to do so. Shikamaru looked at her. What of you, Hokage, not wanting to use her name? Naruto made you the Hokage to begin with, got you over your own personal troubles, and sees you as family, something you yourself said is rare for him. How do we know he hasn't already gotten to you? Shikamaru, Ino said softly, trying to stop him, but he continued, I've seen Naruto defend Konoha and his friends. I've seen him fight against impossible odds when all hope was lost. Now you're ordering his death, yes, but would you back it up yourself? Tsunade looked at him sadly. For Konoha's future, I would. Naruto did make me take up the mantle I didn't want. Now that I have it, I must do what must be done for the bigger picture, and that's to save this village, even at the cost of someone I love. That's why, back in the day, I left. I was done sacrificing people I cared about. Many want to be Hokage, Shikamaru, but only a few can actually do the job. At Ichiraku Ramen, Tenchi was serving customers when Naruto, accompanied by two girls, entered. A man glared, just once, I'd like to come here without that thing showing up. Others around him nodded in agreement. Tenchi looked at the man and firmly declared, let me solve that problem for all of you. Get out and don't come back. The man and his friends were stunned. You'd throw us out over that monster? Naruto's head drooped sadly. Of course I would, Tenchi retorted with finality, unlike you people, he's not an asshole. Now, out. The customers left angrily, but Tenchi couldn't have cared less. With a complete shift in demeanor, he turned to Naruto and his companions, a wide smile on his face. Naruto, my boy, how are you today? Naruto quickly adopted a brave expression. I'm alright, Uncle Tenchi. Just here to grab some ramen with friends. Stupendous. You and two lovely ladies. Tenchi paused, a worried expression crossing his face. Oh dear, you're not taking after that fool Jiraiya, are you? Both girls blushed, and Naruto quickly dismissed the thought from his uncle figure's mind. Please, I wouldn't be like that. I'm glad to hear that, Ayame said, emerging from the storage room. Hi, Ayame Ni-chan. Naruto waved happily. Hey, Naruto Ni-san. You don't know how worried I was when I thought Jiraiya-sama would make you help with his research. She shuddered, concerned for her little brother's innocence. Naruto smirked. He tried, but I preferred the abridged version. When everyone looked confused, Naruto grinned. For the next hour, he regaled them with stories of Jiraiya getting caught peeping, and they laughed as if they'd been there with him. And then, when they finally let him go, he was stripped to his boxers with pervert written on his chest. Naruto finished his last story. Yep, that sounds like Jiraiya alright, Tenchi said, wiping a tear from his eye. Go ahead with your friends, Naruto. It's on the house. Are you sure, uncle? I can pay. Naruto pulled out a wallet bulging with money, making everyone's eyes widen at the thick stack of cash in his frog wallet. Naruto then added, I'll tell you what, I'll pay for Sakura-chan and Ino, and a tip, okay? Tenchi was dumbfounded. Ah, okay, was Tenchi's charismatic response. Great. Here you go. Bye, Ni-chan, uncle. Naruto exited the stand. Tenchi waved them off, counted the money, and smiled proudly. Naruto's tip covered his meal with interest and even the 3 customers who had left. Naruto, always such a good kid and best customer, he chuckled. Sakura and Ino had a great time with Naruto, though they felt a pang of guilt as they walked with him. They noticed more clearly now the glares sent his way. So distracted were they that they almost missed Naruto stopping and turning to them. Ino asked, what is it, Naruto? Naruto struggled for words. I just wanted to thank you two for today. I had a great time, but I have to go. I almost forgot I told Shino I'd help him find more bugs for his collection. I'll see you two later. As he was about to turn and leave, he heard, what, Naruto? Sakura shouted, making him stop. What is it, Sakura-chan? Well, Ino can help Shino with his bugs. We should hang out more, Sakura suggested. Naruto liked the idea but had to decline. I'd like that, Sakura-chan, really I would, but I gave my word, and I never go back on it. Sakura understood. Okay, Naruto. I know you well enough, it is your ninja way, after all, she said, hiding her sadness. But there's nothing in your ninja way about taking a rain check, Ino said, confusing him. What do you mean, Ino? Naruto asked. Look, it's not that often you get to see Sakura anymore with the training you do. This might be your last chance to do so, and it's for a full day too, she tried to persuade him. I understand that, but Shino has my word, and Naruto didn't finish his sentence because, out of nowhere, Shino himself appeared. Something came up. Can't go today. Good day. Shino then vanished again. The dumbfounded group snapped out of it, and Naruto smiled. I guess I'm free. Sakura smiled, and Ino said, Great. You two have fun. I'll see you later. Ino was going home, where she wouldn't be seen for a couple of days. So, where do you want to go, Naruto? Sakura asked. I know just the place, Naruto said with a smile. Atop the Hokage monument, on the fort's head, dusk settled. Naruto and Sakura sat on the fort's head, something she found a little sacrilegious but wasn't too worried about. The two watched the sunset, talking about where 3 years apart had taken them. Naruto was fascinated by her stories of training with Tsunade, and she, in turn, was equally intrigued. Really, you broke your hand 16 times? Naruto asked, feeling a phantom pain in his own hands at the thought. Yep. And now I can break boulders with a single punch and still perform delicate surgery, Sakura said, her fist in the air and a big smile on her face. I'm impressed. All I really have is the Raise-Non and Shadow clones. He looked down, a little ashamed of his limited other skills. Don't sell yourself short, Naruto. How many times have you saved our lives with those clones? And the Raise-Non is the fort's own legendary technique, which you learned from a Sunin and the Toad contract. Don't forget that you have a lot to your name, Naruto Uzumaki, she said with her own type of believe-it grin. Naruto blushed at the kind words. Thanks, Sakura-chan. He looked up at the stars. They talked through the sunset. It's getting late. I should walk you home. Sakura flinched. She might not love Naruto, but she didn't want their time to end now. She softly said, Okay, Naruto, let's go. The two continued walking through the village, Naruto telling stories and Sakura laughing all the way. When they reached her door, Naruto said, Good night, Sakura-chan. I had a great time, with a warm smile. All of it pained her inside to see. She reached over and hugged him so tightly he couldn't breathe. Thank you, Naruto, for everything you've done for me. I want you to know how much I appreciate you. Tears streamed down her face, though he couldn't see them. He hugged her back and spoke softly, I'll always be there for you, Sakura-chan. You don't have to worry about that, believe it. She broke contact and waved as he walked away, a genuine smile on his face. When she entered her house, she closed the door, ran to her bed, and cried herself to sleep. Present day, in Sakura's office. Sakura didn't know how much she'd had to drink, thinking about that day, how kind and gentle Naruto once was. Now, he lay strapped to a bed just down the hall, unconscious from their battle. After 10 long years of believing him dead by her hand of fate, he returned in kind to his would-be assassins. The boy who was so kind and sincere, who stopped Zabuza, the demon of the mist, by talking to him and made the monster of Suna see the light so he could become a kind and caring Kazekage. With a sad expression, she pulled out a new file. The old one had been burned following his death for secrecy, but not before she'd read it to understand what he truly endured in his own village. The knowledge broke her heart. She pulled out a pen and began to write the forms for the good man turned deadly assassin. Name, Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. Eye color, ocean blue. Hair color, sun-kissed blonde. Other known names, if applicable the shade. Birthdate, October 10th. Birthplace, Kanahagakure. Nation, Land of Fire. Sex, M. Age, 26. Height, 5 feet 9 inches. Weight, 200 to 210 pounds. Blood type, B. Occupation, shinobi, formerly of Konoha, assassin, currently. Rank, if applicable genin of Konoha, most likely jonin level now. Known affinity, if applicable formerly wind affinity. Shinobi reg hashtag 012607. Clan name Uzumaki, last survivor of both. Parents, 4th Hokage Minato Namikaze and Umbu Captain Kushina Uzumaki. Medical reasons, at this time stabbed in an assassination attempt on a former Konoha client in the kidney area by a former client, suffered massive blood loss but missed the kidney by 4 mm. Name, S, of assailant, S, if applicable Garo Kamen, interim daimyo of Steel Tree. Current medical status, stabilized but currently unconscious. Name, S, of Dr. S, who treated patient Harano and Hayaga. Name, S, of Dr. S, currently caring for patient Dr. Sakura Harano, only. Visitor status, no shinobi or civilian allowed to visit patient until full treatment administered. No exceptions, under the full authority of head doctor of Konoha Hospital Harano. Sakura heard a knock at the door and knew exactly who it was. She poured another glass. Come in, Tsunade. The door opened, and as predicted, the Hokage herself entered. How is he? Besides the wound that will take a while to heal, being unconscious and tied to a bed down the hall in a private room full of seals, and for being dead for a decade, I'd say he's pretty good. How's Shizune and Ai-chan? She had massive burns on her back and glass from an umbu throwing her through a window to save her from the blast. It will leave scars but will be better after the rest of her treatment is done. Tsunade sighed, she had used a lot of time and chakra and was tired. Good, Sakura said, pouring the drinks. Tsunade took a shot and downed it, then poured another. She looked at Sakura, seeing her tired eyes and half-drunk face, and put the drink down on the desk. You should go home and get some sleep. I can watch the hospital while you're out, Tsunade offered. The hospital or Naruto? Him and Shizune. I would stay with her anyway and still get some work done, Tsunade said calmly. Then stay with her, but before you try anything, read this. Sakura stamped the paper with the doctor's stamp to make the decision final and handed it to Tsunade, who took it and read it. You're the only one who can see him? Why? Tsunade said, outraged. Sakura was cold as she stated, all of us once tried to kill him out of the bigotry and paranoid visions of that bastard Danzo. As he was fighting, he slowly broke Hinata's wrist to prove a point and stabbed me in the side. If it wasn't for my healing ability, I'd be dead. He doesn't care about us. I doubt he'd take kindly to seeing me, let alone every one of his attempted murderers, in the same room at once with the person who ordered it. Tsunade felt low. Sakura was right, and there was truly nothing she could do about it. But what about your safety? Naruto isn't the same person we knew. If he really is now the assassin known as the Shade and was truly trained by the man himself, then he is deadlier than anyone we have in this village. Even Sasuke couldn't stand up to him for long, and he also beat Lee in Taijutsu. When he was just some unknown assassin with the name, it didn't stop you from bringing me out of retirement to handle him. Why should now be any different? I know you screwed up tone when I hear it, Sakura, and you're right, I did. Konoha was desperate. I've had to call in favors spanning back to Sarutobi-sensei's days as Hokage the first time around to replace the resources we've lost in the attack. You're only the first of a long line of people I have to make this up to, and many of them aren't coming back. So how do you plan to do that then? Rally the troops? Maybe ask Naruto, now that he's a deadly assassin, to forgive and forget and help us clean up this mess for old time's sake? I'm going to find out everything we can about Kamen and gather all our allies, plan accordingly, and then find wherever he's hiding and burn it to the ground around him. He just started a war with us, and we need to end it fast. Everything we have isn't enough, and Kamen proved it. You don't just blow something up in one of the 5 great shinobi villages, let alone the strongest of them, without having some force to back it up. I mean, his bodyguards alone managed to hold their own against Jonin, and that was just 5 of them, and I doubt they were the best he has. I thought the same thing, which is why I want you to do me a favor. The last time I did that, I almost died by the hands of the ghost in the other room. That is why I want to see Naruto. He and Kamen clearly know each other. Naruto is also the new Shade Assassin, who was legendary for his meticulous planning as much as combat, almost in Nara levels, and I would assume he made Naruto do the same. What on earth makes you think he'll talk to you, Tsunade? Face facts, he hates us and proved that much during our fight. Sakura was clearly annoyed at Tsunade, who remained calm. I know he does, and we'd have to be morons otherwise not to see that, but he clearly hates Kamen more. He was willing to come to Konoha after 10 years of being off our radar and have it out with all of us to get to him. It wasn't stealthy in the slightest. That's not something the Shade student would do, no matter who they are. He hated Kamen enough that we, the traitors of his trust, didn't matter to him, Tsunade said, trying to make Sakura understand this, and continued, he may not like us, but I'm willing to bet he'd see that we're his best chance to get Kamen. Sakura was mad at the logic. Do you really think he's madder at Kamen than the friends who tried to kill him? He even stabbed me. If it wasn't for my healing factor, I'd be dead. What could possibly be worse than that level of betrayal? When Korone cast her genjutsu on him, she saw what he most desired, but it seemed to make him angry instead of happy. She knows what Naruto wants, but she's keeping quiet. She's afraid that if she says what she saw, Naruto will make good on his threat to kill Asuma, and as everyone knows, Naruto Uzumaki keeps his word. So we have to get it from the man himself to talk. Sakura was tired of the back and forth. Naruto is my patient, my responsibility. No one else is to see him. I don't care if he has the secrets to curing all sickness in the world or knows how to regrow limbs. Until I say otherwise, no one can see him. This may be your village, Tsunade, but it's my hospital, and when you walk through those doors, I'm the cage here. Is that understood? Sakura said with all seriousness. Tsunade nodded. Sakura had a bad temper to begin with, and it only got worse when she became Tsunade's apprentice. Okay, Sakura, I understand, but I insist on reports about his health and mental stress. That is a Hokage order. Sakura nodded. Fine. I'm sleeping here tonight. Naruto is the only patient who needs my full attention right now. He's on 24-hour watch. Tsunade walked to the door and opened it. With everything we've done, us and Konoha, I will not ask him to rejoin Konoha. We lost that right years ago. Tsunade closed the door behind her. Sakura's head hit her desk, and she passed out, sleeping the rest of the night. The following morning, in Naruto's suite, Naruto's eyes opened to the all-too-familiar walls. How he hated the brown walls, the white privacy curtains, the feeling of the bed he was on, the sounds of the heart monitor. The straps were new, though. He saw the seal on them, he knew they were jiraiyas. As he lay in bed, he thought of old times with his grandfather figure, the late Hiruzen Sarutobi, and Irika was by his side, passed out from watching over him through the night. He figured that wasn't the case this time. When he heard the door, he laid his head on the pillow and shut his eyes in wait. The person who walked in was Sakura, of course. She checked the machines, the 4-drip, and went to the credenza, her back turned to him. In a hospital for shinobi, I know when someone is sleeping or awake, Naruto. He opened his eyes. Figures you would, Haruno. So, what am I doing here and not in a prison medical ward in TNI? Naruto said calmly. Those doctors aren't on my level when it comes to healing. It's just fixing you enough to live, we call it meatball surgery. It originated from MASH units in times of war, not becoming for inner-village wounded, Sakura informed him, still focused on her clipboard. I guess Senju wants me good and healthy for when I'm executed or, more likely, sent to Ibiki and Anko to find out what I've been doing for 10 years, but I'll tell you now, I won't talk, Naruto said in the same calm tone. No need to think that. I'm the only one allowed to see you, and no, Kurane didn't tell anyone what she saw. Everyone knows Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze keeps his word, Sakura said. Naruto was staring at the ceiling calmly, his voice a monotone. Just like how you have my word that I'll kill you if you ever call me Namikaze again. Uzumaki only, Haruno, or better yet, Shade. You don't get to say my name. Sakura didn't seem bothered on the outside by the threat. Unfortunately for you, Naruto, I can call you whatever I want, but in respect for you, I'll leave the fort's name out of it, okay? He nodded. Fine. I need to lower the top part of your gown to check your breathing and wound. Is that alright? Sakura asked Naruto. He continued to look upward. Do I have a choice? No, she responded. His silence was her cue. She lowered the gown, getting a clear look at the scars riddling his muscular frame. She placed the stethoscope on his chest, he didn't flinch. His breathing was normal. The wound was healing slowly, likely painful. Now for the other scars. Recognize some of your handiwork, Haruno, he said calmly. Sakura felt a pang of hurt, his emotionally dead tone didn't help. Sakura examined the scars on his chest, Kiba's claw punctures, Niji and Hineda's gentle fist marks, and slash wounds likely from Tenten. On his midsection was the Jinchuriki seal, marking him for a life of misfortune, along with Jiraiya's anti-variation. There were also Rei's non-burn scars, Kakashi's Chidori marks, and of course, Suzuki's sword stab wound. Turn over, please, she said softly. I can't. I'm tied to the bed, he replied. Do you think you can sit up? He complained. His back was no better, covered in burns, cut scars, and what looked like bug bites. It was clear Naruto had been through hell more than once, not all the scars were from the team ordered to kill him. His arms also bore many marks. She meticulously recorded everything on her clipboard, then laid him back down and fastened his gown. Do you need anything while I'm here? She asked softly and sincerely. My thing's back, and the strap's gone. The door opened behind you, he said calmly. I can't. Your stuff is being looked at by Umbu, and you're too dangerous to be allowed to walk around freely, she said sadly, having to deny him. Then your absence will suffice. He turned his head away, signaling the conversation was over. She nodded and placed a call button next to him. Call me if you need anything. I'll be back later to change your bandage. He gave no response. As she walked out, Sakura saw Jiraiya sitting on a bench with Kakashi. Jiraiya, what are you doing out of bed? Sakura snapped, annoyed with the Sunin. Do you think I can really relax in a bed, eating this crap food, while my supposedly dead appearance of 10 years is in the next room? Jiraiya retorted. I'm sorry, Sakura, I truly am. But Naruto is alive, and we can't just let that go. We wronged him, and we want to see him and apologize, or more likely, beg forgiveness, Kakashi said, sadness evident in his visible eye. Sakura remained firm. You two are in the same boat Tsunade and I are in. The two former sensei looked at her. Naruto once had a crush on me, maybe even loved me. He was willing to do anything for me, despite how I acted. He also looked up to you two, his mentors, who, even though you were barely there and acted like goofballs when you were, he admired. The two men looked ashamed. She continued, and Tsunade, he saw a grandma. He did everything for her. He brought her back from a trail of self-destruction. But with all that, she couldn't stop the bigotry from getting to Naruto. She looked at them. With all this and more, Naruto still always had our backs, and we betrayed him in the worst way possible. I'm telling you this because for over a decade, I've relived my choice over and over again. You two need to understand what I'm doing is to keep everyone else from experiencing what I currently am. With that said, Jiraiya left for his room without a word, and Kakashi headed home. Nothing they could say at that moment would be good enough. With a sad sigh, Sakura returned to her duties. Anbu weapons safe, Tenten, Rock Lee, Ino, and Suzuki. In this facility, all weapons and armor taken from enemy shinobi and samurai are brought for analysis. Tenten, Konoha's weapons master, was scrutinizing Naruto's twin knives with undisguised interest. She adored these blades, scanning them repeatedly for a maker's mark to identify the craftsman. She began writing a report. Weapon, S dual bowie knives. Current/former owner, if known Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. Description: blade is 8 inches long, 2 inches wide, 1/8 inch thick. Handle is 4 inches long, 2 inches in diameter. Material: titanium from blade to handle. Color: S green handle with silver blade. Condition: amazing. Holster: S black leather. Reason for configuration: used in assassination attempt against Konoha shinobi and former client Garokaman. Note: these resemble the Rambo-I Bowie knife. Tenten was still examining the knives while the others conversed. Lee finally voiced their collective thought: I can't believe Naruto has been alive all this time, and as the Shade, no less. Silence filled the room, even Tenten paused her report. Ino then spoke: not only that, the power he has now, none of us could take him, and when I tried to possess him, I couldn't see his memories. What was that stinging pain we felt in our arms? She held her arm, feeling a phantom ache. Tenten looked at Ino. It was this, she said, waving everyone over. When they gathered, Tenten was examining one of Naruto's leather gloves, which extended 6 inches past the wrist. What are we looking at, Tenten? Sasuke asked. She turned the glove inside out. Inside was a small device with a string hooked to a ring sewn into the thumb. Confusion spread amongst them. Tenten pulled the string, and the device shot out a small needle, likely meant to go into Naruto's arm. Lee was surprised. Why would he have that? Sasuke answered, my guess is it was there specifically for a Yamanaka, in case they used the mind transfer jutsu on him. Ino looked at him as if he were crazy. How did you guess that? She asked. Naruto knows us and the Konoha clans. While a Yamanaka is possessing someone, they see, hear, and feel everything the possessed person does. When you tried to get him, you must have triggered this trap he had to get you out of his head. Ino nodded. So, because I felt it in his body, the pain followed me back to mine. He came prepared for the likely chance of a fight, she realized, a little saddened. Niji was the next to ask, what about his mask? The Byakugan couldn't see through it. Why, Tenten replied, from what I can gather, there's a special type of seal on it. Jiraiya-sama could tell you more about that. Tenten ran a black light over the cloth mask, revealing the seal. It also appears to have bits of beryllium in it, just in case the seal didn't work. Ino had to ask, what's beryllium? Tenten, a weapons expert and blacksmith, knew her metals. It's the only metal in the world that is invisible to X-rays. Some shinobi have tried using it in the past to fool the Byakugan, because that's essentially what it is, X-ray vision. Naruto applied it to his mask. My guess is in case it could help hide his identity. If Niji or Hinata tried using it on him, they'd just see an empty void. Sasuke touched his chin, contemplating. Naruto had gotten more clever over the years. Lee looked at Sasuke. Captain, I would like to find out what Kamen was talking about when he said the ninth gate. I've studied taijutsu my whole life, same with Gai-sensei, and I never heard of a ninth gate. I'm assuming that's what he meant. Lee never called Sasuke by his name. It was clear Lee respected the rank, not the person. But Sasuke understood and ignored it. Same here, but we would have to ask Naruto himself about that. But you'd have to get by Sakura first, Sasuke replied. Lee nodded sadly at that, not about Sakura, but about Naruto. Lee had changed his entire outlook on life after he thought Naruto was dead, enduring 10 long years of self-inflicted punishment because of it. Lee raised his head with a silent, resolute purpose that the others in the room could feel. I need to see Naruto. I need to look him in the eye and beg for his forgiveness and do whatever he asks of me. Only then can I, Rock Lee, truly have my flames of youth returned. All in the room looked at him with wide eyes, shocked at his personal mission. Tenten and Niji looked at Lee and secretly hoped their friend and teammate the best. Lee may have been annoying back then, but they missed that Lee dearly. Do you think he can, after all we did try to kill him? Sasuke said very straightforwardly. Lee looked at him angrily. Don't compare yourself to us, Uchiha. We had to follow orders, and we fought with Tsunade on that, but you, Lee said, enraged, you dove in at the last minute to kill him to get those F***ing eyes everyone is so obsessed with. We were soldiers following orders, you, Sasuke Uchiha, were just in it for yourself, like you always have been. Lee finished and walked out of the room, leaving Sasuke with much to ponder. Sasuke looked at Tenten. Is there anything else you can tell us about his armor, he asked, trying his damnedest not to sound bothered, and doing a good job. Tenten was writing the report while answering. Armor current owner, Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. Description, leather light armor. Headgear, black leather hood with green cloth mask. Chest and legs, full, thick black leather. Gloves, leather, extending 6 inches from the wrist. Arm guards, leather with black 1/2 inch balls sewn into them. Leg guards, green leather with black 1/2 inch balls sewn into them. Belt, leather belt with dual holsters. Damage, a long cut from the zipper to the right side of the middle area, made by scissors to remove armor during surgery. Ring, a strange seal with a faint bluish glow, possibly chakra. Suggest jiraiya study this ring. Anything else? Naruto also has a green sash, 2 feet long in silk, resembling Garo Kamen's sash, though it lacks a symbol. Note, the armor resembles Skyrim Dark Brotherhood armor, but green where the red is. Tenten finally finished her report. Neji, Sasuke, and Ino all wondered the same thing. What had Naruto been up to? Especially Sasuke. 10 years ago, he witnessed Naruto being attacked by his most trusted comrades. He was in shock when he saw it happening before his eyes, yet when the realization came that Naruto was going to die, he took the chance to finally get the power he needed, only for it to backfire. Flashback, the Naruto incident. Sasuke was walking along the border to wave. Orochimaru had heard from his spy network that a large force, including Jiraiya, Kakashi, and Naruto, was headed there. He wanted Sasuke to check it out, perhaps even get his chance to kill Naruto to bring his Sharingan to full power. As he made his way to a large cliff overlooking a running river, he sensed the incoming group. He jumped into the bushes and watched. The group was none other than the Konoha 11, led by Naruto, of all people, a proud smile on his face. He was wearing that stupid orange tracksuit of his, not as bad as the one he had as a kid, but still, for a stealth operation, really? The others, though, didn't look happy. They seemed to Sasuke sad and a little scared. He wondered why. They landed at the cliff. Naruto moved forward and became rather serious for a moment. On the other side of the cliff was Gato's old mansion. Naruto had orders from Tsunade that some of Gato's old employees wanted to attack Wave full force, and since Naruto knew that area, he was going to be leading the unit. Naruto was so proud, he made sure he was prepared for anything, and Tsunade had his word on that. Naruto was thinking long and hard until a plan came to him. As he turned to tell his squad what to do, to his shock and that of Sasuke's, Jiraiya charged at him, slamming him in the gut. Naruto felt a burning sensation as he flew into a nearby rock. He screamed in agony, feeling like his stomach caught fire. As Naruto tried to move, a sword was rammed into his shoulder, pinning him to the rock. He looked up to see Tenten's cold eyes as she moved for Sakura to punch Naruto through the rock. He coughed up blood on impact. As he tried to get back up, he found that his body was moving on its own. He saw Shikamaru looking at him with the same look Tenten gave him. "Why?" he said in fear and shock. "Why are you doing this?" Shikamaru moved to stand up straight, making Naruto do the same. "It's over," Kyuubi Kiba said as he slashed Naruto in the chest with his claws. Since Naruto couldn't move, all he could do was scream. Neji and Hinata came in. All Naruto heard from them was 8 trigrams 64 palms. He felt hit after hit as the Hyaga's final blow was a shot to the chest. Many wondered how he didn't die right there. As they moved to let Lee hit him square in the chest then head, Shikamaru's shadow loosened from the force, and Naruto fell to his knees. "You think I'm the Kyuubi," the sadness in Naruto's voice. He didn't even feel Ino's kunao to the side, Koji's fist to the face, or Shino's bugs biting him. But when Kakashi slammed his Chidori into his back, he did feel the burning he was all too familiar with. Naruto stood up out of well, no one really knows tears in his eyes. "I fought for all of you, you were like family to me, and this, what I get. I wish I never met any of you." Sasuke saw the pain in Naruto's eyes. He grabbed his sword, now was his chance. He flew from the bushes and rammed his sword into Naruto. "I don't know what's going on here, Dobe, but no one kills you but me," Sasuke said with a grin, Sharingan going wild. Naruto looked at him wide-eyed. He was going to die by the hands of his friends, and Sasuke was going to deliver the killing blow. Naruto's eye glowed red for a moment, taking Sasuke by surprise. The next thing he felt was an upward slash to one of his eyes. He let out a scream as Naruto fell off the cliff into the water below. Sasuke screamed. His eye, the thing he needed to beat Itachi, was gone. The next thing he saw was Jiraiya's fist, then darkness. TNI jail cell. Sasuke awoke, his head throbbing. He opened his eyes to find he couldn't see out of his right one. He wanted to check it, but his arm couldn't move. He was in a straitjacket and chained to the wall, sitting up on a hard bed. Over the years, as an Uchiha and as Orochimaru's apprentice, Sasuke had become a hardened shinobi, but he still liked having a soft bed when he could. He started to think, let me guess, at any point now Tsunade will come through the door and offer me a way back into Konoha. I'll agree and then leave when they're not looking. The council will want to reward me for killing Naruto anyway. He grinned in anticipation. 3 days later, Sasuke was waiting in the dark cell. He was hungry, he hadn't eaten in days, and it was starting to annoy him. The door opened to reveal a person dressed in black, wearing a white umbu mask with no paint or any distinguishing look. The person pulled up a chair and had a tray of food, nothing really good on it. The person took the spoon and dipped it into some brown-looking chunks of food and brought it to Sasuke's mouth. With one smell, Sasuke turned away from it. You call this disgusting grub food? I would sooner starve. The person took the spoon away and left with the meal. Another person walked in, this one bigger, calmly. Sasuke looked at him where his eyes should be behind his mask. And who are you? Sasuke got a punch to the face, then gut, then another and another. This beating took place for 5 straight minutes, then the person calmly walked out, closing the door behind him, leaving a beaten Sasuke in the dark. Day 5. For 5 straight days, Sasuke hadn't eaten, but since the bigger person appeared 2 days ago, Sasuke was getting worried. The door opened and the smaller person came in with the food tray. It looked the same as the last one. When the spoon came to Sasuke's mouth, this time he ate it until it was done. It disgusted him, but it was food. The person left and the larger person entered. This time Sasuke's beat was 7 minutes. Day 10. Like clockwork, every day Sasuke would eat and be beaten until the 10th. The waiter, as Sasuke started to call the person with the food, walked in. Sasuke was just happy it wasn't fists, as he called the person who would beat him. This time, waiter had a sushi platter of Sasuke's favorite types. As waiter fed him, he actually felt some joy in his head. It was even better that fists didn't follow, but he waited for hours in case it lasted until Sasuke fell asleep. He was dreaming of Naruto's final moments. His blade was in Naruto's guts, and he looked into Naruto's eyes to find there were none. Empty void stared back at him. Then red fire burst from them and, without warning, rushed Sasuke. He couldn't finish the dream as a blow to the face was what he felt in the waking world. It was fists, and for 10 minutes, it was Sasuke's personal devil. Day 15. Sasuke was trembling. He hadn't seen waiter in 3 days, and fists arrived more randomly than before. Sasuke was starting to think he'd died. Was this his hell? Nightmares of Naruto were coming more and more. He was starting to feel guilty for what he had done. His grip on reality was fading. All of a sudden, fists came through the door louder than normal. He grabbed Sasuke by the neck and threw him against a wall. The big guy removed his chains and dragged Sasuke to a room. It was the whitest thing he ever saw. People in black were walking around the room aimlessly. Fists tossed him in and closed the door behind him, leaving Sasuke there. Sasuke didn't know what to make of it. Sasuke took a chance and walked from one end of the room to the other. As he walked, he started to hear shouting, "Traitor, Itachi should have killed you too. Your parents died of shame. Garbage Uchiha, your brother was the only good one." Sasuke heard this and was getting angry until he felt a rock hit him in the head, knocking him down. The shadows approached him and started to beat Sasuke. He screamed for mercy, but nothing came, only more insults. It only stopped when waiter came and saved him. Waiter brought Sasuke back to his cell and rested him in bed where he passed out from the pain. Day 20. Sasuke grew dependent on waiter and terrified of fists and that white room. He ate what he got and wouldn't speak in case he angered the person. Day 26. Sasuke has been sleeping with his good eye open in case fists appears. Day 31. Waiter came in the door, no food in hand. Sasuke was worried about that. Waiter walked in and gave him a hard right to the cheek, then a left, then a knee to the gut, making him throw up. "What did I do?" he asked. No response came. The beating continued for half an hour. Sasuke was bloodied and broken. It made matters worse when fists walked in and grabbed him by the ankle and dragged him down the hall. What's happening? He thought to himself. He was brought to another door, lifted up, and then tossed in. He went through the door and hit the ground. Looking up, he saw a table with 2 chairs. He was picked up again and sat down hard. The big man left the room, and the door on the opposite end of the room opened. It was Tsunade. Tsunade walked to the other chair and sat down. Sasuke didn't say a word, not knowing what to say anyway. "It's been a while, Uchiha. Do you like your new accommodations?" Sasuke didn't respond right away, but then asked, "What is this, Tsunade?" Tsunade gave him a promisingly painful, kind of cold look. "I will tell you now, Uchiha, you will call me Hokage-sama now, or you'll be spending another month in that hole, got it?" "Yes, Hokage-sama," Sasuke answered quickly. "Good. Now, I have an offer for you. Would you like to hear it?" Sasuke nodded quickly. "What is it, Hokage-sama?" Tsunade seemed pleased. "Here is the offer, you come back to Konoha. You will keep your family house, but all financial assets will belong to Konoha. You will help us destroy Orochimaru's village and the man himself, and we put what is called a loyalty seal on you to make sure you live up to your end of the bargain." She finished, waiting for a response. Sasuke, having worked diligently in jail, was permitted to attend Naruto's funeral. It was a modest gathering, primarily consisting of Naruto's friends, though the Sand siblings, Daimyo Koyuki, the priestess Shin, and some individuals from Wave and Suna were also present. Many stepped forward to share a few words. Kakashi, Sasuke, and Sakura sat together. Beside Sakura was a man in a black suit and tie with brown hair, brown eyes, and an average face. His companion wore a similar suit but had white hair, a beard, and yellow eyes. The brown-eyed man addressed the trio, "So, Uzumaki is dead, and by some backwater bandits at that. A shame. How did that happen, anyway? Sakura replied sadly, he was on a mission, he died stopping some of Gato's henchmen. The man gave them a strange look. Really? Some of Gato's men? I'm from Wave, and I didn't hear about that part. His white-haired companion also looked at them. Suzuki looked at the man and said, "You're from Wave? How come I didn't see you when we were there last?" The man gave Suzuki a thoughtful look. Probably because I moved there years ago, I wasn't there during the Gato crisis. Suzuki nodded. We are in the middle of a funeral, so can you leave us alone? Kakashi interjected, not in the mood. The man grinned. Of course, Master Shinobi. The man stood up as Tsunade was about to speak and walked away, all eyes on him and many glaring. His bearded friend remained there as Tsunade prepared to speak. We are gathered here today to say goodbye to a dear comrade, brother-in-arms, and friend, and to some, a son. Naruto Uzumaki fell in the line of duty, helping to stop an attack on Wave. Naruto Uzumaki made many friends in his short time on this planet, who I am happy to see here today. Naruto was a firm believer in the will of fire and lived by a Nindo to never go back on his word. This Nindo was something only Naruto could have lived by. He saved so many and passed so young. Tears began to fall from her eyes. Naruto Uzumaki, I, Tsunade Senju, couldn't have become Hokage without you. I couldn't have found my strength if it wasn't for you, and without your cheerful light, this world has just gotten a lot darker. Thank you for all you have done, Naruto Uzumaki. Tsunade looked at the sadness in the people's faces. She saw Irika stand and walk to the podium, nodded, and gave him the floor. Irika stood there for a moment, looking at Naruto's body, then at the people. When Naruto first came to the academy, I was worried. I didn't know what to expect from him, and over the years, Naruto could be a real pain. Many in their chairs leaned forward, wondering where he was going with this. But once I got to know him, the real him, and spent time with him, I grew proud of him. Naruto was my little brother. No, Naruto was like my son, I loved him like my own. The night we stopped a rogue ninja, Naruto saved my life. Irika pulled out a headband. This was once mine. I gave it to Naruto that night to show him no matter what, I would always be there for him. But I failed in that, and I hope that the boy who brought so much joy to all of us could forgive me and know that he will never be forgotten. He looked at the body and said, believe it. Irika returned to his chair next to Kakashi, who couldn't even look at him. Gaara was next. Naruto had a way of making people see the brighter side of things. Because of him, I was able to earn the respect of my people and rise to be the Kazekage of Suna. I was in the darkness, and he showed me the light, and for that, I am eternally grateful. Like my siblings, I count Naruto as a brother to the end. May you never be forgotten, Naruto Uzumaki. Gaara walked over to Irika and bowed. I am sorry for your loss, Irika-san. Irika stood up and shook his hand. Thank you, Kazekage Dano. Call me Gaara, it is your right to do so. Irika nodded in respect. Thank you, Gaara. Gaara nodded and returned to his brother and sister. Many spoke about Naruto, an area about the hero of Wave and the great Naruto Bridge. Shin gathered them in prayer, which many of the former Konoha 11 were pained by, and Koyuki wished to write a book titled Land of Snow to Spring. Hinata didn't know what to say as she sat in her chair, tears running down her cheeks. On the outside, she looked like any other mourner. Inside, hearing so many people talk about what a good man Naruto was hurt badly, and the fact that they were saying these things to a body that wasn't even his just made it worse. A hand was gently placed in hers, it belonged to Shino, of all people. Even though he looked as neutral as normal, the slight gripping told her otherwise, and she turned to Kiba to see a tear going down his eye. Niji took the stand the day I met Naruto. I didn't think much of him. I thought he was just some clanless fool who wouldn't just accept his fate in life. This was something I tried to beat into him, but instead, he won, and instead of rubbing my nose in it, he picked me up and gave me a chance at friendship. Since then, I've managed to see the world in a different light and truly know even just a bit of the freedom it can give you, thanks to you, Naruto. He went back to his chair where he received a hug from Tenten. As the casket was lifted by Gaara, Kiba, Kakashi, Niji, Jiraiya, and Lee, with Irika walking in front, they carried it on the long walk from the Hokage Tower to the village graveyard. As they passed through the village with the mourners in tow, many saw villagers and shinobi with smiles on their faces. The demon child was finally dead. Many cheered silently, many more hurled insults at the casket. This stopped with a blast of killing intent from Gaara, but the damage was done. Naruto was brought to his final resting place in the clanless shinobi sector of the graveyard where it was laid to rest. When the final prayer was said, they met at a bar. Shin was telling them a story about how, after Naruto had saved her and she asked if he'd help her with getting a child, his reaction when he found out what she meant drew a laugh from the movie star turned daimyo, Koyuki. Ibiki was telling them about how Naruto passed his test without answering a single question and passed on courage alone. Irika was proud of that and told stories of Naruto's pranks that brought smiles to their faces, especially Anko's. The former Konoha 11 were quiet at their table. As Sakura scanned around the bar, she noticed the two men from earlier. She couldn't help herself but go see them. Kakashi noticed and was right on her heels. "Excuse me," she said, getting the yellow-eyed man's attention. "What can I do for you, Shinobi-san?" he asked. Sakura wanted to know something. "How did you know Naruto?" she asked. "I used to run with Zabuza's pack," he said bluntly. "Before he died, I just got out before Wave." Kakashi was a little shocked about that. Why is one of Zabuza's henchmen here? Wanted to see what all the fuss was about. This Naruto guy doesn't seem well liked here. "Why do you say that?" Kakashi asked, and the man answered. "I saw and heard the villagers for myself, they were happy to see him go. How did he die again?" That worried them now. If someone in Zabuza's group could say that Gato's men didn't try to attack Wave, it could be a problem. The man looked at them for a moment. "Never mind, it's not my business. Just wanted to see who Naruto Uzumaki was to you." He looked at his friend. "Let's go." The other person nodded and followed him to the door. Sasuke didn't like what he heard but didn't know what to do. All he could do was mourn the loss he brought upon himself and hope one day Naruto's spirit could forgive him. Present day, Konoha Hospital. Naruto was studying the seal on the restraints when the door opened. It was Sakura. She had some new bandages with her. "I'm back," she said. "Good for you," was his reply. "So when do I get to get out of here?" He knew the answer but asked it anyway. Sakura looked down sadly. "I'm sorry, Naruto, that's not going to happen. Even if you were healed, you attacked Konoha Shinobi, that's not something you can just walk away from." Naruto's eyes stared into hers. "That was more retaliation from me to you, and the only difference between walking out of here and escaping is the body count, Haruno. It is up to you to decide." Sakura couldn't believe what she just heard. Naruto picked up on that. "Don't look so surprised, I'd say that, Haruno. I have no love for Konoha or anyone in it. Almost everyone I did like left when they found out how I died." She looked at him. "You didn't die. Please, Naruto, you were once a good person, a kind, gentle man who cared for everyone." He chuckled softly. "You're right, I was that stupid back then, a foolish child thinking I could become Hokage, always shouting believe it. But that Naruto died in Wave, and you all killed him." Sakura was hurt by that, tears were in her eyes, but Naruto wasn't done. "You have one more day, Haruno. After that, I'm getting out of here whether you like it or not." She was shocked. "Don't be crazy. I don't know what Kamen did to you, but you're in Konoha. I'll have Umbu and everyone on you before one day, and after that, all bets are off." Sakura ran out of the room, leaving Naruto there. She charged down the hall to Jiraiya's room. The Sannin saw her, and his eyes were wide as she told him what Naruto said. "Get Tsunade now." Sakura ran to Tsunade. Naruto was in his room, calmly looking at the ceiling, Kamen in his head. He squeezed the bars on his bed, bending them. "Kamen, you will die," he thought to himself. The door burst open, revealing Jiraiya flying through the air. He rolled and got into a battle stance. "That was dramatic, old man," Naruto said, unimpressed. "I guess Haruno is allowing visitors now. Figure she couldn't even do that right." Jiraiya looked at him. "You're talking about one of the people that saved your life, Naruto." Naruto shrugged. "She also tried to take it once, so I guess we're even, for now." "I heard what you said. We have a day to release you." Naruto nodded. "Shade-sensei trained me for one target, one kill, but you're sorely testing my patience on that." Jiraiya flinched. "Naruto, I know Kamen is your target, but why? Who paid you to do this?" "I'll pay double, no, triple what they're paying if you stay and stop this," Jiraiya pleaded. Naruto shook his head. "I wouldn't be very good at my job if I was bribable, Jiraiya. You, or Konoha for that matter, couldn't afford me if I was, and it's personal anyway." Jiraiya was on his knees, tears in his eyes as he looked into Naruto's cold gaze. "Naruto, please, I'm so sorry. We all are. I want to make it up any way I can. Me, Tsunade, Sakura, everyone that cares for you, even Sasuke." That got a glare from his former godson. "You disgust me, Jiraiya. I've killed for countries and daimyo and organizations for years. Whether or not I liked it, it was my duty to protect what was dear to me." He stared at the groveling being before him. "You did your job, Jiraiya. The only thing that I hold against you from back then was that you made a liar out of me, but now it was defeating the man that took everything I cared about." Jiraiya's eyes widened. What do you mean?" His voice failed him, his hands could barely support his weight. Water clouded his vision, and the realization that Jiraiya of the Sannin was so weak. Naruto shook his head at him. "I cannot believe how pathetic you are, Jiraiya. You are a disgusting mess. Either man up or leave me." Jiraiya found his strength and got up. "Whatever he did to you, I'll help you, Naruto. I mean it, I swear it to you." Naruto looked at him. "I could use a drink, maybe from that flask you've been hiding." Jiraiya pulled out the flask, removed the lid, and gave Naruto a sip. As he got closer, Naruto spat the drink on the restraints and headbutted Jiraiya. With a strong pull, Naruto removed the bed handle from the bed. With enough speed, Naruto managed to hit Jiraiya again with the restraints. A liquid seal? You are slipping, Jiraiya. The alcohol ate away at the seal, making the restraints normal. He ripped them off and ran to the door. Jiraiya yelled, "What did he take from you?" Naruto looked at him, "My wife, Chie, and my daughter, Kyoko. She was 4 years old, Jiraiya." Naruto then left a broken Jiraiya where he lay. Naruto was in the hallway. He turned to see Sakura and Tsunade running to him. "Naruto!" Tsunade yelled, her eyes filled with worry. Naruto charged through a nearby window, Umbu following. Sakura and Tsunade saw a beaten-up Jiraiya in Naruto's room. Tsunade ran to him to snap him out of it, saying, "Naruto is hurt. If he doesn't get treatment, it will only get worse." Jiraiya was lying there in tears. "Tsunade, I lost my chance," he said, shaking. "What?" Sakura said, not understanding. "What chance?" Jiraiya looked at the young woman. "I lost Minato and Kushina. I wasn't there for my godson when he needed someone the most because of this village." Jiraiya couldn't hold it any longer and fell to his knees. "I tried to kill Naruto for this village, and I lost the closest thing I had to being a grandfather," he said the last part quietly, but the two women heard him and were shocked. What are you talking about?" Sakura said. Jiraiya looked at them. "Kamen killed Naruto's family, his wife and 4-year-old daughter, and we helped him escape." The two doctors in front of him gasped in shock and sadness. Naruto, still in his hospital gown and matching pants, barefoot, was running from rooftop to rooftop, heading towards the Umbu base. It might sound foolish to go directly to such a heavily guarded area, injured, after breaking out of the hospital you were held in. In fact, it was downright stupid, and he knew it. But he needed to get his things. He figured Tenten was researching them already, but he wouldn't allow his chakra ring and especially his knives to be Konoha property for long. His injuries were starting to hurt like hell, but nothing his years of training hadn't prepared him for. As he ran, a shadow jumped in front of him. He jumped for a kick but missed. Of course, in a village full of ninja, you'd be the one-eyed face. Naruto turned to the one person he had more than enough of dealing with, Sasuke Uchiha. "Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, by order of the Hokage, you are to surrender immediately." Naruto looked at him for a moment, a little surprised, but then gave him an impassive look. "That's shade to you, Uchiha, and I'm getting my things and leaving this hellhole. If you try to stop me, I'll tear out your other eye." Sasuke pulled out his sword and removed his jacket, preparing to fight. "I don't want to do this, Naruto. None of us do, but I will not disobey the Hokage." Naruto wasn't in the mood. "That didn't stop you before, Uchiha. You know, the only mistake Itachi ever made was leaving you alive, but he always insisted that you were the best of your family." Sasuke looked wide-eyed at Naruto. "You've talked to Itachi?" Naruto grinned. "He's like a brother to me." Sasuke looked at Naruto, trying to calm down. "I know what you're trying to do, get me angry, so I'll make a rash and stupid move, but it won't work. I'm not the same man I was once, Naruto." Naruto kept the grin. "You were never a man, Uchiha, just a boy whose only goal was power to the point where you'd kill your best friend." Sasuke got into his stance. Naruto did the same. Naruto was looking at Sasuke. The wound on his side hurt, but he needed to get back to hunting Kamen, and that was all that mattered. Sasuke was used to fighting with one eye. His Sharingan was active, his sword was at the ready. He had lost to Naruto earlier while protecting Kamen, but Naruto was injured this time, even though he didn't think it would help much. His lone eye was focused on the blonde before him. "This time, I'm going to kill you, Uchiha. No Harano or foolish sentimentality is getting in my way," Naruto said. Sasuke tightened his grip on his sword. "I'm taking you in alive, Naruto. I'm going to find out what happened to you and help you be the person you were once before. Get it through your head, Uchiha, the Naruto you knew is dead. You killed him like you always wanted. I am the shade now." Naruto vanished, surprising Sasuke, who then blocked a kick from Naruto, but it sent him flying to a wall. Sasuke was still standing, but his arms hurt. "You're strong, Naruto, I'll give you that." As Naruto went for a punch, Sasuke ducked it and delivered one of his own. Naruto tilted his head so the punch missed. He gave Sasuke a knee, but Sasuke blocked. The two moved away from each other. "If you're not going to use that sword properly, then get rid of it, Uchiha." Sasuke looked at the sword, then back at Naruto. "I'm trying to take you alive, Naruto, you are." "Annoyed that you are in the way," Naruto said to Sasuke's side. "He's fast," Sasuke thought. Naruto grabbed Sasuke's sword arm, twisting it so Sasuke was facing him, then shoulder tackled him, releasing his grip on the sword, disarming him. Naruto, now with Sasuke's sword, attempted to stab Sasuke while he was on the ground, but Sasuke rolled out of the way. As Sasuke stood, he avoided a backhand slash from Naruto, but it managed to cut some strands of Sasuke's hair. Naruto moved to get him, switching the blade to an underhand grip. He hit Sasuke in the stomach with the butt of the handle, then swung left for a vertical slash. Sasuke moved quickly enough so it wasn't a killing blow but got a cut across his stomach. He held it in pain but remained focused. Naruto wasn't lying when he said he'd kill him. "Did you think the Sharingan was going to save you, Sasuke?" Naruto said, kicking him in the chest, dropping him to the ground 5 feet away. If there's one thing Lee proved, it's that those eyes can't read taijutsu moves. He went for a swipe to Sasuke's neck, but he got back up in time to move out of the way. "Even then, thanks to me, you only have one anyway." Sasuke was calm. He got into a stance when others arrived, Kakashi and Guy being 2 of them, to help. They didn't know what to make of it. No one had ever seen Sasuke use that stance before, until Naruto piped up, "So, the Uchiha family fighting stance. Haven't seen that in a while, for obvious reasons." Sasuke ignored that last part in favor of saying, "So you know my family's fighting style." Naruto nodded his head to confirm. "My sensei showed me. He went by many names, Uchiha, the bloodline hunter being one of them. Bloodline hunter, Hyuga, Fuma, Uzumaki, Namikaze, Senju, Uchiha. These are only a few families and clans that have incorporated fighting styles to their main abilities or bloodlines. My sensei, the original Shade, trained himself to fight these people. To know how to fight is one thing, but to understand it is to defeat your enemy," he'd say. "What does that even mean, Naruto?" Sasuke said. Naruto shook his head. "It means he incorporated these clan fighting styles into his own taijutsu library, meaning he was the only one strong and smart enough to go after the strongest of the so-called unstoppable clans and win." Many of the shinobi in attendance were amazed at his words. "He trained you to do this," Sasuke said. "You'd be surprised what an actually capable teacher can show you, Uchiha." Kakashi felt like he was punched in the gut with that comment. "We'll see if you can then, Naruto." Sasuke got ready and charged at Naruto with a punch. Naruto moved to the side and was sending the sword to the back of Sasuke's head, but he ducked it, turning around for an uppercut to the chin. Naruto caught the hand and flipped him. Sasuke spun around and landed on his feet and charged again for a double leg kick. When Naruto moved, Sasuke's feet hit the roof. Sasuke jumped, backflipping, bringing a foot down on Naruto. "I can't believe he just did that to himself," Sakura exclaimed, as the remaining Konoha 11 arrived, stunned by the sight. Rock Lee watched Naruto's self-medication with a pang of sorrow, thinking, "Naruto, this is what you've become because of my actions." Naruto spun towards the assembling shinobi crowd until his gaze landed on Tenten. "Tenten, where are my things?" She flinched at the gravity in his voice but held her ground. "Your former weapons, armor, and ring are Konoha property until further notice, Naruto." The killer glare he sent her way froze everyone who saw it. "Don't for a moment think I wouldn't cut that information out of you, Tenten. You have my word." She saw the pure rage in his eyes, but as a Konoha kunoichi, she wouldn't falter. "You have my answer, Naruto." He nodded, understanding. "Then you're next," he said so coldly, she almost swore she saw his breath. "Naruto!" Lee shouted, making Naruto roll his eyes. "What is it, Lee?" Lee's eyes showed resolve. "I am sorry for what I've done to you, Naruto. I followed orders, but in the end, it was my choice to go after you. I beg your forgiveness. Please, just surrender. I don't want to lose my friend again." Lee dropped to his knees, bowing his head in supplication. "And please, do not harm Tenten. She is my comrade, and her safety comes before my honor." Naruto turned his back on Lee. "I don't care about that, Lee. As I told that fool Jiraiya, I've killed for far less and can't fault you for following orders, misplaced or not." Everyone present, even Sasuke, was surprised as Naruto continued, "You are soldiers, the lot of you. I am an assassin. I kill for money, and sometimes you have to do things you wish you didn't for the bigger picture." Naruto's eyes blazed with anger. "But with that said, I don't forgive easily either. You cost me Kamen, the man who butchered my wife and child." Gasps were heard. Naruto was married and a father? Hinata, Niji, Kiba, Chuji, and most of Naruto's former friends had tears in their eyes, many more were openly weeping. Kakashi felt a stab in his heart. "Naruto, no," was all Kakashi said. He had destroyed his student's chance at killing the man who took something worth more to Naruto than his own life. Sasuke's parents' death pushed him over the edge, but Sasuke could only imagine what Naruto was going through. "Senju, the lives of the people here mean nothing to me. Most of them have crossed me in some shape or form, and I remember all of them, from shinobi to civilian." Many of the shinobi were frightened. Nothing should scare these shinobi, but a Jinchuriki with Naruto's heritage, trained by a legendary assassin, was an exception, and Tsunade knew it. "Naruto, if we go to the council with this, we could come to an arrangement. You could have Konoha's backing. Kamen attacked us, we could join forces and stop him together," she said. Naruto considered it but shook the idea from his head. "Konoha has nothing to offer me, and my allies don't trust any of you. Most of these inept shinobi couldn't even kill me as a child, not for lack of trying, and Kamen saw to it that Konoha doesn't have any funds left to pay for any partnerships. How could you possibly help with Kamen and his people when you can't even help yourselves? Tsunade stood her ground. Naruto, you have my word. I will find a way. Naruto was getting a read on her. Your word means nothing to me, Senju. Only actions make what you say truthful. Tsunade looked at Tenten. Go get everything that belongs to Naruto. Make sure nothing is withheld. Tenten nodded and disappeared on her way to base. Tsunade looked at the shinobi and ordered, all shinobi return to your duties now. She turned to Naruto. How's that for you? He nodded. It's a start, Senju. She returned the nod. Sasuke, go to the hospital, and Naruto, please follow. I want to check the wound. Sasuke nodded and looked at Naruto before leaving. I'm fine, Senju. Nothing I haven't been through before, Naruto replied. I don't care, Naruto. This isn't negotiable. Naruto sighed. Very well. The two left back to Naruto's suite. Konoha Hospital. Naruto's return had frightened the doctors of the hospital who had denied him access when he'd gone there injured, and if one thing was known by now, Naruto was not in a forgiving mood. Him being followed by two Sunin, their head doctor, and his former sensei didn't help either. As Naruto continued down the hall, Tsunade said, I think the first thing we should do is give you a full checkup. You haven't been back in Konoha in 10 years after all. Sakura nodded in agreement. I was supposed to be dead that whole time, so should I go to my room or the basement? Naruto said dryly, making his companions lower their heads sadly. Besides, wouldn't that mean I'd have to be naked? He said, looking at the two female doctors. And you already saw that much of me, Haruno. The two female doctors were red-faced. It's not like that, Naruto. It's just a checkup. We'd get a male doctor for that, obviously, Sakura said. Blue eyes stared at her. Like I said, Haruno, you saw too much of me as it is, and I prefer not to allow Konoha shinobi or doctors to know any more than they already do, he said bluntly. Naruto, they're just looking out for your well-being, that's all, Kakashi said. Hey take, when it comes to my well-being, you don't get to talk, was the reply he got. Kakashi's head lowered, he couldn't blame Naruto. What would it take for you to allow us to do this checkup, Naruto? Tsunade asked. She needed Naruto to get looked at. She didn't know where he'd been for 10 years, and he could be sick now since he doesn't have the Kyuubi's healing factor anymore. Naruto kept his back turned to them. You know I was at that little funeral you had for me, he said while walking, making them look at him, shocked. Sensei had me and Garo sneak into Konoha for training. Garo and I saw my funeral. Kakashi looked surprised at Naruto. You were there? I was right beside you, Heitake. Kakashi stared at him. You were that yellow-eyed man. Correct. I had prosthetics on to hide my scars. I didn't much care for your speech either, Senju, Naruto said bluntly. Tsunade was saddened. I figured if you were there, you wouldn't have liked it. Naruto turned to her. You made me the face of Konoha after stabbing me in the back, Senju. You threw a farce of a funeral and made me look like a failure in my first solo mission, and who was even the person in that box anyway? Tsunade answered truthfully. I don't know their names. Naruto stopped, looked at her. Names, as in more than one? The body as well as the face were of two shinobi of Oto that died in the invasion 3 years ago. Danzo kept some of them for study. Naruto nodded. Clever bastard, but how did you make them look like me? Jiraiya answered this. It was one of Orochimaru's, he started, but Naruto said, never mind. If it's an Orochimaru thing, I don't want to know. Naruto continued walking. Sakura couldn't help but ask, when we talked back then, you seemed like a totally different person. There was no resentment in you. Naruto's reply was, that was the point of the training, Haruno. As an assassin, I must be ready to blend in anywhere I can and be calm, like I was meant to there. Garo thought being at my own funeral, sitting next to my killers, was the best test I could have had to control my emotions, and he was right. They didn't like that answer. Jiraiya was next. How did you even meet the shade? How did you even survive what we did to you? Naruto stopped, then looked at him with cold blue eyes. Disappointed, Sunin? Jiraiya flinched. No, I'm just wondering. Naruto's eye burrowed into Jiraiya's, then he simply said, Kyuubi saved me. They looked at him, astounded, when Jiraiya asked, how? The seal should have stopped him? Naruto's eyes were hard on them when he said, and it did, but it took its time doing it. Flashback, Kyuubi's cell. The Great Fox, known by all as the Kyuubi, as his name was lost in time, was on edge for reasons he didn't fully understand. As he was going through Naruto's, then 16, memories, his only real source of entertainment while being trapped in the boy, he found a more recent memory. It was Naruto going to see the Hokage. I wonder what Granny Tsunade wants to see me about. Kakashi-sensei didn't give me any details, Naruto was thinking to himself as he walked down the hall. He noticed the same old glares he always got. He met up with Shizune, who saw him and gave him a smile. Hello, Naruto, how are you? He returned the smile. Hey, Shizune, I'm fine. Granny wants to see me about something. Do you have any ideas what for? Shizun flinched a bit. Is it time? She thought worriedly but said, no, I have no idea, keeping the smile on. Naruto shrugged, then a spark of realization lit his eye. Oh, maybe it's a cool new mission, or maybe they finally found Sasuke. I'll have to find out. Bye, Shizun, he said, running down the hall. She waved at him, but when he was out of sight, she let out a sad sigh. Goodbye, Naruto. She walked slowly back to her office, saddened at what was going to happen. Tsunade was at her desk, gathering all the nerve in the world. She had fought wars, she had faced Hanzo the Salamander, she was trained by the god of shinobi himself, but this was something that hurt her as much as the loss of her lover and brother. What could she say? The door slammed open loudly, startling her. Granny, you wanted to see me, shouted, scaring her. Naruto, she said. He looked at her strangely. What's wrong, Granny Tsunade? She looked at him for a moment in a daze before speaking. It's nothing. What can I do for you? Naruto was confused. You called me, remember? She got her head together and controlled her emotions. Right, I did. Sorry. I have a mission for you. This got Naruto's attention, as well as the foxes. What kind of mission is it? Is it about Sasuke? Naruto said attentively. No, it's about Wave, Tsunade corrected. Wave? What's going on there? He asked, puzzled. We had gotten reports from Jiraiya's spy network that some of Gato's old henchmen are planning to attack it. I want you there to stop them, and I want you to lead the assault team. Naruto's eyes widened, as did the foxes. Really? Me, really? But I'm just a genin. Who do I have coming with me, and why me? Tsunade forced a smile. You're going with the rest of the Konoha 11, as well as Kakashi and Jiraiya, she continued. Since you know the land the best and also have trained with Jiraiya, I'm also giving you a promotion to Chunin and making you the leader. Her inner self was crying at the amazement in his eyes. Naruto couldn't have been happier if he tried. I can't believe it. I'm one step closer to being Hokage. This is amazing. He jumped up and down. The hairs on the fox were on overkill now. Naruto stopped, however, and gave Tsunade a bow. Thank you, Hokage-sama. Then, out of nowhere, he jumped to her and gave her a massive hug. I promise I'll be ready for anything and make Konoha and you proud. Believe it. He ran out the door as happy as ever. Tsunade had tears down her eyes. It's for the best, she said over and over to herself as she broke down. Days passed, and the fox couldn't shake the feeling something was wrong. As Naruto met his friends and came up with the plans for attacking the base, the feeling never left. The fox kept his mind ready for anything. When Naruto and his team were on their way to Wave, the fox finally spoke. I don't like this, boy. All this doesn't sit well with me. Naruto spoke to the fox. You're just mad that people are starting to have some faith in me, Furball, he said with a smirk, knowing he pissed the fox off. It's not that, you moron. Don't you think something is off about all this? You leading a team of better trained mortals, a promotion, and a mission all in the same day, the Kyuubi said to him, anger in his voice. These are my friends. I trust them with my life, and I'd lay down mine for them. The fox was mad. You just might, the fox said, on guard. As Naruto was about to address his squad, Jiraiya acted, slamming Naruto with his seal in his cage. Kyuubi saw a flashing light that nearly blinded the great beast. After centuries of life, he knew the kind of seal it was. No, I can't die like this, stuck in the body of a mortal. I won't allow it, Kyuubi said. He noticed the seal was taking its time to complete while his host was being attacked. He focused his chakra into a single ball of energy, waiting for the moment to unleash it. As Naruto was being stabbed by Sasuke and he took one of the Uchiha's eyes and returned something that made the Kyuubi smile greatly, the seal was almost finished. Now was his chance. As Naruto fell from the cliff, Kyuubi unleashed his chakra into the small opening. On the outside, the assassins who watched him fall saw him glow a bright red. To them, it meant the Kyuubi was dead, but in reality, it was the last time Naruto's healing factor kicked in. It wasn't as good as it normally was, but it kept him alive enough. The wounds that would normally completely heal left scars. The pain he felt was unbearable, but he was alive. You have a chance, Naruto. Don't waste it. I don't care what you do, just stay alive long enough to die naturally. Naruto was in his mindscape. In there, the minute it took to fall was like 10 minutes. They betrayed me. They think I'm you. The Kyuubi gave him a look of pity at the broken being in front of him. This is going to be the last time we talk. The seal that bastard Toad hit you with will sever our link. You will be as normal as them, no healing, no chakra, no nothing from me. Naruto looked at him sadly. What should I do? They tried to kill me. I have nothing left? The Kyuubi looked at him angrily. Start a new life then. I don't know. But if you die, so will I, and I will not allow that to happen. The seal is closing, the Kyuubi said, seeing the void close. Wait, what is your name? I want to know if it's our last time talking. As Naruto's mindscape went dark, he heard, Kurama. That was their last discussion. End of flashback. That was the last time I saw him, Naruto ended, to his amazed listeners. Now I'm as normal as the rest of you, more skilled and deadly, and unable to use jutsu, but normal. They finally reached Naruto's room. After this is done, where do I go? My old apartment is gone now, Naruto asked, and Tsunade replied, ashamed, so you noticed that? Naruto's old home was burned down after his funeral. Of course I did. I'm the one who burned it down, he said nonchalantly, making them go wide-eyed. I gathered what I needed, then burned it down. I didn't figure those idiot villagers would be blamed, and I was right. Tsunade looked at him, annoyed. I sent a pile of the usual suspects to Anko and Ibiki because of that. Naruto's response was simple, fuck them. A male doctor came over to the group. Greetings, Hokage-sama, Jiraiya-sama, Heitake-san, and AHH. In his greetings, he failed to notice his patient was Naruto Uzumaki. The doctor moved back under Naruto's frozen, hellish gaze. The demon, he's back from the dead, Dr. Ming. Are you going to give me my checkup or throw me out like last time? That got him a glare from Sakura, giving Naruto a terrified expression. I'll give you your checkup, SS sir. Naruto kept his cold look and grabbed the doctor by his jacket. Excellent, he said, throwing the doctor into the room. Kakashi was about to walk in to provide support when Naruto's frozen gaze turned to him. Doctor-patient confidentiality, Heitake. No visitors. Naruto slammed the door closed in their faces. In Naruto's suite, Dr. Ming looked frighteningly at Naruto. See, could you please strip down to your Naruto's hand slammed into him, pressing him against the wall. A look that promised pain if he didn't listen was on him. Now this is what you're going to do. You are going to write in that report that I am perfectly fine, nothing is wrong. If you don't, I will orphan your children. Is that clear, Ming? You were never a good doctor, no need to start now. Naruto said to the sweating Ming, who nodded. Good, now stay there for about 15 minutes, that's around the time these things go for, and trust me, I know. Say anything, you're dead. Naruto sat in a chair while Ming sat on the floor, trying not to piss off the demon in front of him. 15 minutes later, Ming walked out. The patient is completely healthy, nothing wrong, have a good day. He went down the hall to his office where he was going to have a little cry. Naruto came out after. Happy, he said. Tenten came over to meet the group with Naruto's things. Naruto saw his torso armor. I'll have to fix this, he said. You can come to my forge and I can fix it for you, Tenten offered. There are only a few people I trust with my things. You're not them, Naruto said, and Tenten didn't feel good about that. There is something I'd like to ask you, where did you get those knives? Tenten asked, to which Naruto replied, from a better blacksmith. Then he went to his room to change. Tenten didn't like that comment, but given their history, it was Naruto's right not to answer. He came out of the room wearing the bottom part of his armor with a muscle shirt in time for Tenten to say, still, whoever made those blades knew what they were doing. I wouldn't mind a set, Tenten said, hoping at least Naruto would tell her the maker. She was wrong. No, you can't get a set. These knives are earned, not given or paid for, Naruto said with finality in his voice. That's not what I meant, I'm just admiring them, Tenten shouted. Then admire them from afar, because next time you see one of these blades up close, it could mean your death, Naruto said coldly, then turned to the Hokage. When's this meeting taking place with those useless counselors? Naruto asked. Soon, tomorrow morning. You can stay at my place till she was cut off. I'd sooner sleep outside where I can prepare for trouble. I know for a fact those anti-me assholes will try to get me, and when they do, I'll show them what kind of monster I truly am. The seriousness in his voice scared them. Naruto, Tsunade's place is safe. No one will get you there, Kakashi reasoned. That's why I don't want to go there. I want to send a message that I'm not to be messed with, Naruto said. They couldn't believe what they heard. Naruto was planning to kill the anti-Naruto League, and as if there was a god with a sick sense of humor who heard him, they heard, Hokage-sama, the ANL is here. They heard Uzumaki is at the hospital, a doctor said in a panic. Well, that's a time saver, Naruto said. Tsunade looked at the man in front of her, pleading, Naruto, if you go out there, they will attack. I know that there are shinobi who are members. Naruto gave her a look. Good, I'd hate to think I'll be killing just brainless citizens, Naruto said coldly. Please, Naruto, let me deal with it. I can stop them. Naruto scoffed. Until your back is turned and they try again later. Look, Senju, if the god of shinobi couldn't keep them off me, what good is an old drunk going to do? I'll handle this. Tsunade's heart hurt from those words. Is that what Naruto thought of her? Before she could say anything, Naruto disappeared at a blinding speed. Outside Konoha Hospital, members of the Anti-Naruto League, ANL, were there, shouting obscenities at the hospital. Some had signs, others had weapons, but all were out for blood, Naruto's to be specific. Come out of there, demon. Face your judgment, said Beacon, a Konoha counselor and leader of the ANL. He was an older man, fat, with a barely covering. Terrified onlookers froze, too scared to blink as Naruto relentlessly assaulted Bokun. Naruto straddled the counselor, raining blows upon his face and ribs, ignoring Baikun's cries and desperate pleas. Blood spattered Naruto's face, yet he showed no emotion, no flicker of speech. When satisfied, he released Baikun, pulling his knife from the man's foot. Turning to the horrified crowd, he declared, "Next time, I will not be so merciful," before bringing his foot down, shattering Baikun's leg at the knee. He then calmly walked back into the hospital, his wrath so potent that even the shinobi present dared not provoke him. Naruto coldly addressed his former friends, "I'm going to get washed up. Don't bother me." Tsunade looked at him, "Thanks for not killing him." Naruto's gaze turned frigid. "You'll pay for that privilege," he stated, walking down the hall. Jiraiya, looking sorrowfully at the others, murmured, "That's what we created." After cleaning up, Naruto slipped away from the hospital, seeking solitude. He found himself at his old haunt, the top of the 4th Hokage's head. Dressed in his armor, sans headgear, he stretched his torso armor before reaching into a thin pocket on his right breast side. He pulled out a few photos, one of him with his old squad of shade students, his sensei in the middle, another taken shortly after his daughter Kyoko's first birthday, showing her in Rikimaru sensei's arms, looking like her grandfather, who wore a rare smile. The final photo, taken when Kyoko was 4, captured him, his wife, and child looking incredibly happy, with Naruto sporting his genuine, trademark gigantic smile, his daughter nestled happily in his and Chie's arms. Naruto sighed as he put the photos away, noticing another he'd overlooked. It showed him and Kamen, back to back, arms crossed, with cool, brotherly smirks. Naruto's gaze hardened. "Kamen, why did you do it?" he seethed. "Was it really just for a chance to fight?" He set the photo on the ground. As the wind began to stir it, Naruto swiftly drew his knife, stabbing the picture through Kamen's face. "It doesn't matter," he vowed, "when I see you, you're going to die." A sound behind him broke his reverie, but he didn't tense. "Never thought you'd be one for hiding in bushes, Anko Mitarashi," he remarked, turning to the purple-haired woman. "What do you want?" Anko replied bluntly, "To talk." "About what?" he asked. "Anything," she said. "What's this about?" Anko shrugged. "I've spent my life in this village, dealing with bothersome people who think I'm just like Orochimaru because I was on his team. I want another outsider's perspective." Naruto looked at her. "You don't want what happened to me to happen to you," he stated. A flicker of worry crossed her face. "I suppose not. I spent years tailing Jiraiya after everything, just to make sure there wouldn't be another Orochimaru." Naruto rested his chin on his hand. "You believe that?" She shrugged. "No, but I wanted to be sure. I've dealt with my own share of bigotry over the years, you know." He nodded. "Fair enough." The two silently observed the village for a moment. Anko carefully studied him. "Can I ask about your family?" Naruto's eyes blazed with anger. "Choose your words carefully, Mitarashi." Anko remained unfazed. "I just want to know what it's like to have someone who loves you, someone who looks up to you. What kind of feeling is that? Korone is my friend, and Ibiki, in a way, but what does it mean to have what you had?" Naruto saw the sincerity in her eyes, seeking an answer to the question that had once tormented him for years. "When I first met Chie, I was in a dark place. She freed me from my burdens and showed me a life beyond misery and regret. And Kyoko, when she was born, I found myself willing to do anything for her. They were my pride, my pain, my joy, my happiness, and my sadness, all rolled into one. I love them then, now, and forever." Anko nodded in understanding. "Thank you for telling me that. This stays between us." Naruto nodded. The next day, at the Konoha Council chambers, the council was a mix of emotions. The heir to the Uzumaki and Namikaze bloodline was alive, and not at all pleasant. A swollen-faced, limping Baikun shivered in his chair at the mere thought of him. Many counselors now knew to speak cautiously. The clan heads were present, many having been debriefed by Hinata about Naruto. While they were speaking, the doors slammed open, revealing Naruto himself, now in his mended gear. The council watched as he sat down, arms crossed. The Konoha 10, minus Hinata, and their former senseis, minus Sarutobi, stood to the side. Tsunade greeted him, Naruto, but he did not reply. Inakai spoke, "Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze." Naruto didn't bother to express his dislike for his full name as Inakai continued, "We have a few questions we'd like you to answer." Naruto met the Yamanaka head's gaze with a blank stare and replied, "I'll answer as long as it doesn't fall under classified information." The Yamanaka asked, "Classified?" Naruto responded, "Yes, I'm sure you know what that means." The annoyed Yamanaka began, "You want Konoha's help to fight this Garo Kamen and his supposed army. Does that mean you would also like to be reinstated as a Konoha shinobi?" Even Inakai thought the question was foolish. "No, I don't want to be a Konoha shinobi again, and whoever wrote that question is a moron for even asking." A counselor shifted uncomfortably. Shikaku asked next, where were you during the last 10 years? Classified. How did you meet the Shade? Classified. Who does Kamen have working with him? This question drew everyone's attention, and Naruto answered, Kamen controls a vast empire, from drugs to selling slaves, both for sex and labor, to blackmail and assassinations. There is nothing Kamen doesn't have a hand in. Right now, he has a vast network of criminal and political allies, all ready to do what he asks, as well as a cult that I'd say is the worst of them. A cult? Someone asked. The Joshinists, Naruto said. One counselor jumped up. You mean those psychopaths who destroyed hot water? Naruto nodded. Their leader is the former Akatsuki member known as Haiden the Immortal. The council was shocked. Naruto continued, originally, Haiden was one of a few surviving members of those bastards, but Kamen started bankrolling him, and Haiden started gaining members. I estimate them at about 10,000 and growing. Jiraiya looked shocked. How? My spy network should have picked up on that. How did they miss it? Naruto looked at him with disgust. Because you were too busy getting drunk and feeling sorry for yourself to manage it. Hell, that's one of many reasons why you didn't know I was alive all this time. Spies go to the highest bidder, Jiraiya, and your loyal ones aren't stupid enough to go into Jushin territory anyway. Jiraiya lowered his head in shame. It was now Hineda's turn to ask, Naruto, given your past with Konoha, is there any way we can truly work together against this threat? Blue eyes met lavender. No, this is a war in which a temporary alliance should be made. After that, we are finished. She nodded in sad understanding. Then can you tell us who your allies are? No. Konoha hasn't earned any information on them yet, Naruto stated definitively. So how do we know we can trust you? She asked professionally. You can trust me about as much as I trust you, for all I care. Hineda hid her emotions well at that. Next was Choza, the Akimichi clan head, who had a very serious expression. Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, have you ever taken up arms against Konoha? This question made everyone in the room lean forward, dreading the answer. Naruto returned the expression, yes. Gasps were heard in the council room, and Choza asked, at what point did you do this? Many a time, for different clients. The last time was during the war. I was fighting for IWA, obviously, I was going by the name Foxtrot. More gasping was heard. Naruto was the assassin Foxtrot before he became the Shade. Foxtrot was the assassin and intelligence gatherer IWA hired during the war. He killed many shinobi and got many more Konoha shinobi killed at the time, and he seemed to avoid anything that could harm Suna. He was also responsible for the deaths of many of Konoha's political allies, as well as Jiraiya's spies. Hearing that it was Naruto made all the pieces fall into place. Foxtrot was the reason Sakura's MASH unit was attacked. How could you do such a thing, Naruto? Sakura screamed at him. Those shinobi were injured, and because of you, they're dead, she said angrily. Naruto looked at her with no remorse. That's war, Haruno, and it was a shinobi war at that. Underhanded tactics are a given. Don't think Konoha is any better. Tears welled in her eyes. But still, how could you do that? Because IWA paid me to. I'm an assassin. I don't suffer the sickness of honor and patriotism. I have no village, I have no remorse. I do what I do because I was paid to do it. If Konoha had contacted me first, then I would have worked for you, plain and simple. Besides, you won anyway, if only barely. If they didn't try to kill me, they might have won, he said with a shrug, uncaring of the rage-filled and saddened looks directed at him. Some leaped from her chair. You want an alliance, yet you've killed so many. Tell me, why shouldn't we have you killed right now? Her rant stopped abruptly as she felt cold steel against her neck. Because I'm not so easily killed. Your traitorous son and your dead shinobi can attest to that. No one had seen him move, to their shock. I'll tell you now, dog, I know what Konoha has done with my family inheritance. I know, and I have proof of it. Konoha owes me a lot of money, and I intend to collect, one way or another. The blade was removed, leaving a cut, as Naruto was suddenly back in his seat as if he had never moved. I do not like outbursts. Keep that in mind, he warned. Shikaka cleared his head of the shock and asked, you know about your inheritance? Many counselors now feared him. I do. I stole the ledger with information on where it went years ago and left a forged copy. So now my question is this, will you pay it off with cash, labor, or blood? Naruto said coldly. Shikamaru asked worriedly, Naruto, are you blackmailing Konoha? Indeed I am, Nara. The ledger tells me where my money is. Konoha hasn't paid it back, and I charge interest of 25% a month. Now factor in 10 years worth of unpaid debts. Shikamaru's brain reeled. You can't mean. Naruto nodded. There is more than one way to destroy a village, Nara, and I have used all of them. The father and son's mouths hung open, later joined by everyone else who lacked Nara intelligence. Revenue from the money you stole with interest from me. Your Hokage wanted me to see that you join the fight out of respect, but I could just draft you into this. Everyone was shaking, some out of fear, some out of anger, but one thing was for sure, Naruto had them by the balls. Namikaze-san, please be reasonable, a counselor begged. That's Uzumaki. I care not for the Namikaze name, only the price it carries. The counselors flinched. Why do you not like your father's name? Kakashi asked sadly and very carefully, only for Naruto to harden his eyes and say, I will not share a name with a man who would put a job over family. Anyone who'd do that cannot be trusted. Jiraiya looked hurt and said sadly, Naruto, your father did what he thought was best. He trusted you because he had faith in you. Naruto maintained his cold expression. And he had faith you'd protect me as a child. Face it, Jiraiya, Minato Namikaze wasn't as smart as you all gave him credit for. It was one of the reasons he could never beat Sensei. Naruto continued, and besides, I will not allow his name to define me. I didn't need it before, I don't need it now. Sadly, Jiraiya nodded at his former godson. Naruto, you have to understand, no one knew who you were. It was an SS rank secret, Inakai said. Yes, it was, but that doesn't mean Sarutobi didn't keep logs about it, or more precisely, a journal, Naruto said with spite. What? The counselors screamed in a panic. During my funeral after party, I broke into the Hokage tower. I found his journal in the Hokage safe. It revealed who outvoted whom on my heritage. Sarutobi had a list of names. I know many of the Shinobi Council didn't want me hidden, and many more citizens did. It's why I don't hold a grudge against Hiruzen. He could have done more, but I have forgiven him, and he was like a grandfather to me, Naruto replied, thinking about the old man. Now then, can we get back to why we are here, or is Konoha more worried about a single bloodline or the upcoming war? Naruto said. Shivi, the Abarame head, addressed Naruto in the neutral tone characteristic of his family Uzumaki. When you fought the protection unit for Kamen, you used tactics that seemed to target specific bloodlines. How did you do it? The shinobi paid close attention. I'm from Konoha. I worked with your children, almost died by them. Are you really surprised I wouldn't do a little research on my own before coming here, Abarame? Naruto eyed the stoic clan head and said, your question was too simple for your kind. Tell me what you really want to know. Shivi nodded and asked, would you use those tactics on us again? Without hesitation. Shivi, studying Naruto, said, I have nothing further to say. The clan heads were worried now. Some, much calmer, asked, what does Konoha get for helping you? I'll wipe away your debt to me, that should suffice. But Kamen is mine. If you fail to live up to this, then I'll kill each of you in your sleep after selling my share of Konoha to a rival village. He stared at Hinata and said, maybe Kumo, since a good amount of what I own is around the Hyuga district, Naruto warned. Can you leave us while we have a discussion on this, Naruto? Tsunade asked. Naruto nodded and walked to the door. If Kamen gets his war, Konoha is next on that very long list. Keep that in mind. I kill for profit, he does it for fun. He then walked out. Outside the council chamber, Naruto sat with his arms and legs crossed. When the doors opened, Tsunade walked out. Well? Naruto said. Konoha will fight, she confirmed. Good, it only took blackmail to get you to fall in line, he replied. She sat down next to him. I would like you to come to the Senju Manor. Shizune would like to see you, and so would Jiraiya, and I would really like to talk about Chiya and Kyoko. Naruto turned his head to face her, his eyes blazing with anger. Don't you ever say their names again, Senju. You don't have the right. She sadly looked at him. I don't want to fight, just understand you, Naruto. The day I issued that order, I died inside. I saw no reason to care anymore. And now this. You don't know what I'd give to have been able to meet them. Naruto saw truth in her eyes but maintained his gaze. I'm not sure I'd be able to trust you with them, Senju. Naruto got up. I'll be back in Konoha in 5 days' time. If I'm followed, I'll kill them, and the deal is off. She looked at him, surprised. Where are you going? Away. Don't follow. He vanished before she could say anything. Outside Konoha, Naruto ran at blinding speed. This wasn't how he wanted things to end. He still held a grudge against Konoha, but he had to find a way around it. That didn't mean he had to forgive, but he couldn't deal with Kamen and his army if his hatred of Konoha stood in the way. He needed clarity and knew where to get it. Naruto found himself in a small village outside the Land of Fire. The place was modest, the people well-rounded, a nice little place to be. As he walked, he found a small house marked Doctor and entered. He looked around and found the person he was looking for, the doctor. The doctor, a woman with tan skin and long, reddish-brown hair, had striking blue eyes and a beauty mark beneath her left eye. She had just finished tending to a farmer's broken leg and was writing on her clipboard when she looked up to see Naruto in the doorway. Naruto, she greeted with a smile. Amaru, he replied. She walked over and embraced him. After they broke contact, she asked, did you do it? Is he dead? Naruto looked away. No, Konoha Shinobi got in the way. Amaru looked down sadly. I'm sorry, Naruto. Naruto placed a hand on her shoulder, offering a small smile. It's okay. I'll deal with it. He then glanced around. Is she here? Amaru remained silent, leading him to a wall. She pushed it open, revealing a small set of stairs. Naruto descended, and Amaru closed the opening behind him. Naruto walked down the stairs and entered a room at the end of the corridor. As he opened the door, Samurai bowed, greeting him with Shade-sama. Naruto returned their bows with a nod. He moved further into the room and knelt, bowing his head. Lady Akane, he addressed the woman. This was Akane, the wife of the late daimyo Gata. She was middle-aged, with white and black hair tied in a bun, and wore green samurai battle armor with a black undercoat, similar to the samurai around her. Shade, what news do you have? Akane asked. Naruto kept his head low. Forgive me, my lady, Garo still lives. She nodded, a hint of resentment in her voice as she mentioned Kamen's name. I know you want him dead as much as I do, Shade, and there is no one I trust more to do it. Naruto nodded respectfully. Rise, Shade, and stand with us, Akane commanded. Naruto complied. Akane then gave him a sympathetic look, understanding his unspoken desire. Naruto, you should go see her. She misses you. Naruto remained stoic but bowed. Yes, and thank you, my lady. He then turned and walked away. In a back room, Naruto entered to find a little girl with crimson red hair. She was playing with a ball, bouncing it against the wall, looking bored. When she heard the door close, she turned to see Naruto. Daddy, she shrieked, leaping into his arms and hugging him tightly, tears welling in her eyes. Naruto sat down, returning the hug. My little Kyoko, I've missed you so much, he whispered, tears streaming down his own face. They hugged for several minutes before Naruto gently broke the embrace. How are you, sweetheart? Is everything okay? He asked, worried for his daughter. She gave him a small smile. Lady Akane is always nice, and Auntie Amaru is teaching me medicine. I like it. Naruto beamed with pride. That's my girl. 7 years old and already a doctor. She smiled back proudly. Kyoko was now 7 years old. Naruto had her with Chie when he was 18, but after Kamen's betrayal led to Chie's death and almost Kyoko's, he made sure to fake her demise. It broke his heart, but it was for her safety. He had promised Chie's spirit that their daughter would be safe, even going so far as to train his mind against illusions like Kurani's or mind transformation jutsu, ensuring nothing about her past 4 years old would be revealed. He had to play the part well to deceive any potential threats to his daughter. Kyoko looked at her father. Daddy, when can we go back home? She asked with a melancholic tone. Naruto frowned. Soon, I hope, sweetheart. I have a little more work to do, and after that, we can go home and stay there. Kyoko nodded, still a little sad but feeling somewhat better. Lady Akane has been teaching me a bit about swords and fighting, but she says I'm still too young to fight. Naruto gave his daughter a concerned look. Kyoko, I hope you never have to use what she's teaching you. Kyoko looked at her father, confused. I don't get it, Dad. Why am I learning how to fight if you don't want me to? She asked. Just because I don't want you to fight doesn't mean you shouldn't know how. One day I'll be old and gray, and I won't be able to fight. There are things in this world I wish didn't exist, and I hope to God you never have to face them, but if you do, I want you to have a chance at survival. He placed a hand on her head, offering a reassuring smile. But until then, sweetheart, I'm here to protect you. Kyoko returned an infectious smile. Kyoko loved and idolized her father, but there was a question she had to ask. Dad, why do you fight? I heard some of the samurai talking one night. They said you were something called an assassin, and before that, a shinobi. What are those? This question made Naruto frown. Kyoko wasn't stupid, but unlike her father and mother, she had never been raised with that knowledge. She hadn't grown up in a village like Konoha, and she was far too young to understand her father's line of work. Samurai were different, they were something she had grown up with. Naruto knew one day she'd ask, but he had hoped it wouldn't be so soon. Naruto pondered his answer, then sighed. An assassin is someone who eliminates specific individuals on behalf of another, typically with a permanent solution. Some work for anyone who can afford their services, while others, like myself, only work for a single person, like Lady Akane, just as I once did for her late husband, our Lord Gata. Kyoko was confused by Naruto's careful wording. Kyoko then asked, what's a shinobi? Naruto had to think about that too. Finally, he asked her, has Lady Akane told you what a samurai is? His daughter nodded and replied, a samurai is an honor-bound protector of the land and lord they serve. They face problems head-on with dignity and respect, using their skills with weapons to fight injustice. She said, recalling her lessons with Akane and other samurai. Naruto smiled. Very good, Kyoko, he said proudly. Naruto then tried to explain. A shinobi, unlike a samurai, uses stealth and unconventional methods to deal with problems and the darker side of a situation, especially in war. While a samurai marches into battle head-on, a shinobi creeps around it. Kyoko nodded, starting to understand. But what's the difference between an assassin and a shinobi? Naruto looked at his daughter. Well, there isn't much difference between the two, except that when I was younger, shinobi took many different jobs. They were ranked, with D being the lowest and SS being the highest. These jobs could range from weeding a garden to what I do eliminating certain individuals. Assassins typically only handle one type of job, while shinobi have many. And shinobi also have something called chakra, which I do not. Kyoko grasped the idea as Naruto continued. Shinobi also come from villages. These villages have a leader known as a kage, who meets with clients and assigns a rank to the job. I, however, work directly for our daimyo. Kyoko gave her father a curious look. Then does that make you a kage, Dad? A small memory of that dream stung him a bit, but he replied, no, a kage sends shinobi to deal with missions, they don't go themselves. He or she is like a general. A kage only fights if the village they're in charge of is in danger. I command a small group, but I also go out and do these things myself. That's why I'm known as Shade. I'm not a kage, but I'm also not just a shinobi either. Not entirely in the shadows, but not entirely in the light either. I'm a gray area. She barely understood that but nodded anyway, much to Naruto's amusement. After the long discussion, father and daughter played for hours, laughing and talking until it was Kyoko's bedtime. Naruto told her some of her favorite stories, one about an ice user who warmed the heart of a mist demon though she found it sad, she liked it, and Naruto omitted the bloodier details, and another about a young child from the desert who overcame adversity to become a great leader. When she fell asleep, Naruto tucked her in and left the room. As Naruto walked out, he noticed Amaru standing there, a bright smile on her face. I always did like those stories. It's a shame I always have to wait to listen to them. Naruto allowed a small smile to grace his face. I have to thank you again for taking her in, Amaru, he said with appreciation. Don't mention it. It's the least I can do. Kyoko is great to have around, and it's not like you haven't single-handedly bankrolled my clinic or anything, she said with a nonchalant shrug. Amaru then stated proudly, at the rate she learns, she'll make a fine doctor someday. Naruto smiled lightly and hopefully. I hope she chooses such a respectable path. The world needs more healers and fewer killers, Naruto said. On that, we agree, Shade. The two looked to find Akane leaning against a wall. She didn't look happy, but considering what had happened to her family, it was understandable. Naruto bowed. My lady. Amaru bowed as well and added, what can we do for you, my lady? Akane replied, Shade, come to the meeting room. Amaru, please take it easy, get some sleep. Amaru frowned but nodded. Yes, Lady Akane. She left. Akane nodded to Naruto, who followed. In the meeting room were Akane, Naruto, and the head of the samurai, Teo, also known as the Twin Blade. Teo was an older man with a large gray beard and long, shaggy hair he used to keep in a topknot but had cut off after failing to protect the royal family. A big man with intimidating obsidian eyes, he wore large, dark green heavy armor. He got his name from his claymore-type katana, which had a large green handle and two 6-foot blades facing opposite directions, requiring two sheaths. He was a fiercely loyal man, once fighting a platoon of samurai to keep his soldiers marching. Though he found shinobi tactics cowardly and dishonorable, he had a great deal of respect for Naruto's sensei, the original Shade, Rikimaru, more for his upfront taijutsu skills than his use of stealth. Naruto also had his respect but not his friendship. Teo stood with his arms crossed until Akane walked in, followed by Naruto. He bowed. My lady, he said, then gave Naruto a nod. Shade. Naruto nodded back. Twin Blade, Naruto greeted professionally. The two men stood until their lady sat, then joined her. It was Teo who spoke first, asking Naruto, so that bastard Kamen still draws breath? How did that happen, Shade? Naruto gave Teo a slightly angered look. Konoha shinobi got in the way, as well as some of his men. Teo sat there, studying Naruto for a moment, then said, well, what did you expect trying to attack him in Konoha of all places? I thought Rikimaru trained you better than that. Naruto kept calm. My emotions got the better of me, to be honest, Teo. Kamen and Konoha all at once. There are some inner demons no amount of training can ever make go away. Teo nodded, fully understanding this. Is there anything we should know about what happened in Konoha, Naruto? Akane asked. Naruto nodded, answering his daimyo. Konoha knows I'm alive now. They want an alliance with us after Kamen destroyed their resources building in a betrayal. It's clear they want payback for that. That got Akane's attention and made Teo's blood boil. He said, Konoha, people without honor. They want an alliance when they can't even keep their own in line? Why should we do that? Naruto kept his emotions in check. When it comes to Kamen, we can't just pick and choose who we work with. I had a meeting with them, they're prepared to join. Teo was not convinced. How can you be so sure they'll live up to their end of the bargain? Naruto gave him an assured look and said, their Hokage wants to get back in my good graces, and Konoha used most of my mother and father's money, which was meant for me, to keep the village alive. They're indebted to me for a lot of money. I told them I'll wipe away the debt if they join. Akane and Teo were awestruck. Teo asked, would you really let the debt slide like that, Shade? He said, amazed. Naruto gave him a serious look. My daughter, my lady, my home, and my people are in danger while Kamen is alive, Teo. The money is not important to me at all with that on the line. Teo respected such an answer but then asked, do you think Konoha wants you back in their ranks? Naruto nodded. They already tried, but I'm a proud member of Steel Tree, not that they know this, and they lost their chance the moment I fell over that cliff. Again, the aging samurai nodded his approval. Very good, Shade. Rikimaru would be proud. Akane was the next to speak. Do you think they know you're one of ours? Naruto thought about it. Asuma Sarutobi may know something, but he never mentioned it. But I was wearing my sash, and so was Kamen, though his was altered slightly. It was of Steel Tree. He showed himself in the guise of a client before he revealed himself to be our land's interim daimyo, Naruto said, his anger shared by Akane and Teo. In their anger, they almost failed to notice one of their spies enter. He stood at attention. My lady, we have reports that Jushinster are gathering more followers, and that the Silver Hand has been making plays on our allies by financing their enemies and paying for more mercenaries and missing ninjas. Naruto put a hand under his chin in thought. This Silver Hand person, what do we know about him? He asked. The spy thought for a moment. From what we gathered, he is Kamen's main money man. He keeps Kamen's underworld contacts in line as well as brokers deals with anyone else looking to join him. Naruto nodded and said, I might have someone who might be able to lend a hand. I'll go see him in the morning. Teo agreed. Akane gave Naruto a sad look and said, Naruto, as your daimyo, I am ordering you not to leave tomorrow, but rather the day after. Both men at the table looked at her. Is there something you wish me to do, my lady? Naruto asked. She nodded. Yes, I would like you to spend tomorrow with Kyoko. As a soldier, I know that our country is in need, but as a mother, I feel you should be with her. You haven't stopped, Naruto, you have almost single-handedly spearheaded everything having to do with destroying Kamen's people. You need to rest, and Kyoko needs a father. She was right, Naruto felt tired. He had barely slept, and his body had been running on overdrive, not even his short coma had helped. And he did miss his daughter. Very well, thank you, my lady. He stood up and bowed to Akane and nodded to Teo, who returned the nod after Naruto left. Teo looked at Akane and said, is there anything we can do, my lady? My men are getting restless and need action. Akane thought hard about it and said, soon we will be at war, Teo. When that happens, the samurai will show their steel, but until then, I need them to be patient. Teo nodded but said, it just doesn't seem fair to have Naruto do all the work while we sit around. His skill and loyalty are not in question, only his stamina. Akane agreed but said, he is the shade of Steel Trees. If anyone can end this, it's him. That will be all for now. Please let your men know I have faith in you all. Teo nodded. I will, my lady. The two talked a little more while Naruto was away. The next morning, Kyoko woke to find her father asleep in a chair next to her. He slept silently, his breathing barely audible. He was still in his armor, his trusty Bowie knives resting on his lap, clutched firmly. The moment she made the smallest noise, his eyes shot open and looked at her. He allowed a smile to grace his face. Good morning, sweetheart. Morning, Dad. Are you going back out again? Kyoko asked, a little sadly. Her father's smile widened in his classic look. Not till tomorrow. Today, I'm all yours. Her eyes lit up with joy. Really, Daddy? The whole day? Yep. Come on, I'll cook breakfast. I'll even make your favorite. Kyoko was as happy as could be, her favorite breakfast was pancakes. As they left the room, they made their way to the kitchen area of the underground base. Naruto donned a pink flamingo apron, much to Kyoko's amusement. As he prepared, he asked Kyoko, do you want to help? Kyoko, smiling, said, okay. Naruto got her an apron, and the two began. Naruto was gathering the ingredients for Kyoko to mix. When all the ingredients were in the bowl, Kyoko mixed at a fast pace, batter flying everywhere. Naruto chuckled and told her to slow down. She did. When the batter was ready, she poured it into the pan. When one side was done, Naruto flipped it in the air, and it landed back in the pan. Kyoko clapped with delight. When it was done, the two sat down. Naruto placed Kyoko's plate down, then his, then a third, much to her confusion. Who's that plate for, Dad? Naruto looked at the plate for a moment, not even realizing he had done it. It was meant for his wife, Chie. Naruto looked a little sad for a moment, not wanting to answer, when they heard, so you knew I was here and made me a plate? Thanks. The two looked at the door and saw Amaru, who walked over and took a seat in the empty chair with a grin on her face and took a bite. Your father knows how to make good pancakes, Kyoko, Amaru exclaimed happily. Kyoko took a bite as well, and her eyes lit up. They're so good, Dad, she said, making Naruto offer a faint smile. Couldn't have done it without you, sweetheart. The three ate, and Naruto asked Kyoko more questions about her studies with Amaru and Akane. With each answer, the prouder he was. When they finished, Amaru spoke. It's been a while since I've eaten so well. Thanks, Naruto, she said. Naruto had an appreciative look. Thank you for joining us, Amaru. She smiled back. Any time. She walked back to her clinic upstairs. She had a lot of work to do today. After Naruto finished the dishes, he and Kyoko went back to their room. Kyoko looked at him and asked, Dad, can we go outside? Naruto was worried about that. The reason she had to stay in the underground base was so no one knew she was alive. But he knew that there was no threat after he destroyed the gangs in the area, so he nodded. Kyoko went into her room to change. Naruto went into his to do the same. Naruto now wore a gray cotton vest and pants with a white, long-sleeved worker shirt, a gray flat hat, and black shoes, looking like any other villager. Naruto's style had changed after becoming a student of Rikimaru, who always preferred old-style clothes. Not that this was what he normally wore, but it was better than his armor most days. Inside his sleeves were two stiletto knives, and he had a garrote in his pocket. Kyoko wore a regular white sundress and hat. The two made their way out the door. When Amaru saw them, and Naruto, she had a slight blush. Wow, you look good, Naruto. He grinned slightly. Thanks, doctor. Making her think for a minute, she then said, That's right, I am a doctor, and I almost forgot. You haven't had a checkup in a while. I want to make sure you're okay. Naruto nodded and said, After the day is done. You know, you're the only doctor I trust, he said on his way out with a wave. Amaru could only say, I better be. She smiled and went back to work. Naruto and Kyoko went around the village, playing games and talking, even stopping for ice cream. Naruto was enjoying himself. Akane was right, this is what he needed, to spend time with his little girl. As they walked, he felt a hostile but cautious presence stalking them, watching. Naruto continued with Kyoko as if nothing was going on until Kyoko spoke up, Dad, I have to go to the bathroom. He looked at Kyoko with concern. Can you go yourself? Yeah, I'm not a little kid anymore, she said with a pout. He chuckled and said, You'll always be my little kid. He brought her to a washroom. When she walked in, he vanished from sight. The scout watching from a roof was waiting for them when something wrapped around his neck. Steel Tree is a land of immense power, though not among the 5 great nations. It once stood as a magnificent testament to humanity, named for a forest whose incredibly strong trees took years to fell. These trees are sacred to the monks of the elemental temples of earth, wind, water, electricity, and fire, with each monastic branch having temples built there. These temples secretly trained members of the Shade in their martial arts, but since Kamen's takeover, these once grand temples lie abandoned. The monks who guarded them were killed, and the temples repurposed into crude embassies for Kamen's allies. At the land's heart stands the Daimyo's Tower, a 20-story edifice overlooking the village from every angle. From this height, the area appeared pleasant, peaceful, and serene, yet its people were terrified, unwilling to provoke their new leader's wrath. His samurai and assassination squads roamed freely, doing as they pleased. At the tower's top balcony, Garo Kamen himself surveyed his lands. Kamen, in contemplation, took a swig of a brown liquid from his drink. Instead of his usual attire, he wore his assassin's outfit, which differed little from Naruto's, save for the symbol of his order, a green steel tree in the palm of a black hand on his right chest. His knives were strapped to his belt. Finishing his drink, Kamen faced 3 assassins and 4 samurai, unfazed by their drawn weapons. So, I guess I left a few of you alive last time? No matter, I needed the training anyway, he smirked. A samurai with a 3-foot katana adopted a battle stance. Garo Kamen, you have dishonored Steel Tree and its soldiers. We will see you die for your crimes. Kamen rolled his eyes. All I did was replace a foolish old man who didn't watch his back. The would-be assassins grew angry. One in a black GI, an old-school ninja but not a shade, shouted Lord Gyuta and Lady Hina will be avenged for your crimes. This caught Kamen's attention. What about Akane? Is she not important? The realization hit him. If Kamen was surprised, he didn't show it. So I missed one, he said nonchalantly. Oh well, I did get most of them. This angered the 7 men. Anyway, Kamen said, drawing one of his knives, shall we? One assassin lunged for a stab, which Kamen effortlessly dodged, thrusting his blade through the center of the assassin's throat, the tip emerging on the other side. He withdrew the blade and kicked the body into a charging samurai, knocking him down. The next samurai swung his katana at Kamen, who blocked, generating sparks as Kamen's blade scraped against the samurai's. Kamen pushed his blade forward while still parrying the sword, slitting the samurai's throat. An assassin attempted to attack Kamen from behind, but a back kick to the face stopped him. Kamen spun behind the assassin and snapped his neck, killing him. 3 down, Kamen stated. The 4 remaining opponents, 1 assassin and 3 samurai, circled him, wielding 3 katanas and 1 tanto. Cayman was unimpressed. With the lack of skill I've seen so far, no wonder it was so easy to take this place over. Though angered by the comment, the men maintained their focus. The samurai launched a 3-way slash. Cayman leaped to avoid it, and the assassin jumped to engage him in midair. Cayman kicked the assassin away and descended, plunging his knife into the top of a samurai's head. Grabbing the now-dead man's katana, he hurled it at the assassin, who dodged it and threw shuriken back. Cayman used his knife to deflect them, ducking to avoid a decapitating cut. He twisted his midsection, driving his blade under his arm into the samurai's lung. The samurai coughed blood and fell. The final assassin produced an iron claw hooked to a chain, spinning it until it gained enough force to throw. Cayman caught the claw and swung his arm, making the chain circle a charging samurai's neck. Cayman kicked the samurai in the gut, sending him flying backward, and pulled the chain, breaking his neck. Cayman then threw his knife at the assassin, striking him between the eyes and killing him. Finally, only the last samurai remained. You know, I find this whole attempt on my life disappointing. I thought, at the very least, you could make me use one of my gates, Cayman said, a little annoyed. You bastard, was the samurai's response. Cayman drew his other knife and beckoned the samurai with it. As the samurai made an upward cut, Cayman sliced his leg, then arm, chest, face, and armpit. He then moved behind the samurai and cut the back of both knees. The samurai fell onto his hands and knees, unable to walk, letting out a pained grunt but retaining his katana. He looked at Cayman with hatred. Steel Tree will see the end of you one day, Garo Cayman. This does not end with us, the samurai said with as much conviction as he could muster. Cayman shook his head in amusement. Oh, I know they'll see the end of me, but at least they'll remember the man who had them in the palm of his hand. But until that happens, I'm going to enjoy myself, he said with a smile. The samurai, unable to fight further, used his katana to commit suicide, ensuring his knowledge would die with him. Cayman snapped his fingers, and some of his assassins, who had been hiding until ordered, appeared. Have someone clean this up. Toss the bodies in the nearest swamp. They nodded as Cayman went to change into new clothes. Once Cayman had finished, placing his top hat on his head, he descended the stairs of his fortress. A carriage awaited him. He looked at a samurai standing nearby and pointed at him. Have some men ready by the gates. I'm going to Jushin's territory. The samurai flinched at the word Jushin but bowed and turned to gather men. Cayman entered his carriage and smiled. Time to get this war started. The land of Jushin, Blood River. Unlike most of the world, Cayman didn't mind the Jushinists. Though not a follower himself, their adherents murderers, rapists, and sadistic fanatics who reveled in others' pain were incredibly useful, all bankrolled by Cayman himself. He walked to his destination through Blood River, the once proud village of Yugakur, which had been destroyed by its psychotic leader, Haydn, during what Haydn called the cleansing of heretics. As Cayman walked, his men stayed close, not just for their boss's protection but also because they feared the Jushinists. As Cayman surveyed his surroundings, he noticed a large man. This wide man, standing 6 feet 4 inches, wore a gray leather apron with a chain around his waist, from which hung various meat-cutting instruments. He had ragged black pants and boots, and a formerly white work shirt with rolled-up sleeves. His apron, arms, and instruments were covered in blood. In his right hand, he held a large, rusted meat cleaver, and a cruel smile stretched across his disfigured face. His head was balding, with hair only around the sides, not on top. He had a large black mustache on his horrifyingly scarred face, and his right cheek was missing, offering a full view of his yellow teeth. His right eye was a black void, while his left was a dead white. His nose was pointed with a cut in the middle, and his ears were mangled and dirty. On his forehead was the symbol of Jushin. This man was known as the cook, Haydn's chef, indoctrinator, and his most ruthless torturer, trained in the mantra of if you are going to inflict pain, you must first know pain. He was busy with his new students, a mix of kidnapped villagers he would break and rebuild as loyal Jushinists, and actual lunatics who had joined voluntarily. Cayman approached him, observing his work, until he caught the cook's attention. The cook turned to him. So, the big man himself comes to grace me with his presence. What can I do for you today? The cook said in a gritty but joyful tone. Cayman returned the smile. I've come for an inspection. I want to see what I'm paying for. Where is Haydn? The cook disliked the high priest being spoken to by a heretic, but understood that it was currently for the best, at least until Haydn either killed him or, better yet, convinced Cayman to join their god. Until then, the cook said, the high priest is in his tower. Are you finally coming to join us in Jushin's glory? Cayman shook his head and told the cook, I am who I am, cook. No man, king, or god will tell me otherwise. Cayman's eyes then held a frozen gaze that made the big man flinch every time he saw them. He saw a man who could bring chaos to the world with barely any effort, someone who, if he wanted, could lead the Jushinists better than Haydn. Cayman then simply walked away. One day you will be one of us, or die, the cook announced, but Cayman merely waved as he walked, saying, then I die. Until then, don't bite the hand that feeds you. The Tower of Jushin. The tower was a large black spire with the symbol of Jushin carved into it, built by fanatics and slaves. It stood as a testament to their god and a middle finger to heretics. Haydn resided at its summit. The throne room. In this room was a large, garish black throne, upon which sat Haydn himself. Haydn had discarded the Akahashi robe in favor of Jushin's robes, resembling Catholic cardinal robes. His were black with a red sash bearing his god's symbol on the back, matching one around his neck. The main difference was a slit in the middle of the robes for greater leg freedom in combat, and red tribal lines running all around them. He sat on his throne, elevated by 5 steps, when the door opened to reveal Cayman and his company. Haydn saw Cayman and smiled. "I was wondering when you'd show the fuck up." Cayman returned the smile. "You haven't given me a reason to come by until now." Haydn disliked Cayman but tolerated him due to his money and power. "So then, what the fuck is it that brings you here?" Haydn said, his new position not improving his choice of words. Cayman gave Haydn his answer. "There's a village on the ass end of Fire Country I want you to destroy. Kill everyone." Haydn smiled at that. "Really now? Sounds like a good way to test my new boys." Cayman nodded. "I bet Naruto is there as well." This caught Haydn's attention. "Who in the fuck is that?" "One of your old friends and Akatsuki's targets. The main one." Haydn's eyes widened in surprise. "That little prick is supposed to be dead. He's what killed Akatsuki," he exclaimed, thinking back on old times. Cayman grinned. "Not like you haven't found something better since." Haydn laughed. "I guess you're right about that. Fuck Akatsuki for pairing me up with that greedy yarnball Kakuzu. Now I'm in charge, and the world will know Jushin." Cayman gave a deadpan look. "Charming, but about the village I want you to ruin, I want reports about it. If Naruto is there, living or dead, I want to know." Haydn scoffed. "Fine, but just remember, Jushin's will comes first." Cayman rolled his eyes. "Whatever. Enjoy yourself, Haydn. Just remember though, don't fuck with what's mine, or I'll make you regret it, and no god will stop me from doing so," Cayman said with all seriousness before leaving the priest, who was still smiling. When Cayman walked out, Haydn shouted, "Anna!" A woman appeared. She had jet black hair, gorgeous purple eyes, full red lips, a model's face, and a pale complexion. She wore a black leather bra doing nothing to hide her full D cups, skin-tight leather pants showing off her perfectly rounded backside, and black high-heeled boots. On her back was a tattoo saying "Property of Jushin" with his symbol as a tramp stamp. Don't let her looks fool you, though. She was one of the priestesses of Jushin and as crazy as the god she served. She walked to the throne and bowed, giving her leader full view. "What can I do for you, Haydn-sama?" she said in a lustful voice. Haydn licked his lips greedily. "I have some ideas, but first, business." Anna pouted. "What does Lord Jushin require of me?" "Not Jushin-sama," Haydn corrected, "yet anyway. It's for that fucker Cayman. He has a village that needs to die. I want you to deal with it." Anna's eyes widened with excitement, and her seductive smile became more bloodthirsty. "Finally, Jushin has blessed me with a chance to kill in his glory. What must I do, Haydn-sama?" Haydn's smile grew. "Whatever you want." Haydn was then tackled by the girl. Her lord was to be rewarded for his gift to her. Cayman left the tower to survey the dark lands he was responsible for helping create, hearing screams of pain and terror all around him. "It's only a matter of time, Naruto. Until then, enjoy what I'm sending your way," he thought to himself with a grin. Cayman's men hated coming to Jushin's land. It terrified them, especially their leaders. "Sir, some of the men would like to leave this place ASAP if we can, sir." Cayman didn't look at the man. "You know, for people I personally picked to come here, most of you lack anything resembling balls. They're just zealots, nothing to fear." Cayman looked at the man known as Cook from earlier as he was taking his cleaver to some poor bastard, then turned to his men. "The next time I hear you want to leave, I'm giving you to that guy," Cayman said, pointing at Cook, which scared his men. Cayman walked to a green horse-drawn carriage. One of his men opened the door for him, but as they were about to get in, he closed it. "You're all walking until you're not such pussies. Watch the Jushinists at work. They're not nice, but at least Haydn doesn't have to hear their constant bitching all the time." With a tap on the roof, the carriage began to move. His men sighed and followed. The Temple of Jushin. The largest of Jushin's territory's buildings was the temple to the Mad God, constructed of black rock and metal. It was filled with the zealots' attachment to pain. Many men and women were chained with barbed wire to the walls. The basement was a dungeon where the innocent screamed and evil laughter echoed. In the central chamber, the druids committed sacrifices and other acts too horrific to explain, as many rooms were designated for the mutilation of the unlucky and of oneself, and for praying in languages only the devil himself could comprehend. This was the epitome of hell on earth. All these things were the softest of lullabies to Anna as she made her way to her beloved group, the Brides of Jushin, an all-female group of women who had devoted their lives to the god in an attempt to please him through various deeds of death and pleasures of the flesh as a way to show their devotion. The women were in the middle of a black ritual of desecration, where they sacrificed the most beautiful girls they found and sent their souls to Jushin in exchange for youth. Unlike Haydn, death was permanent for these women, but they performed the ritual so that when their time came, they could meet their only real love as fresh and beautiful as possible. Their belief was that if you were brutal and beautiful enough, you might be chosen as Jushin's queen. Though the god had never picked one since the religion's founding 1,000 years ago, they still tried anyway. Anna waited for the sacrifice to conclude, then shouted, "Sisters and lovers of Jushin." The girls looked at their leader. "Haydn-sama has given us a chance to prove our love to our lord." The women looked excited. "We are to destroy a village southeast of Fire Country. All villagers can be killed however we want, and the shade Naruto Uzumaki is there as well." The women grew even more excited. Killing Naruto was a sure way to please Jushin. "When do we leave?" one of them asked, making Anna smile. Now, a chorus of cheers was heard. They would bathe in blood tonight. Back at the clinic underground base, one of the spies reported that the Jushinists were heading to the village with unbelievable speed and would be upon them later tonight. Hearing that it was the brides of Jushin made Naruto's skin crawl. He ordered a full evacuation of the village, telling them to head to another nearby village. Naruto was prepared. He thought it would be a good idea to give his people a brief history lesson about their opponents to prepare the samurai. "Alright, I'm going to tell you all a little bit about the Jushinists, and hopefully, you will all find something to your advantage." The assassins and samurai nodded. The Jushinists are a cult that has existed for almost 1,000 years. Though initially small, their following has grown immensely. Naruto's current situation begins with the cult's chain of command. Cult leadership. Head of cult Haydn, last name unknown, also known as the Immortal or the Priest of Damnation. He holds the rank of the Hand of Jashin, head of the order, and is an S-rank shinobi. History: Haydn, a former Akatsuki member, left after Naruto's death, deeming it an ultimate sacrifice to Jashin. He destroyed his birth village, Yugakur, transforming it into the land of Jashin. This act reportedly tripled his power, though its full extent remains unknown. Known allies: the Jashinists and Kamen's organization. Known enemies: non-members of his cult. He may still harbor hatred for his former Akatsuki partner, Kakuzu. Known abilities: Haydn can inflict his own sensations on a victim by consuming a small amount of their blood during battle. Weapons of choice: his signature 3-blade scythe and a retractable spear. Appearance: gray hair, purple eyes, and a tendency to swear frequently. Haydn's religion has 3 distinct chapters, each with specific roles, overseen by lieutenants. The Will of Jashin. Lieutenant name: Ki, also known as the Harbinger. Appearance: crimson hair, crimson eyes, and wears a black and red druid robe and hood. His distinct feature is jet black skin with a red, Punisher-like skull imprint on his face. Role: Haydn's right-hand man. Ki is a priest of sacrifice and conjurer of the dead, embodying the essence of a Jashinist. Unlike Haydn, whose skin changes during his cursed blood jutsu, Ki's appearance seems permanently altered, with his red skull-like face. His primary goal is to sacrifice anyone to his dread god, yet he is remarkably calmer than he appears, a direct contrast to his leader. Weapons: a sacrificial dagger and a staff topped with a red metal Jashin symbol, though he primarily utilizes powers granted by Jashin. Place in cult: the wills most strictly adhere to Jashin's laws and codes, engaging in complex prayers and rituals. The gifts bestowed upon them by Jashin grant them near immortality. They don't age but can die from unnatural causes. They can also raise the dead without needing a stance, unlike the reanimation jutsu, allowing them to fight. They are also responsible for executing unfit members, ensuring a painful death to earn Jashin's forgiveness. Known enemies: Ki, as a Jashinist, views non-members as nobodies, and even other Jashinists don't earn his full respect. He frequently clashes with a man the Jashinists call the Heretic, a lone anti-Jashinist hunter. The Sons of Jashin. Lieutenant name: the Cook, real name unknown. Appearance: balding on top with long peppered sides, a large black mustache. One eye is black, the other pale white. Wears old black pants, a dirty white shirt, black boots, and a beige leather apron. He has a missing chunk of his cheek, self-inflicted, and is likely covered in scars. Role: the head of the Sons. The Cook is the Jashinist's equivalent of Konoha's Tni head, Ibiki. He indoctrinates new members, whether willingly or by force. He is a known cannibal and a disturbed individual. Weapon: a 3-foot meat cleaver. Place in cult: they serve as the cult's foot soldiers, performing tasks from combat to torturing for information, often for their own amusement. They form the Jashinist's primary military force, being the most barbaric, even willing to kill each other as readily as an enemy. The Brides of Jashin. Lieutenant name: Anna, last name unknown. Appearance: long jet black hair, purple eyes. Wears a black leather bra, no shirt, black leather pants, and black boots. She has a full back tattoo that reads "Property of Jashin." Role: Anna, the head bride, has elevated the brides into significant players within the Jashin cult. Despite her appearance, she is almost as intimidating as Ki and as unhinged as the Cook. Brought into the cult as a child, she has likely endured immense hardship, which she is ready to inflict back. Her most notable achievement was single-handedly destroying a platoon of samurai, demonstrating her monstrous capabilities. Weapons: she carries no weapons, relying purely on physical combat. Place in cult: while many brides share Anna's personality, just as many are hardened warriors who view their title as a testament to their skill as Jashin's top all-female force. They are as ruthless as any other Jashinist, killing without hesitation or remorse, for honor or pleasure, given the opportunity. Naruto, after receiving the information from the samurai and assassins, observed the samurai for any sign of fear, finding none. Steel Tree samurai, whose Bushido is their religion, are as fanatical and fearless as the Jashinists. Any questions? Naruto asked. A samurai raised his hand. Shade-sama, do you know of any weaknesses the brides may have? Naruto nodded. They die like any other enemy, though they are skilled. Another hand went up. Who is this heretic? Naruto replied, he is a hunter of all things Jashin. If it's a member, he'll kill them, if it's an artifact, he'll destroy it. The samurai were amazed that one person waged war against the cult. Why do you think he does it, Shade-sama? Call me Naruto when we are not on missions and leave out the honorifics as well, please. The samurai nodded. As to your question, I don't know why he does it, but I don't care either. The Jashinists need to die, and the more people against them, the better. I'm glad you feel that way, Uzumaki. Naruto and the others turned, weapons drawn. The unfamiliar and foreboding voice belonged to a man whose face was shadowed by his black leather trench coat, black shirt, red tie, black trousers, black wingtip shoes, black gloves, and a black fedora with a red loop. Come out, show yourself, Teo demanded. The man stepped into the light, but his hat still shadowed his face. Remove your hat, Naruto commanded. The man complied, revealing a face wrapped in bandages, with gray eyes and visible severe cuts. Who are you? Teo asked in a calm but deep voice. The man spoke, sounding like Joshua Graham. You were just talking about me a minute ago. The heretic, a samurai, exclaimed. Correct, though you may call me Morgan, the man replied. Naruto remained wary. Amaru, what happened to her? His grip on his blade tightened in anger. Morgan waved him off. She's fine, she didn't notice me. Naruto looked at him curiously. You're an assassin or a shinobi? No, just experienced. Normally, I'd kill all in my way, but she isn't a Jashinist or trained in combat for that matter, so why bother with her, especially when it's you I want to see, Naruto Uzumaki, or do you prefer Shade? Naruto didn't answer immediately but eventually said, call me Shade, you haven't earned the right to address me by my name. A small, almost silent chuckle came from Morgan. Very well, Shade. I look forward to seeing how well you stand against the brides, but Anna belongs to me. Naruto raised an eyebrow. Why is that? That is personal information, maybe one day you will earn the right to know, Morgan responded. Naruto was slightly annoyed but sheathed his knife. Seeing this, the others lowered their weapons but remained vigilant. Naruto walked up to Morgan and extended his hand. Morgan took it, and they shook. If what I heard about you is true, I would like to have you on our side, but if you betray us, Naruto's grip tightened on Morgan's hand, I will hunt you down and kill you. This didn't faze Morgan, who responded, the same is applicable to you and yours, Shade. Nobody can truly hide when I come looking for them. Naruto nodded. So what can you bring to the table, Morgan? I have extensive knowledge on the Jashin cult. I know how to counteract most of their so-called gifts, as well as my own skills, was the response. Why join us? You're killing them, that's enough for me. Many samurai in the room felt a chill from the coldness of Morgan's statement. Teo asked Morgan, do you happen to know how many of those lunatics are coming? Morgan grinned under his bandages. It would have been 500, but now it's about 450 coming from the east. They were confused. What do you mean by that? The Jashinists split into groups. Unfortunately for them, they ran into me as I was on my way here. Now it's only 450. The samurai were in awe. Naruto and Teo remained stoic. Naruto put a hand under his chin in thought that seemed small for the Jashinists. Morgan nodded. The brides would have gone themselves, but Haydn wanted to test his new men. I'd consider this a warm-up for things to come. Teo nodded. How many of what is coming? 150 brides, 300 newbies, Morgan informed. Naruto was deep in thought. We only have 200 samurai and 25 of my assassins. We'll have to work on those numbers now before they get here and hope reinforcements come fast. Morgan wasn't bothered. Get your assassins, and I shall get to work then. Teo was angry. Who made you in charge? Morgan's response was simple. When it comes to the Jashinists, I'm the one you should listen to. What? Teo said in anger. I've been hunting Jashinists for over 20 years now. I know the ins and outs of the cult. My advice, samurai, is to take advantage of it while you can. Teo was about to speak, but Naruto cut him off. He has a point, Teo, but Morgan, if you're going to join us, you better respect the chain of command, that means Lady Akane, Teo, and myself. Morgan shrugged. Fine, but I'm not one of your brainless soldiers, so don't think you have power over any aspect of my life. This is about killing Jassionists, nothing more, nothing less. Naruto nodded. After planning and discussion about the upcoming fight, the samurai began preparing their weapons and armor. Teo gave orders while Naruto got his assassins ready. Naruto, in his shade armor, went to the tent to meet his men. Morgan was there, also in combat gear, a black short-sleeve shirt, a black flak vest, black cargos, and combat boots. Bandages wrapped exposed skin. He sat silently on a bench with Naruto's men, arms crossed, eyes closed as if napping. One of Naruto's men eyed Morgan speculatively. You look ready for a fight, but where are your weapons? This caught even Naruto's attention. Morgan slowly opened his eyes and gave the men a thoughtful look. I haven't decided what I want to use yet, it's always been the hardest part for me. What do you mean? The assassin asked. I've never liked using just one weapon, be it a great axe or my bare hands. I like to keep things fresh when I hunt, it keeps the enemy on edge when they don't know what to expect, and that's the way I like it. It's also fun, he said with a glint in his gray eyes. Morgan stood and walked to a nearby table, unrolling a scroll from his flak vest. Various blunt and bladed weapons appeared on the table, amazing and slightly frightening the men with the sight of so many instruments of death. How do you want to play this, Shade? Maybe it will help with my preparations, Morgan asked, prompting Naruto to turn to his men. The Jassionists will be here in 2 hours, so that means we have to get to work. As there are only 25 of you, not including Morgan and myself, I'm splitting you all into teams of 3, 2 groups of 10 and a group of 5. His men nodded. The first group of 10 is going to be working on the fields, setting up explosives. The second group of 10 will take up positions in the trees, laying down cover fire to help cut down the Jassionists' forces before they reach Teo's samurai. The team laying down explosives are to join the second group afterward to help with suppressive fire, and finally, the group of 5 will join Morgan and I to infiltrate the Jassionists' camp. I want to sabotage anything those bastards may have on them. His men nodded in understanding, except Morgan, who offered his 2 cents. The first 2 parts are good, except the Jassionists don't set up camps to sabotage. One of the assassins looked at Morgan and asked, why don't they do that? The Jassionists don't waste time with things like that. When they get the call to destroy something, they don't plan any further than that, unless it's a long-term fight. This village is close enough for them not to bother with that, and they wouldn't have anything worth sabotaging to begin with, as they prefer up-close fights with not a lot of strategy, Morgan answered. Morgan received questioning looks from many in the tent until Naruto said, the plan is the same for the grouping, but given the new information, we will instead focus on taking their leaders and men down while they're coming here. Naruto ordered. Morgan smiled at that, though it was hard to tell. I like it. Naruto nodded. Given your knowledge of the Jassionists, is there anything else you can tell us? Morgan nodded. Besides the brides, most of their forces are untrained fanatics and some poor souls brainwashed into being meat shields. They have the numbers, but you have the skill, use that to your advantage any way you can. The men nodded. Naruto was ready. All right, let's get this started. Outside the village, the assassins prepared. According to their information, the Jassionists were coming from the east, which was fortunate as the east side was an open rice field that would slow the attackers. Naruto's assassins, in classic all-black ninja outfits, were trained in stealth operations, old-school ninjas who couldn't use chakra like their shinobi brethren. They employed guerrilla tactics, placing claymores with tripwire triggers around the large fields. In the trees, the second group found vantage points, armed with bows and kunao. They waited, unmoving, many unblinking. Though not trained by the legendary Rikimaru, their leader Naruto was an excellent teacher. In the darkness, these assassins were almost invincible and completely invisible. An hour and a half before the battle, the Jassionists were on the march, banners to their god blowing in the wind, their war cries growing louder with anticipation of righteous slaughter. In the shadows, the 7-man group stalked their prey. Naruto and Morgan were on opposite sides of the path behind trees. Morgan had chosen a machete with a sharp-toothed back and 2 hunting knives. The 2 men were in the trees with smoke bombs while the others had bows ready. As the Jassionists marched, the 2 ninjas above dropped the bombs, surprising them with explosions. Naruto and Morgan used the smoke, Naruto swiftly cutting the throats of distracted men while Morgan hacked and slashed with his machete. Despite their brutality, the Jassionists made no sound as they worked. The 2 disappeared back into the shadows before the smoke cleared, leaving 20 dead on the ground. What in the blazes just happened? A cultist exclaimed as an arrow pierced his forehead, felling him instantly. Despite the 3 archers, arrows flew with incredible speed, striking vital points in the Jassionists' ranks, leaving another 40 dead. Naruto signaled his troops to withdraw, but he didn't need to look, they were already gone. Morgan joined him. Let's go. Morgan nodded. With their combined skills, Naruto and his 7-man crew reduced the Jassionist force from 450 to 330. Anna, annoyed by Hayden's display losing a significant number of men before the fight even began, vowed they would die for insulting Jashin. One of her sisters appeared. Big sister, I have news. What is it? Anna replied. We have word the heretic is working with those heathens. Anna's eyes widened, then she smiled. So that bandaged freak wants to play? Fine, we're close to the village. Let's show our love to Jashin and finish what we started with that old man. The bride smiled and departed. Anna saw the village now. Time to die, Morgan, you traitor. Back at the village, Akane prepared her men. She drew her sword, Teo at her side. Samurai of steel trees, she called, capturing her soldiers' attention. Tonight we face our enemy, a group of vile, honorless dogs. She raised her blade. I will face them, I will fight them, and I will show them the men and women of steel tree are a force to be reckoned with. Will you fight by my side? A chorus of cheers erupted. Will you show them the way of the samurai? More cheers. Hail steel tree. Hail steel tree. Naruto appeared beside her. They're coming, my lady. She nodded and turned to the field as Jashinists emerged from the darkness, Anna at the forefront. Morgan's eyes locked on Anna as she raised her arms. Tonight you will know Jashin's power. She pointed her slender finger at the samurai army. Kill! At her command, Jashinists surged down the hill, screaming wildly as they reached the fields below. Teo looked at Naruto. We will show these dogs the way of the samurai. Naruto nodded. But first, the way of the assassin. As the Jashinists drew closer, they triggered tripwires. Explosions rocked the landscape, revealing a field of fire and water. Anna, still on the hill, watched wide-eyed. 70 dead, many more injured. Teo couldn't help but shout, it appears Jashin is lacking in brain power. His samurai's laughter echoed. Anna, enraged, shrieked, how dare you? Kill them all. Her brides charged along with the remaining minions. Arrows rained from the trees, finding their marks as the water and bodies slowed the advance. Akane raised her blade again. Charge! Her samurai, screaming a battle cry, charged with their lady to meet the Jashinists. When they clashed, all hell broke loose. The battle. Akane, followed by Naruto and Teo, plunged into the fight. As a mark of a samurai leader, she stabbed a Jashinist in the stomach, then, pulling her katana out, decapitated another. Naruto's assassins may have thinned a chunk of the force on its way to battle, but in a battle with the samurai, their daimyo always drew first blood. Naruto spun low, slicing the midsections or throats of his enemies. He didn't feel the need to unlock his gates yet, the enemy wasn't worth the effort, and Teo would never forgive him if he stole the glory from the samurai. He dove through the air, slicing the back of a Jashinist's neck who was about to stab a samurai from behind, then threw several knives, killing 4 more. Teo, if not a heavily trained and focused samurai, would be having the time of his life. Keeping a samurai from battle is like keeping a bird from flying, he'd say. With a swing of his sword, he cleaved 3 men apart. Another approached with a club. As the blunt weapon swung, Teo spun, grabbing it with his free hand. You call that a swing, he said to the surprised cultist, bringing his own sword down to cleanly slice the man's head off. Because that's how you're supposed to do it, he told the now headless body, then ran to back up his men, shouting, give them all you've got. For Steel Tree. For our people. For Akane. With a mighty charge, he decimated a group of Jashin's servants. Morgan, wielding his machete, fought like a madman. It lacked the nobility of a samurai or the quick grace of an assassin like Naruto, it was more like cutting down branches in a jungle, hacking, swinging, kicking, punching, yelling, laughing. Morgan was enjoying his butchering of the Jashinists. When you meet your impudent god, tell him I'm coming. Ha ha ha, he laughed insanely. Naruto, seeing this, began to understand why the Jashinists feared Morgan. He wasn't acting like a warrior, but more like a serial killer, mirroring the very people he was slaughtering. Anna watched everything, her own bloodlust igniting. With a beautiful but vicious smile, she leaped into the fray. The samurai were gaining ground when she landed, ramming her open hand into a samurai's face, ripping it off. Then, with a spin kick to another's jaw, she broke the man's neck. Grabbing the now dead man's dagger, she tore through the samurai ranks. This is for you, my beloved Jashin, she screamed to the heavens. Morgan, the heretic. I'm going to make you a sacrifice to his glory, you filthy traitor, she said, smiling madly. Morgan, in the midst of cutting down 3 men, retorted, you can try, bitch. He charged at her. As they closed the distance, Morgan lunged with a stab that Anna dodged. She went for a kick that Morgan blocked with his arm, then brought his machete down, but she grabbed the hand holding the blade. The two were locked in a test of endurance. To think you were once one of us, Morgan, Anna said, her beautiful eyes fixed on him. Once, I was just a slave to a false god. Now I am a free man, and I will see you all die for your sins. Summoning his anger, Morgan threw Anna back. She flipped, landing on her feet, and crossed her arms, smiling. You will always be a slave, Morgan, you just need to be put back in your place. She lunged at him with a jump kick to his chest, but Morgan barely moved. If that's true, Anna, it won't be you putting me there. He grabbed her leg and threw her, but again, she was back on her feet. Naruto was kicking and punching men and women left and right as arrows found their targets in the bodies of dazed enemies. He kept an eye on Akane, who was proving she didn't need it. As he fought, he moved to save a samurai about to be impaled by a spear. "You alright?" Naruto asked. The samurai plunged his blade into a Jashinist coming up behind Naruto. "Yes, sir." Naruto nodded. "Good, and thanks." The samurai nodded and continued fighting. Naruto's skills were better than good. He could have killed the man behind him but chose to show faith in his comrades, something that took him years to do again. He turned and threw a knife, hitting a man running towards Akane. "Shade, it's time," she yelled. Naruto nodded. With barely any effort, Naruto released his first gate of unlocking, decimating Jashinists left and right. Teo saw this and, annoyed, said, "If he thinks I'm letting him finish this himself, then he's wrong." Teo channeled his ki, swinging at speeds the large man shouldn't be capable of. Morgan saw the slaughter of the Jashinists and smiled at Anna. "You just ran out of men, Anna." She returned the smile. "They were nothing but meat to me. Now my sisters belong to Jashin-sama." Morgan moved toward her and delivered a punch that she avoided. She grinned. "It's time I end this." Making a hand sign, her purple eyes began to glow. "Feel the power of a god," she said seductively. The samurai, witnessing this, stared at her, their eyes began to glow, and they started committing seppuku. Some of the assassins in the trees were spotted hanging from them. "What is this?" Naruto said, witnessing Akane putting her sword tip over her heart, preparing to end it. "Akane!" Naruto ran as fast as he could, grabbing the blade with his bare hands, blood pouring from them. "Stop this, Lady Akane!" Naruto yelled. "Teo!" He turned to see the large man, along with some of the stronger-willed samurai, fighting the urge to kill themselves. Naruto was getting worried when he heard, "Naruto." Naruto turned to see Chie. She looked angry at him. "Chie, no, it can't be." Naruto shook his head, trying to undo this genjutsu placed on him. "You failure! You monster! You pathetic thing!" She started yelling at him. "You couldn't save me, the most important thing in your useless life." A blast of blood poured from her stomach as if she had just been stabbed. "If it wasn't for me, Kyoko would have died. I died because you weren't there," she yelled. "No, I tried getting there in time, but Kamen proved to be a better man than you ever were. You were nothing but the demon they always said you were." Konoha tried to do the world a favor. In the outside world, Naruto, still holding onto Akane's blade, removed one hand and reached for his own knife. Morgan saw this and, with a sign of his own, began to chant in an old, dead language. Anna was smiling. "What do you think you're doing, traitor?" she said, but Morgan kept chanting until he started to glow a pale white. A flash blinded her. In Naruto's nightmare, Naruto stood in a small village in Steel Tree. Fire was everywhere, a mountain of bodies lay before him as blood rained from the skies. He walked with horror on his face. He looked up a hill to see a small, once modest farm now in shambles. A beautiful, chestnut-haired woman with violet eyes held a small, 4-year-old red-headed girl. She was scared, hugging the girl protectively as a figure in black approached them. Naruto yelled, "Chie! Kyoko!" He ran as fast as his legs would take him but was too late. Chie wrapped herself around Kyoko as the blade stabbed through her, and then the figure disappeared. Naruto, breathing heavily, grabbed Chie and Kyoko, holding them in his arms, shouting their names with no response. For what seemed like an eternity, crying, he pulled his knife, bringing it into the air and bringing it down at a fast speed. It was going to his stomach to take his own life when a hand of dull light stopped it, grabbing his hand. "Is this how you want to die, Uzumaki?" Naruto looked at the figure of light, his voice was deep, and Naruto recognized it. "Morgan, what's happening?" Outside the nightmare, Morgan was chanting, and the light around him grew brighter as figures of light ran out of it, grabbing the samurai and assassins fighting for control. "What's this? What are you doing, Morgan?" Anna said in surprise and anger, but Morgan kept on chanting. Anna was blinded again by the light. Naruto's nightmare. "Naruto Uzumaki, you are going to fight this. You are going to survive and fight this, or your wife's spirit is truly dead, and your daughter will soon follow." Naruto's eyes widened at Morgan's words. "I failed them. Chie, Kyoko, Sensei, all of them. Your daughter is alive, Naruto, you know this to be true." A cough was heard as Kyoko drew breath. Naruto looked at her, worried sick. "What Kamen has done to your wife, he will do to others. He wants his fight, so give it to him. Focus your rage, tear him apart, kill him. Survive this and destroy what he has, but in order to do that, you must live." A blinding light appeared, and Naruto found himself back in the real world. The real world. Naruto's forces and daimyo were snapping out of the nightmare Anna put them through. Akane had tears in her eyes as she had just relived the deaths of her husband and daughter again and again. Anger fueled her, and she saw Naruto's hand still on the blade. She got up, grabbed him, and lifted him. The two looked at the surprised Anna, rage in their eyes, quickly followed by the army behind them. How? Anna screamed. You should all be dead from taking your own lives. She turned to Morgan as the light faded. He had a somber look. Anna, I told them you were mine, but I think I'll share the wealth this one time. Tonight is the night you die, slowly and painfully. He nodded to Akane. Anna was frightened. No, 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 no. This can't be. Jashin-sama has to have his sacrifices. I won't deny him. I won't let that happen. Anna was starting to freak out until a blade was rammed into her stomach. She looked up, shocked, to see Akane's razor-sharp eyes looking back at her. Removing the blade, Anna fell to her knees, and Akane removed her head. Morgan saw this and was disappointed. After I was nice enough to share, you go, and make it quick. Akane, swiping her sword to clean the blood, took a deep breath, sheathed her sword, and spoke, as a samurai, I do not kill an enemy in the way you were hoping for, Morgan-san. It is honorless. Morgan shrugged and said, suit yourself, samurai, but you don't know what you're missing. The rest of the night was spent making graves for the samurai and assassins who died in the battle and offering prayers for the heroes of Steel Tree. The Jashinists even had unmarked graves, but further away from the village. Morgan didn't help, he preferred to let the Jashinists' bodies rot. He took Anna's body, though, and burned it, chanting in his strange language as he did so. This lasted until daybreak. Akane, Naruto, and Teo were talking when Morgan appeared before them. Well, it looks like I'm taking my leave from here. Good day to you. As he turned away from the surprised people, Akane spoke, you're not going to stay with us for the next battle? You're leaving just like that? Morgan kept walking. News won't reach Blood River for a day or so. Until then, I have some hunting to do. Those Jashinists don't die fast enough. I'm going to lend them a hand with that. Morgan, the man turned to see Naruto, who said, are you going to join us again? We can use your help for the war against Kamen. Morgan shook his head. No. Kamen is your quarry, but I'll be there for the Jashinists. Naruto nodded as Morgan waved and vanished. Teo said, the Jashinists aren't going to live long with that man after them. Akane and Naruto nodded in agreement. I wonder what that light he saved us with was. Akane said, thinking. Whatever it was, my lady, it's at least clear that we have an ally against the Jashinists, Naruto said. The following morning, Akane led the samurai and assassins to the next village where the citizens of the village they fought in had fled. When they arrived, a chorus of cheers erupted as they knew the warriors of Steel Tree had won the day. It appears we have a warm welcome, my lady, Teo said to Akane. Indeed, she replied, turning to her warriors. Brave soldiers of Steel Tree, you have fought valiantly and with honor. Rest and prepare. We won a battle, and we will win the war. Her men cheered and went to eat and get some much-needed rest, though some, after experiencing Anna's strange jutsu, needed a drink more than anything else. Daddy! Naruto turned in time to catch Kyoko, who dive-bombed into his arms. Amaru watched next to Akane and Teo. Sweetheart, Naruto said happily. Did you do it? Did we win? Can we go home now? Kyoko said with such hope in her eyes that made Naruto and company frown. He looked to Akane, Teo, and Amaru, the three nodded and left. Kyoko, I'm sorry, we can't go back just yet. And I told you that when I returned, I would tell you something important. Let's go to the hotel. Kyoko was saddened by the news. The two held hands as they walked. Naruto tried to engage in some small talk, but his daughter was giving him a little bit of a cold shoulder. As they reached the hotel, they went to hers and Amaru's room. The two entered the room. Kyoko sat on her bed while Naruto pulled up a chair. Kyoko, I want you to understand something before I start. I always feared this day, the day I would tell you just what your father really is, what I really am. Kyoko was a little worried. What do you mean, Daddy? I'm what I told you I was, Kyoko, an assassin. Simply put, I kill people for Steel Tree. Kyoko was shocked. Her father, her gentle, caring father she loved so much, was a killer. What? Kyoko said. Naruto looked down at the floor with a frown of sadness. When I would leave all those times in the past, it was because I was ordered to eliminate threats to our nation. I would go and kill some very bad men, like I did last night. Assassins, samurai, and shinobi are soldiers sent to fight and to kill for the protection of their leaders, country, and loved ones, he said, recalling all the enemies he had eliminated over the years. Kyoko couldn't believe it. Is that what Lady Akane was training me to do? Naruto shook his head. No, Lady Akane was training you so you could protect yourself. I don't want you in this kind of life. I want you to be a doctor or something along those lines. That is one of the reasons I'm so grateful to Amaru for taking you under her wing like she has. I want you to be better than me and save lives rather than take them, Naruto said. Kyoko lowered her head. Dad, why do you do it? I don't understand why someone would hurt another person like you do. That hit Naruto hard. His daughter was ashamed of him, he felt it. Kyoko, since the day I was born, I was supposed to be a warrior, or to some, a weapon. I was manipulated more times than I could count by the people of my former home. How? Kyoko said, not quite believing it. Remember our talk about shinobi? She nodded. I was once from one of those villages where they train such people. Kyoko looked at her father in awe. Really? Naruto nodded, confirming. I had a falling out with this village, and for years, with Rikimaru, your grandfather, I was still lost until something amazing happened that took away the darkness in my heart. It was the day I met your mother, Chie. Naruto felt pain at the memories of his dear wife. Naruto spent the next few hours telling Kyoko the stories about his past, to his daughter's amazement, to hear that those bedtime stories he'd tell her were true. But she also felt a little sad for her father. She realized he had a hard life before this, and the revolutions that her grandfathers Irika and Rikimaru were a part of. This made her have more questions that Naruto gave his best answers to. This lasted until late into the night. Naruto tucked her in gently, but she turned to him and asked, "Are you staying here for a little while longer, Daddy?" Naruto lowered his head. "I have a meeting with Lady Akane and Teo tonight, then I'm going back to Konoha in the morning. But if all goes well, we might end up spending a few days there." Kyoko nodded, laid down, and turned her back to him, showing her disappointment. Naruto was sad. He went to the door and slowly closed it, giving her one last look. "I love you, Kyoko." The meeting went as expected. Akane informed the men what their spies had discovered. Apparently, Kamen was disappointed in the Jashinists for not delivering a destroyed village, and Haiden was so angry he sacrificed hundreds of his own men to his god for forgiveness. After the meeting, Naruto met with the group to let them know his plans. "I'm heading out tonight on the way back to Konoha, but first I'm going to see a contact of mine to get some money for them." Teo was surprised. "First you forgive their debt after they robbed you, now you're giving them more money? What are you doing, Shade?" he exclaimed, making Naruto shake his head. "Nothing is forgiven, Teo. They haven't earned my forgiveness yet, and they will be expected to pay the loan back. But they're broke, Kamen saw to that, and they're useless to us without some money to back them," he said, making Teo frown. "Who are you getting the money from?" Akane asked. "Who do you think, my lady?" The next room was a dissection chamber, where bodies were meticulously dismembered, identified by their bloodline, and then sold to the highest bidder. The final room hummed with activity, filled with people in suits. The rhythmic tick-tick-tick-ting of typewriters created an almost harmonious backdrop. A man with black hair, dressed in a pinstriped suit and wire-rimmed glasses, approached Naruto, extending a hand. "Lovely to see you again," he said. "Tao," Naruto greeted him, "are you here for work? We could always use a man of your skills in the organization." Naruto shook his head. "It's for business, but I'm not for hire right now." Tao nodded. "A shame. What can I do for you today?" "I'm here to see your boss," Naruto replied. Tao gave Naruto a neutral look. "I'm afraid he's in a meeting, but it's almost done. If you'd care to wait, can I get you anything?" Tao offered. "No, thank you. I'll wait for him to finish." "Have a seat then, sir." Naruto settled into the offered chair and waited. After a few minutes, the door opened. A man in his 30s with black hair tied in a ponytail, wearing modest blue civilian clothes, black glasses, and carrying a white cane, walked out. Naruto remained silent, observing him until the man turned, a smile gracing his lips. "Naruto Uzumaki, thought I wouldn't notice you there." Naruto returned the grin. "Figures being blind wouldn't slow you down, Itaki." Itaka sat beside Naruto for a moment. "How's Kyoko?" "She's okay. I finally told her what I do for a living. She's not impressed with me right now, and she misses you dearly, of course." Itaka smiled. "She's a good kid. She'll understand one day, you have my word on that." "I hope so." "How's your health?" "Could be better. Amaru did everything she could to keep me going this long. I'm due for another checkup." Itake frowned, then asked, "I heard you were in Konoha. How's Suzuki doing?" The moment Naruto saw Itake, he knew that question was coming. "He's as good as any, I guess. He's loyal to Konoha again. It's kind of weird seeing them after all these years." "Do you still hate him? Do you even have to ask?" "I know he's your brother, but he tried to kill me more than once. It's not something one can just forgive," Naruto said. Itaka nodded in full understanding, saying, "If I still had eyes, Orochimaru would be dead after his little revenge. I have to live knowing I might die from this cancer plaguing me." Naruto was sympathetic to his longtime friend and former hunter. "It's not too late to talk to him, you know," Naruto said. "What would I even say? Sorry I killed mom and dad and everything you knew and loved, and forced you to hate me so you'd kill me so I wouldn't suffer this kind of slow death, and to assure you'd bring honor back to the Uchiha. Can we be brothers again?" All Naruto could say was, "Worded better than that, but it's that or nothing. What do you have to lose?" Itake thought about it for a moment and said, "I have a small place due west from here. A nice family I had dealings with in the past took me in. If Suzuki wants to meet, that's where he can find me." Naruto nodded. "I'll see what I can do." Thank you, but I must be off. I just asked for some money to keep the family going. Itachi chuckled. He always hates when I show up. Good luck, Naruto. I think he's in a bad mood. Naruto shook Itachi's hand, said goodbye, and Itachi left. Tao appeared. He will see you now. Following Tao to the office, Tao opened the door and poked his head in. Sir is in. No words were heard as Tao turned to Naruto. He will see you now, sir. Tao opened the door and bowed to Naruto as he walked in and closed the door behind him. The office was a rather sparse place, a nice grandfather clock in the left-hand corner, a large mahogany desk, and 2 black leather visitors' chairs. It was purely a business area. Behind the desk sat a man with tan skin and bizarre green eyes with no pupils. He wore a gray hood and mask and a gray hakama that looked expensive but worn, as if he intended to get his money's worth. He was writing in a ledger when he looked up at Naruto. Uzumaki, he said. Kakazu, Naruto replied. Have a seat. Naruto did as he was told. What brings you here today? I have a business proposition for you. Kakazu put his pen down, giving Naruto his full attention. Really? And what would that be? Naruto removed his hat, letting it rest on his leg, and spoke. I want you to lend Konoha money to prepare for a war against Kamen. Kakazu was a little surprised. You rejoined Konoha. No, this is just an arrangement for now, Naruto said. I suppose if Kamen is the reason, you'd do just about anything. I heard about Konoha, Kakazu said with a cold bit of mirth in his voice. Naruto nodded. About the business at hand, Kakazu, I want your organization to loan Konoha $100 million at 25% interest. Kakazu calmly considered the price, then said, Konoha's dying. Why would I save it? Naruto smirked. Still harboring a grudge against the first Hokage, Kakuzu? That's not like you. Kakuzu was annoyed at that and said, I'd be bad at my job if it was personal. It's about dropping so much money on a losing thing. Konoha doesn't have anything to its name that could be used to pay it back. Naruto's smirk grew. Are you so sure about that, or does the concept of Konoha and all those legendary shinobi owing you not appeal to you? Kakuzu raised an eyebrow. So you're proposing Konoha work off the debt, if not pay it back? Exactly. Imagine that. Hashirama's legacy in your debt, his granddaughter working for you, doing what she's told. It's almost priceless, wouldn't you agree? Kakuzu thought about it. The deal had personal merit. I want the Hokage herself to sign the contract. If she agrees, then they'll have the money. But I want the interest at 35%. Naruto grinned. Kakuzu always had to negotiate, even on a good deal. That's high. How about 27, 33, 28, 30? Naruto shook Kakuzu's hand and said, deal. Kakuzu grinned. Excellent. Here. Kakuzu handed Naruto a flare. When she signs, shoot the flare, and my men with the money will show. Naruto nodded. A pleasure as always, Kakuzu. Likewise. Not many people have the nerve to negotiate with me. Takes the fun out of it. Naruto grinned at that. Good day, Kakuzu. Kakuzu nodded and went back to work. Naruto received the contract the moment he walked out from Tao. The man could give Shizen a run for best assistant. Naruto then left back to Konoha. In the Tower of Jushin. To say Hayden was mad was an understatement. Fucking cocksucking motherfucking pieces of shit, he ranted and raved, throwing things around the throne room. How in Jushin-sama's name did Anna lose? He yelled. A cultist, either brave or stupid enough, answered, Your Holiness, we were told that the heretic was there with them. Hayden stopped his rant and grabbed the man by the balls, dragging him to a nearby window and throwing him out. I know that, you prick. I was just talking out loud, he yelled at the screaming, falling man. As if I lost that gorgeous piece of ass to a few samurai and one scared-up fucker, he fumed, hugging himself and thinking about it. The thing she could do to a man, amazing, he said, smiling, then returned to his rant. I'll kill all the pricks responsible, he promised. As he continued his rant, the doors opened, and a red-robed man with black skin and a red skull imprint on his face walked through. Others bowed in his presence. Your Holiness, the man said respectfully. What is it, Ki? Can't you see I'm in the middle of an angry rant? Hayden said, a little tired now. I just came to tell you Jashin-sama has heard your plea for forgiveness and has graciously accepted. Hayden breathed a sigh of relief. At least that's taken care of. Now all I have to do is get that bastard Kamen not to back out on us. Unfortunately, he's still useful to Jashin-sama. It's just too bad I'm already here, Hayden. The two cultists looked to see Kamen leaning against a pillar, not looking that mad, all things considered. Hayden gave Kamen an annoyed look. And just how in Jashin's name did you get in here without anyone telling me? Hayden said, looking at his scared followers. I snuck in, obviously. Your security blows, Hayden, Kamen said with an amusing grin, angering the Joshinists in the room. So, Kamen continued, when I woke up today, I had some tea, did some training, killed another group of loyalists trying to overthrow me, and got a blowjob from 2 of the many women in my harem. Then I heard that one of your best people failed to get the job I gave you. Care to elaborate on that, Haydn? Cayman's grin disappeared on that last part. Haydn clenched his teeth, saying, I underestimated those heathens, but that won't happen again. I know it won't. Do you know why, Haydn? Why? Because if it does, I'm going to cut my ties with you and leave this place open to everyone you've pissed off, and the Joshinists will go back to being a backdoor cult like they used to. Haydn was pissed. He was going to say something, but Key beat him to it. Cayman, when it comes to the underworld of crime, you are indeed in charge, but in this holy place, you would be wise to show respect to the priest of destination. Cayman got his grin back. I don't believe I've ever had the pleasure, mister. It's Key. Key the Harbinger. Cute name. Well, Key, as I'm currently talking to your boss, who works for me, I recommend you know your place. Because if you think for a moment your little gang of crazies allows you to waggle the tuff of yours, I'll gladly cut it out of your mouth. Key was silent for a moment, then said, You may believe you can, but I serve Jushin, the god of death. Your threats mean nothing. It's not a threat, it's a promise. Haydn watched the two talk until his patience ran out. Listen here, Cayman, you are only alive because you're useful to Jushin, but keep this up and you lose us, got it? Cayman didn't lose his grin as he walked up to Key, looking him over as Key remained unmoving. You know, Haydn, I like this one. He's got the kind of eyes that says he'll take everything from you, like people say about mine. So here's what I'll do, get your people stronger, and I'll get someone else to deal with the samurai until they are strong enough. And when the time comes, I'll let you destroy a hidden village. How's that? Haydn thought about it. Fine, but you better deliver on that. Cayman gave him a serious look. I've been delivering. You, however, have not. So get it done. Cayman vanished from his spot, leaving the Joshinists annoyed. When the time comes, I'm going to spend the next 1,000 years cutting that fucker to bits, Haydn said. Key nodded in approval. Konoha village gates. The guards, Izumo and Katetsu, were sitting at the visitor station as usual when Naruto walked through. The two had never bothered Naruto before, so he didn't pay them any disrespect back. He walked up to them. How's it going today, guys? Naruto said. The two shinobi gave him a confused look until Naruto lifted his flat-top hat, showing his face. And Naruto, Izumo and Katetsu exclaimed in surprise. You're back. I'm assuming you two knew I was alive, yes? Naruto asked. Izumo spoke. Well, yeah, but we thought you'd be gone longer with the bullshit at the hospital. If it was up to me, I wouldn't be here at all, but sacrifices have to be made, Naruto said, annoyed, then added, but what can you do? Anyway, can you two tell Senju I need to speak with her? Izumo nodded and vanished from sight, heading to the Hokage Tower. Katetsu gave Naruto a weary look. Be careful, some of those anti-you assholes aren't happy that you beat up by Kun and are looking for a way to get you back. Naruto nodded. Thanks, Katetsu. You know, I never had a problem with you two. I hope you know that. Katetsu gave Naruto a nod. Same with you. The two talked for a bit when Izumo returned, telling them Tsunade was ready. Naruto said his goodbyes and left. The streets of Konoha. Naruto was walking down the street to the Hokage Tower, in no real rush, when he saw Shizune. She had survived her brush with death and, after a few days, continued her job. Tsunade had done her best work on her, now all Shizune had were a couple of scars. Sakura had insisted, however, that she take the day off, and the Konoha 11, minus Suzuki, had taken her out. Tsunade had some work to do so couldn't join. As she and the gang walked out of the barbecue house, her eyes found Naruto, and things went silent as they didn't know how to approach him. Shizune, putting on a brave face, welcomed him. Naruto, good to see you, she said with a smile. Naruto walked past her, the smile she had dropped to a frown. Wait, Naruto, she said. Naruto stopped and turned his head so he saw her over his shoulder. Naruto, what happened to you? It hurt me so much. I'm so sorry, we all are. The others felt guilty as they looked at him. Naruto's response was, I bet it didn't hurt as much as the closest thing you had to a family trying to kill you. He turned around and walked slowly to her, speaking in an almost eerily calm voice as he continued, feeling their claws and blades slicing and stabbing into you, having your father's own technique being used to keep you down by your godfather as they butchered and bled you out, to have a sword pierce into your gut by someone you spent years trying to save so he could gain a little power up, and then falling off a fucking cliff and still survive, only to realize you have nothing to go back to. He stopped right in front of her, gazing into her eyes. Did the sadness you felt letting my murder happen live up to that? Shizune had a tear in her eye. I thought not, he finished. The group was as silent as the grave Naruto should have been in. Naruto spoke, I know you all want to say something about how sorry you are and how you wish you could take it all back, but I like actions better than words. If you really want my forgiveness, do something to earn it. Naruto looked at the group. I have a meeting with Senju, so be prepared, because that little spat you had with IWA won't live up to the war that's coming. Naruto turned and walked away, leaving them worried. Hokage office. Tsunade was doing her work when the door opened, revealing Naruto. She dropped everything she was doing to listen to what he had to say. Naruto. Senju, I have a contract. I want you to look this over. Naruto tossed the envelope on her desk. Tsunade ripped it open to read the contract, her eyes widened. $100 million at 30% interest, to be paid in installments every month? Are you serious? I can't sign this, Tsunade exclaimed. Naruto was rather calm. I believe you should. Konoha doesn't have any money to its name, and what you have now won't fund half of the war with Kamen, Naruto pointed out. Tsunade was angry. If I signed this, Konoha would be in deep. We couldn't pay it in time. If I sign this, we're in debt for life. Naruto shook his head. You obviously didn't read the whole thing. You can also work off the debt, and you can always do some bounty hunting to pay the difference. And if anything else, Kamen's operations have a fair deal of income. You can take whatever money you find if it makes you feel better. Tsunade couldn't believe Naruto's logic. You want us to find and capture people from the bingo books and give free labor to pay off the debt while we're fighting a war? Naruto shrugged. Pretty much, yes. Or refuse the money and take your chances. Konoha is backed into a corner right now. It's up to you as Hokage to get it out of there. Tsunade clenched her teeth. This doesn't even tell us who we're borrowing from. Naruto grinned and thought, yeah, that sounds like Kakuzu. Naruto then said, the person I made the deal with is someone I trust, when it comes to money, anyway. Believe me on that. Tsunade didn't buy it. Who is he? Classified information, Senju. No, Naruto, it's not. I may regret what happened between us, but I'm still the Hokage, whether you like it or not. If you want Konoha's help with Kamen, you'll tell me everything, Tsunade said angrily. Last I checked, Senju, you practically begged to help me. Konoha wants Kamen's blood, whether I'm with you or not. The only difference is you won't have my assistance. And don't use your title to order me around again. Don't forget, Senju, I'm the one who put your ass in that chair to begin with, Naruto calmly retorted. Tsunade pondered for a few moments. I did offer, didn't I? But what you propose is the death of my family's legacy. Naruto replied, your family's legacy also includes child soldiers, betrayal, and the desecration of your fellow villagers' honor. But you wouldn't know the first Jinchuriki were from Konoha before your grandpa sold them to other villages to maintain a thinly veiled peace. Tsunade gave him a shocked look. What? Don't get me wrong, Senju, your grandfather was a good man, a little stupid at times, but good. The very first Jinchuriki outside the Sage of Six Paths was your grandma for the 9 tails. But the other 7, minus the one Suna had, were Konoha citizens who had the beast sealed inside them and were then given to other villages when they discovered Konoha possessed so much power. Tsunade couldn't believe these were Naruto's accusations about her grandfather. He wouldn't do that. Hashirama Senju did everything for his people. He wouldn't just sacrifice his own, not even for peace, Tsunade said angrily. Naruto took a deep breath, then said, a Hyuga for the 8 tails, and a Barame for the 7 tails, and a Kimichi for the 6 tails, a Nara for the 5 tails, a Sarutobi for the 4 tails, and Inyazuka for the 3 tails, and finally a Yamanaka for the 2 tails. The Sarutobis did it as a special request from their monkey summon as well. Tsunade was shocked. How do you even know this? I took more than just the ledger with my finances in it. I also took your grandfather's and uncle's journals with a list of the names of the people he traded. It's a clan secret known only to the clan heads at the time, and your grandfather and uncle, of course. Obviously, these people weren't trained in their family's bloodlines. It's also the birth of the Hyuga's caged bird seal, and why Kumo is so fixated on the Hyuga family. They had one before, and she proved to be very useful. Upon hearing this information, Tsunade was hurt. Her grandfather was a good man, even Naruto backed that up. Naruto must have guessed what she was thinking. If it makes you feel better, it was the clan heads at the time who came up with the idea to begin with. Your grandfather fought it for months but, in the end, saw the reasoning. He accepted it, but it hurt him dearly to do so, Naruto said. But it didn't make Tsunade feel better. She then took a deep breath and said, back to the contract. It won't keep Konoha going for more than a few months if we stretch it out. You can't make 100 million last? Then fine, here's what I'll do, sign the contract, then I'll take care of the rest. I have a lead on a big investment. What kind of investment? Tsunade asked. Naruto grinned. A little scheme I've been cooking up for a few of my old enemies. Just trust me, I'm tired of explaining. Tsunade couldn't believe she was going to do this, but she signed the document. Naruto took it, walked up to the window, and fired a flare, shooting money green smoke. What was that about? Tsunade said. Calling for the money, Naruto replied. When will it be here? Her answer came as another flare was shot. Outside at Konoha gates, a man in a black suit with black hair and wire-rimmed glasses waited with 2 bodyguards holding 2 briefcases. Shinobi watched them from the rooftops, unsure what the flares meant. Naruto and Tsunade walked past the crowds to see them. Stay here and make sure your men don't do anything stupid, Naruto told Tsunade as he walked up to the man. Tao, who occasionally worked as one of Kakuzu's delivery men for Naruto, snapped his fingers, and the two men walked up and opened the cases for Naruto to inspect. It was good. There is one more thing, said Tao, pulling out an envelope with Kakuzu's seal on it. Naruto took it, opened it, and saw a stack of money and a letter he glanced at. Naruto then pulled out a lighter and set the letter on fire, disposing of it. People watched, not knowing what he was going to do. He had a small smile on his face. It was a pleasure as always, Naruto nodded. Likewise. When Tao went to shake Naruto's hand, Naruto extended his. As their hands were about to touch, a stiletto launched out of Naruto's sleeve into his hand, which he used to stab Tao in the liver. Tao's eyes widened, as did everyone else's. Naruto whispered in his ear so only Tao could hear, "This is what happens when you betray Kakuzu." Tao's eyes went dead as Naruto pulled the blade out of him and let the man he had done business with for almost a decade fall limply to the ground. Naruto wiped the thin knife clean, as cold as ice. He looked at the two men who accompanied Tao. They didn't move a muscle. "Deliver the money to the Hokage, and good job as always." The men nodded. They brought the cases to the Hokage, bowed to both, then left to tell their boss what happened. They had worked with Naruto long enough not to question his actions. "What the hell? Why did you kill him?" said Tsunade in shock. Naruto remained calm as he said, "It was business. Don't worry about it, and pay on time or else." Naruto walked past her. The letter Naruto had read had only one word on it, thief. After that, Naruto went to the Red Leaf Bar and sat at a table. No one in the bar wanted to be anywhere near him. As he sat, he ordered a drink and an empty bowl, to the confusion of others there. Naruto wasn't a sake kind of guy like most. The first drink he had was with his mentor, who liked to drink whiskey. Although he didn't really drink much, he did prefer the burn of the brown liquid. He had an unopened bottle and glass brought to his table. The bartender didn't charge him out of fear, and the assassin really didn't care to pay him anyway. As he sat and took a small drink, he went over some papers of plans and reports he had in his pocket, all unopened until he read them. Every time he memorized them, he would light the paper on fire and put it in the bowl to burn. The people watching him do it were perplexed. This lasted for an hour. The bottle was down to almost half, but Naruto didn't even seem tipsy. He sighed as the last letter was smoldering in the bowl, and smoke filled the bar, but the letters were made of quick-burning paper and smelled of cigarette smoke. "What can I do for you, Asuma?" Naruto said as the man walked from behind him. "Can I sit here?" Asuma asked. "Why not? No one else is," Naruto said nonchalantly. Asuma sat down. "So, what are you up to?" "Drinking, obviously. I mean, with the letters, smart ass. Classified. I'm getting really tired of you saying that. Then stop asking me questions about my personal life." Naruto was speaking too dryly. It was annoying Asuma. "Look, Naruto, I have a favor to ask you," he said, getting a little of Naruto's attention. "Killing someone isn't cheap, Asuma." Asuma waved his hand defensively. "I wasn't going to ask you that. Why would you even think that?" he exclaimed. "I'm an assassin. People don't often ask me anything else," Naruto pointed out. "I'm not asking you to kill someone. I was going to ask you to go see Konohamaru." Naruto gave Asuma a little more of his attention. "And why, pray tell, would I do that? Is he in some kind of trouble?" Naruto asked. Asuma took a deep drag of his smoke. "When we thought you were dead, he was angry about it. Now he's angry you're alive and never went to see him. Does he not realize I couldn't see him because I was marked for death?" Naruto said. "He tried to kill Sasuke more than once because of it. He grew to be angry and distant to everyone, even family. Please, Naruto, he loved you like a brother." Naruto took a sip of his drink. "I'll give it some thought." Asuma nodded. "Thank you." Asuma thought a moment longer before saying, "Kurane got an ultrasound. We're having a girl." Naruto looked at him and took a sip of his drink impassively. "Congratulations." Asuma didn't really want to ask this, but if she wasn't pregnant, would you have killed her? Naruto's eyes stared at him. "She wasn't my target. One target, one kill is the code of the shade, although it's not always the case. I wouldn't have killed her, but she wasn't going to get away with it either." Asuma stared hard back. "Are we going to have a problem, Naruto?" "Not unless you do something stupid, Sarutobi. Despite my history with your father, I owe you nothing. Cross me, and I won't hesitate to put you down." Asuma was tense for a moment. "I don't care about my safety, but Kurane and my daughter are my priority." "What about them?" Naruto shook his head. "I don't go after children or new mothers, there is no honor in that. If anything happens, Asuma, it's you and me alone," Naruto said seriously. Asuma nodded. "There won't be a problem with us, Naruto." "Good." Asuma got up, but Naruto wasn't alone now as three other men sat down at the table: Jiraiya, Kakashi, and Sasuke. "Well, if it isn't my three favorite people," Naruto said sarcastically. Naruto, we wanted to have a word with you, Sasuke said bluntly. This better be very important to bother me with, Uchiha Naruto said in his cold voice as he continued. I've had a long week, from brokering deals to battling an army of fanatics to gathering intel. Naruto left out his daughter for obvious reasons, but Kakashi pressed on. This won't take long, and it is important. Naruto took an annoyed breath. Very well then, what is it? Jiraiya answered this time. Since you've been gone, I've managed to get my spy network working properly again, and they've managed to locate a few guys working for someone calling themselves the Silver Hand. The Silver Hand isn't a person, it's an organization that loans money to the criminal elements from here to the other end of the continent. Your spies aren't really that good, are they? Naruto said, shaking his head. Sasuke was going to go after them, and we thought you'd like to join him, maybe find out who the leader is, Jiraiya said, trying not to let what was just said bother him. Who's on this little team of yours? Sasuke answered this one. My team of Lee, Tenten, and Kiba, known as the Raven Corps. Cute name, Naruto said dryly. But you're more of a wet work kind of team. I would rather have you for the Jushinsts instead of infiltration operations. Sasuke was a little offended. Unless you forgot, we are still shinobi, not just soldiers. Stealth is something we were being trained for since we were 6, Sasuke said. Naruto nodded. Yes, you were, and I was trained by an assassin so cunning and quiet I've snuck in and out of this village more times than I'd care to say. I also knew I was being tailed by the Tsunade had on me since I took care of Tao, the bagman. Kiba, Tenten, and Lee being a part of it? Hell, I know Lee is in the upper left shadow on the far left wall, Tenten is under the table to the right, and I can smell Kiba behind the bar, so trust me when I say I know what I'm talking about, Uchiha. Seeing as their hiding places didn't work, the 3 came out and removed their masks. Out of the 7 of you, those 3 took too many unnecessary risks. Shikamaru, Niji, and especially Shino did better. If it wasn't me, they would have gone unnoticed, Naruto smirked as the next 3 came out. But the best of you was Konohamaru. That took everyone by surprise. Konohamaru came from behind a pillar. None of you so-called elites knew he was there. He snuck in with Asuma. So kid, you finally graduated from hiding behind bedsheets, Naruto said with a smirk. Sasuke gave Konohamaru an annoyed look. You weren't on Naruto's detail. What are you doing here? Konohamaru glared at Sasuke and said, when someone you looked up to comes back from the dead and doesn't come and see you, you might as well go see him, Konohamaru said, glaring at the Uchiha, then at Naruto. The boy became a man now, 21 years of age. Konohamaru was wearing standard issue Umbu armor and a black headband, with a more defined face, athletic build, and a black katana on his back. So you dropped by to say hi then? Naruto questioned. I heard what Asuma asked of you, figured now would be as good a time as any. Naruto took a sip of his whiskey. Fair enough. He looked at the bartender. Another glass. The bartender quickly brought another, and Naruto poured some whiskey in it and pushed it with his finger towards Konohamaru, who walked over and sat down. I don't drink, Naruto. Naruto looked at him calmly. Start then. Everyone in the bar held their breath at the 2, not knowing if a fight would break out. What about the mission? Jiraiya said to Naruto, a little confused. Shikamaru's team, will join me. Naruto took the folder Sasuke had, blazed through it, then burned it. Why did you burn it? Kakashi exclaimed. Paper trails get people killed, anyway. Naruto looked back at Konohamaru. Drink. Konohamaru took a swig of the whiskey and had a little cough. You actually drink this stuff, Naruto? Konohamaru said, red-faced, making Naruto chuckle. Naruto took a swig of his own. You have to earn whiskey's respect before you can truly drink it. Whatever, Konohamaru said. Naruto smirked. Considering you just outwitted a pile of shinobi, I want you on this mission. Everyone was surprised. Konohamaru isn't going, he doesn't have the experience, Kakashi pointed out. The only way to have experience is to go out and get it, Naruto responded. We'll meet with your Hokage in an hour to talk plans. Until then, Konohamaru and I have something to discuss, Naruto said. Shikamaru was annoyed. Naruto, right now we have to. Don't argue with me, Naruto said with a deadly serious tone, and continued, what is happening here is a private matter, not for your ears, and unless you want me to cut them off, you will comply, got it? Shikamaru's men moved a little closer, but Shikamaru raised a hand to stop them. The Naruto I knew wouldn't make threats like that. The Naruto you knew also trusted you. I, however, do not. Now go. Shikamaru was silent for a moment, then said, let's go. Everyone, including the bartender, left. Shikamaru gave Naruto one last glance, then left. Naruto filled the 2 glasses again. How have you been, Konohamaru? Naruto said, picking up his glass and taking a sip. Konohamaru did the same. Alright, for the most part, training. I've been working up to be Hokage. Still holding on to the dream, eh? Good to hear not everyone changed. Konohamaru gave Naruto an angry look. What do you mean by that? He asked as Naruto calmly sipped his drink and said, since I've been gone, I've kept tabs on Konoha from time to time. When I heard you've been fighting your own people, I was a little disappointed in you. Konohamaru had an annoyed look. What did you expect? I just let your death go without a care. Naruto shook his head no, then said, I expected you to be mad, but not stupid. I heard you tried to kill the Uchiha. He was the person that was blamed for your death, the final kill shot, and that traitor gets promoted for it. Konohamaru shouted at Naruto. Listen, I've killed people that trusted me. The guy I killed earlier was someone I have done business with for almost a decade. Konohamaru was surprised. Why did you do it? Because I was paid by his boss to do so. He was a good guy, always respectful and paid on time, but he betrayed his boss, so he had to go, whether I liked him or not. What happened to you? The Naruto Uzumaki I know was a kind, caring man who saw past the evils of others and treated people with his own kind of respect, even some people like family, Konohamaru said. Naruto now was annoyed. Why does everyone keep saying that? It's been 10 years, Konohamaru. People change, especially after nearly being killed by said family, Naruto pointed out. Konohamaru sat there for a moment. I heard about your wife and daughter. We may have changed, but I want you to know I'll help you any way I can to get them, he said. Naruto looked at Konohamaru, studying him for a moment. When he saw the truth in Konohamaru's eyes, he said, there are things a person has to do on his own. Came in his mind, but I could use your help with his minions. Thanks, Konohamaru, you're one of the very few people here I can count on. The two drank for a little while longer, talking about what had been going on until the meeting took place. An hour later in the Hokage office. Naruto, Konohamaru, Shikamaru, and his team were there. Naruto sat on the sofa to the side as Shikamaru talked to the Hokage. The plan was to sneak inside a mansion owned by a local crime boss with ties to human trafficking. It was a heavily guarded complex filled with Ronin-type samurai acting as bodyguards. His meeting with the Silver Hand was in 4 days. The guy running the whole thing is called Tokaibe Ikagoya. He took the empire over from his father, who was killed 8 years ago, and has been running it ever since. He's even worse than his father. Naruto looked up at him for a minute. Did you say Ikagoya? Yeah, you know him, Shikamaru asked. I'm the one that killed his father on one of my first assignments for Sensei, Naruto informed. Shikamaru asked, why kill him? Naruto replied, I was on the assignment by a client looking to expand his interests in the Ikagoya's more legal businesses but didn't want the criminal part screwing that up. The Ikagoya family is notorious for keeping what's theirs and stomping anyone who crosses them. Naruto then said, he and Gato were cousins, so being a prick runs in that family. Shikamaru nodded as Naruto continued, they run it all from the Ikagoya estate. Might have better protection this time around, and the law over there is completely loyal to them, so if you meet a statesman over there, don't worry about killing them. Shikamaru and the others nodded, understanding. I am wondering though, why didn't you kill his son, the new boss? Tsunade asked this time. Naruto gave her a cold look. I was only paid to kill the father. It didn't cover Tokaibe. If it did, we wouldn't be having this conversation. Tsunade couldn't believe it. He traffics people, kills civilians, and has an iron grip on the poor there, and you wouldn't kill him because you weren't paid enough. Naruto shrugged. If we killed everyone that was bad for free, we'd all be out of a job, and you have a live-by-hire kind of economy, remember. Still, weren't you the one who wouldn't leave Wave because the people were suffering from Gato? To hear you now, you did a complete 180 in personality, Niji said. True, and I still get a warm, fuzzy feeling every time I go to Wave, but it doesn't change the fact that I'm a killer for hire and a damn good one, too. If you're good at something, never do it for free, Naruto replied with professional coldness. Tsunade watched them talk long enough. About Ikagoya, Jiraiya's spies believe he's meeting a high-ranking member of the Silver Hand. Apparently, he's getting a little too comfortable and hasn't been giving back to the organization. Naruto smirked. Sounds like them. So chances are he's going to die anyway, so all we have to do is wait and see who the Silver Hand sends. Tsunade raised an eyebrow, asking why do you think that? Naruto replied, an organization like the Silver Hand doesn't take kindly to being snubbed. Ikagoya will most likely be an example to others with the same mindset. Yes, Shade-sama. Naruto, cloaked in his shade outfit with hood and mask, stood silently as Konohamaru waited. Without a word, Naruto slipped into the shadows, Ghost following close behind. They ran for 3 days, Naruto relentlessly pushing forward, leaving Konohamaru exhausted. Their destination was a small farming village east of Lightning, a place too insignificant for Kumo shinobi patrols and ignored by the daimyo, allowing the Ikagoya family to control the impoverished workers. They continued until Naruto abruptly stopped, turning to a sweating, tired Konohamaru. Looking at the early morning sky, Naruto instructed, we'll rest here until nightfall, be ready to move out afterward. Konohamaru collapsed, panting heavily, managing to say between breaths, sounds good. Shade. Naruto suppressed a smile at Konohamaru's weariness. I'm going to patrol the area. make sure to eat, set up camp, and clean yourself up, you smell like shit. Konohamaru nodded tiredly, yes, sir. Naruto observed the village from the shadows. Despite the early hour, Ikagoya's men were already harassing innocent bystanders. Naruto's gaze landed on a beautiful young woman with walnut-colored hair, gorgeous emerald eyes, full lips, and ample cleavage, yet still possessing an innocent demeanor. She appeared terrified of the men. One man was ogling her. So, a Ronin began, there's a new girl in town, and a cute one too, he said, licking his lips. I think we need to be introduced. He grabbed the girl's arm, pulling her toward the nearest hotel as the others laughed. Don't ruin her too much, I want to go. No, please, I'm just a little girl. I'm still a virgin, she screamed. The man smiled even better. The two entered the hotel, Naruto smirking under his mask as he watched. From inside the hotel room, a woman's scream echoed. Downstairs, people felt pity for the girl, fearing the worst when the screaming stopped. However, inside the room, the Ronin struggled to breathe, caught in a stranglehold. The girl he had grabbed wore a neutral expression. Only when shadows began to shift did a smile grace her face. How are you, little brother, she said as Naruto appeared. Lin caught another one, I see, he remarked, glaring at the blue-faced Ronin, then smirked, no, I'm still a virgin, really, Lin. It worked, didn't it, she said, annoyed. Naruto nodded, then his eyes suddenly turned cold. He removed one of his knives and told the man, here's what's going to happen, you say anything out of turn or yell, I'm going to cut something off of you, something you're going to miss, got it. The Ronin let out a pained gasp, which they took as a yes, and Lin's grip eased. The Ronin gasped and coughed as Naruto began his interrogation, who is your boss meeting? I don't know, all we were told was to be ready. Ikagoya-sama is scared of him. Not enough to undercut him from his business. The Ronin looked confused. The boss didn't undercut him, he just failed to make a payment on time because someone attacked his drug den at Blaze Village. Naruto shook his head, thinking fuck, your spies are useless, Jiraiya. Getting back to the matter at hand, Naruto then asked, how many of you are at the compound? I don't know, a bunch. Do you not know how to count? The Ronin turned his head, embarrassed. Now, this one's for all the money, what time will he be there for the meeting? The Ronin pondered. 6 o'clock? 6:30? Yeah, that's right, 6:30 p.m. Thanks, Naruto said. The Ronin breathed a sigh of relief, then felt a sharp pain in the back of his head and a hand over his mouth. His eyes glazed over, and he went limp. Lin let the man fall, then went to a case she had on the side, opening it to reveal a full makeup kit. She began applying purple to her right eye. So, is it true you found that prick? She asked angrily, referring to Kamen. Konoha Ninja got in the way, now they want to join us. Really? Those traitors want in on this. Yep, I'm willing to let them too. Lin began messing up her hair and ripping a piece of her dress. When she turned, she looked as though she'd been through the ringer. We'll talk a little more about that after. Go, I'll cover you. She ran out of the room, crying and yelling, he doesn't want to be bothered. Naruto had a grim smile. The man had picked the wrong woman to mess with. He wanted to talk with Lin more, but business called, and even though he knew her skill, he wished his big sister safe passage anyway. Evening, 5 o'clock. Konohamaru sat by a fire, the scent of roasted rabbit filling the air. Well rested from almost 8 hours of sleep, he was ready to eat, but his danger sense tingled. He pulled a kunai into a defensive stance as Naruto emerged, a knife of his own. Naruto peeled half the rabbit and devoured it in 3 bites. Konohamaru was annoyed but kept it to himself. We leave in 20 minutes. I want to find a couple of things in the compound before the silver hand arrives. Konohamaru was slightly confused. You didn't mention this before. I know, because you should have asked. You have one mission, but there is always room to gather additional intel, and the Ikagoya family are big on keeping records. Konohamaru nodded, ate a bit of rabbit, and said, okay, Shade, let's go. Ikagoya family estate. Naruto and Konohamaru scaled the walls, sticking to their code names. They landed on the roof of the guest house. Ghost, from here, we need to find a ledger and anything of interest. Use your gut on this, Naruto ordered. Keep the body count to a minimum, even if you see something that makes you want to kill, don't. The silver hand is our priority. Konohamaru nodded, and they split up. With Naruto. Naruto moved through the shadows. He came across a bunkhouse and listened in on 2 Ronin. Can you believe it, those silver hand guys are coming here? I even heard it might be one of the big guys too. If trouble happens, Ikagoya is on his own. You got that right. It was fun, but I'm not dying for him. Outside, Naruto shook his head in disgust at the 2 men. He looked through the window again and saw a map of the compound on a desk. Naruto waited a moment and saw an open ceiling panel above. Moving to the roof directly above the opening, he could see the map from his vantage point. After memorizing it, he left for the next part. The map showed the location of the storage house. He turned on his radio earbud. Ghost, I found a map. There's a storage house on the east side of the estate. Go see if there's anything good, Naruto said. With Konohamaru. Copy that, Shade, Konohamaru replied. He was currently on the north side, moving as quickly and quietly as he could. He moved as a guard patrol approached, getting on his stomach and sliding under a nearby porch, waiting for the patrol to pass, then continued moving under cover until he reached the other side. He scoped out the area to see if anyone else was there. Finding nothing, he continued. He came across a large wall between him and the south side. Focusing chakra to his feet, he walked up. His senses kicked in, and he turned to see an archer on the roof. The archer turned and saw Konohamaru in surprise. The archer was about to draw his bow and yell when a hand covered his mouth and a knife slit his throat. The person behind him was Naruto. He put a hand to his ear and activated his earbud. Be aware of your surroundings, Ghost. Even through the radio static, Konohamaru heard the disappointment in Naruto's voice. Yes, sorry, sir. Don't apologize, just do better. Konohamaru nodded. South side. Konohamaru stood atop the wall. The south side featured a beautifully built rock garden with cherry trees. In the center were two storage houses, which Konohamaru found strange, having only heard there was supposed to be one. Shade, there are two storage places, not one, he said into his earbud. Strange, but no matter, check both. Copy, Konohamaru replied. Jumping down, he avoided another patrol and moved between the two structures. There were two doors, one for each house. He tried the one on the right. Opening the door, he found clay pots. He walked in, opened one, and found it filled with liquid. Taking a sniff, it was sake. In another, there was a strange white powder. He called it in. Shade, one of the houses is filled with alcohol and some kind of powder. Is the powder black? No, it's white. Did you touch it at all? No. Good. That shed must be used for storing Ikagoya's bootleg seiken drugs. Do you have a paper bomb on you? Yes. Place one on one of the alcohol pots, then check the other shed. Copy. Konohamaru placed a bomb as instructed, then peeked his head out to ensure no one was there, then moved into the other shed. Opening the door, he found it dark. He heard the sound of rattling chains and soft crying. Staying calm, Konohamaru made a sign then snapped his fingers. A small light emerged from the snapping point, bright enough to see without being blinding. He was thankful for making the technique. It didn't seem like much, but it was practical. Using the small light, he looked to find the source of the crying. What he found angered him. There were three young women, one almost still a girl. They stared at him with fear. Konohamaru didn't remove his mask, but his eyes conveyed he wasn't bad. Shade, the second shed has a few girls in it, must be villagers, he said over the radio. Copy. Leave them and continue the mission. Konohamaru's mind couldn't fathom that. They are innocent, we can't just do that. You can and you will. Right now, we have to worry about the mission. That's an order, Ghost. You'd leave them here to die. I'd leave them there because it's the best place for them. There are Ronin everywhere, boy, and if they are released, it could mean their deaths. Konohamaru was affected by Naruto calling him boy. Getting his emotions in check, he responded, understood. He turned to the girls and unlocked their bindings. Stay here until I return, don't worry, I will come back, you have my word. The girls nodded, the youngest even hugged him. Please come back, she said. I will. With Naruto. Naruto found the main house, a 3-story, overly fancy place. The front door was obviously no good. Above it, Naruto saw a vent. Sneaking through it, he found himself in a hallway with paper sliding doors everywhere. He was on high alert, as he could see the silhouettes of people behind the doors. This must be where the guard stayed. Ducking down, he moved silently to get to the other side. The silhouette on his right-hand side got closer. Thinking quickly, he jumped to the ceiling, gripping it hard. A man walked out. The man in question, about 5 feet 5 inches, walked with a slouch. He looked like a buzzard, with a pointed nose and chin, a pencil mustache cut in the middle. The top of his head was bald, while the hair on the back was in a topknot. He was wearing expensive but ugly-looking yellow, green, and purple robes. Naruto knew instantly it was the boss himself, Takebe Ikagoya. It would have been so easy to kill him right there, and the temptation was itching at Naruto, but the skinny, bird-faced little prick was too important to die right now. Afterward, though, that was a different story. Ikagoya was being followed by 2 men. He looked at them angrily. I want everyone on their best behavior. We haven't recovered our losses from the blaze attack, and the silver hand is the last thing I need right now, got it? Yes, Takebe-sama, the men said. Ikagoya then added, if he agrees, get one of the new batch of girls, untouched, and whatever else he wants to seal the deal. His men grinned, then turned and left. From his spot, Naruto waited for Takebe to move before landing quietly on the ground. He followed Takebe in the shadows. Takebe went into his personal office, with 2 guards at the door. Thinking of a way in, he considered the map he saw and his personal knowledge of the Ikagoyas. As ruthless as they were, when their men were around protecting them, it was a clan of cowards, and they were tricky, always trying to find the safest hole to crawl into when trouble was around. Panic rooms were far too dangerous, considering they dealt with people with enough time and patience to wait them out, or enough power that they'd find a way in. He knew it would have to be an escape tunnel, and it would be in Ikagoya's office, as well as other main parts of the mansion. Considering that he wouldn't have all tunnels serving as a complete way out, because it could leave too many openings which would be counterproductive, he would have it as small as it could be as well, so not too many people could use it. You might even have to crawl to get through it, and most likely lead to one of the safest places in the mansion. All of a sudden, it dawned on Naruto. He doubled back to the hall of paper doors. In the hallway, Naruto checked for silhouettes. If anyone was in the left door, he didn't see anyone, but did hear snoring. Slowly opening it, he saw a sleeping guard. Creeping around him, Naruto spotted an enclosed space behind him, filled with bed linens. Moving into it, he looked up and found an opening, smiling to himself. He jumped up into it, crawling to the end of the tunnel. He saw some kind of fabric blocking, or more likely hiding, the entrance on the other side. Carefully lifting up the fabric just a little to see, he found Ikagoya. He was sitting at his desk, looking over a black ledger and writing in it. Behind Ikagoya was a clock that said 6 o'clock. The meeting would be in 30 minutes. Ikagoya saw this and put the ledger in a safe behind a picture of him and his father looking like entitled assholes, and left. Naruto waited, counted to 10, then moved into the office. Removing the picture, he saw the safe had a combo and a key. Putting his ear to it, he began turning the gears, listening to the sound of tick 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 click. First tick 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 click, second tick 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 click, third. First part done. Now, taking out some lockpicks, he put it in the keyhole, adjusting the picks. The lock snapped, unlocking. Opening the safe, it was filled with cash and his prize, the ledger. Opening it to the latest entry, he read and found locations of hideouts, names of top officials the Ikagoya's bribed from all around the elemental nations, as well as a small journal entry reading. With Blaze out of the picture, I've lost far too much as of late. If I don't make money soon, that bastard Garo Kamen is going to cut me out. Me, Takebe Ikagoya. If it wasn't for that bitch attacking my prostitution ring in mines, making me miss a payment, Kamen wouldn't have made me have to hold him off. If the Silver Hand doesn't take my deal, I'll have to prepare for an escape. I'm not joining father as one of that monster's victims. Naruto had to suppress a chuckle. He guessed the bitch was Lin. She took exception to the Ikagoyas and had been attacking them while away on missions for Akane. Naruto destroying the drug manufacturing in Blaze on his way to Konoha must have screwed the Ikagoyas out of a huge profit, good and proper. Getting his earbud on, he said, "Ghost, I got the ledger. Meet me on the roof of the bunkhouse in front of the main gate. Copy that, Shade, on my way." Going back the way he came, Naruto was out of the main house and headed to the meeting place. Ikagoya Estate front gate. Arriving on time, Naruto met Konohamaru. Both were flat on their stomachs, making them less visible. Now, they waited. Ikagoya stood with bodyguards at the ready. A carriage pulled up to the opened gate. 10 samurai wearing silver-painted armor formed a line, 5 on each side, at the ready. The driver dismounted and opened the door, revealing the target. The man who walked out wore a silver wide-brimmed fedora hat, a shotgun overcoat, a tie, a black vest, a dress shirt, pants, and riding boots with silver spurs. His face was shadowed, covering his eyes, but Naruto could make out that he had a silver handlebar mustache. He was about 6 feet tall with an athletic build. Ikagoya bowed, greeting him, a pleasure to finally meet a Silver Hand official in person. Official, the man scoffed. I'm not just some official, I'm the boss. The sudden declaration surprised Naruto, Konohamaru, and Ikagoya, though the latter quickly recovered. My sincerest apologies, sir. So, seeing as I'm here, why haven't you paid me for a while? The boss asked, ignoring Ikagoya's apology. We had some complications in the organization. It won't happen again, mister? Ikagoya stammered. Drake Solomon Drake. Naruto's eyes widened in shock. Drake, one of his old mentors, a man who should be dead, was here, and the boss of the Silver Hand. When Drake removed his hat, revealing his slick-back silver hair, a silver handlebar mustache, and dull blue eyes, it confirmed Naruto's disbelief. His hair used to be black, but age must have finally set in. Drake was in his early 60s after all. And I am not a man looking for excuses, Solomon Drake finished sternly. Ikagoya, not wanting to anger the man, pleaded, Please, Drake-sama, I'm not so bad. I'm just a businessman, and I'm not here to anger you. Drake grinned. You know, I can believe that. Even if I said years ago I had the shade kill your useless old man, I doubt highly you'd have the balls to do anything about it. Takebe Ikagoya had sweat running down his face, a fearful smile plastered on it. And I would not like to have the same happen to me, sir, Takebe said. Drake walked up to him. No, you wouldn't. A knife was rammed into Takebe's stomach so fast that not even Naruto saw when Solomon pulled it. Ikagoya's samurai watched, fearful of the man. You should have paid on time, boy. Now it's too late. Ikagoya coughed up blood. I can't die. Like he fell to the ground, shaking and clutching his guts in shock, before breathing his last. Drake put the blade back in its sheath and vanished. Naruto pushed Konohamaru out of the way and moved as a boot hit the spot where his head had been. Standing up, he saw Solomon. Didn't think I'd notice you, boy? Solomon said with a grin. Did you forget who trained you your first couple of years? Naruto stood up. Drake, you're alive, and you're working for Garo? Naruto asked in shock. Yeah, got me my own little organization with plenty of workers doing my bidding for a change, Solomon said with a grin. Naruto looked at Konohamaru. Ghost, get out of here now. Konohamaru shook his head. I'm not leaving without you or the prisoners, Shade. This isn't up for debate, Ghost, now move. Naruto ordered with finality. Solomon looked at the two. So you gave this little shit my old code name? Well, that's not nice of you, Naruto. What's your name, boy? He asked, turning to Konohamaru, who didn't answer, making him grin. Good boy, never give an enemy your name. But Solomon appeared in front of Konohamaru, delivering a hard punch to his face, knocking him across the roof. Your name doesn't matter anyway, Solomon said, turning to block a kick from Naruto, who flew back and got into his battle stance. Naruto kept an eye on Solomon and asked, Ghost, you alive? Konohamaru got up and fell back on his ass. Yeah, this asshole hits hard though. Get the girls, I got Solomon. But what about? That's an order, soldier. Konohamaru flinched at Naruto's command and nodded. Fine, but you better live. Konohamaru disappeared into the night. Solomon jumped down to the ground. Listen up, you pieces of shit, he said to Ikagoya's now dead men. I'm not wasting my time here. You, on the other hand, have a chance to prove yourselves to me. Kill him and you're hired into the Silver Hand. Ikagoya's men drew their swords. Can't take me on your own, getting too old now, Solomon? Naruto shouted angrily. Threatening my pride, eh? Naruto, you've never stood a chance against me, Shade or no. You couldn't even save your family, and I run an empire now. Why attack when I got so many to do that for me now? He looked at the men. Kill him. Both Solomon's men and Ikagoya's ran towards Naruto as Solomon got in his carriage and left. Naruto took out his blades and prepared to fight his way out. The fight. With samurai below him, Naruto jumped down into the middle of them as they encircled him. He took a deep breath. As blades came down, he released it, bringing up his knives, blocking them, then spinning around, slicing stomachs open. The sickening display gave the others pause. Naruto stood straight, crimson shining on his blades. Where is Drake's hideout? He said in an ice-cold voice. Ikagoya's men turned tail and ran. The silver-clad samurai weren't so easily frightened. The 10 took their battle stance. Naruto charged their way. As Naruto charged, he leaped over a samurai and locked his arm around the samurai's neck, only for the others to rush in, stabbing their blades into him. Naruto moved in a spin, his arm extended, he stabbed the next one in the spine through the heart, then the next in the neck, 3 down. A samurai came from behind to slice him in half, but Naruto, ducking, turned and slashed his throat, 4 down. Konohamaru was sneaking the girls out through the side entrance. Seeing as their boss was dead, Ikagoya's men thought raiding the estate was a good idea. When one of the girls accidentally tripped, all eyes were now on them. Konohamaru knew it was time for a fight. The Ronin surrounded them. Give up the whores and you can go, one of the men said, their weapons drawn. Konohamaru slammed his hand into the man's chest, stopping his heart. You people disgust me. You take young women from their families and use them like trash. You sell their innocence. Now you're all going to die. Konohamaru removed the katana from his back and used it to block an attack. Holding the sword with one hand, he knocked the blade out of the way and with a horizontal slash cut his opponent's chest, killing him. Konohamaru looked at the girls. Go to that house over there, he pointed to a small bunkhouse with his katana. Don't come out till I come for you. One of the girls, about his age, with platinum blonde hair and pale blue eyes, asked, but what about you? I'm going to kill these disgusting wastes of life. Please be careful, an older woman in her mid-20s with dark hair said. I will. Konohamaru Sarutobi never goes back on his word. One of the Ronin gave Konohamaru an annoyed look. Now we have your name, idiot. Yes, you do, but I'm not leaving any of you alive to speak it, Konohamaru said as angry samurai came in for an attack from all angles. Konohamaru moved with impressive speed, cutting them down like his grandfather. Konohamaru preferred a bow staff, but he was just as good with a sword. The enemy didn't know what they had gotten themselves into in this fight. All who heard his name now laid on the floor. This name is what they will carry with them on their way to hell. The bloodbath was finished. He got the girls and fought his way out, keeping them at safe distances along the way. Naruto finished with the silver-clad samurai, one remained alive, barely. Naruto fed him fist after fist until he grabbed him by the collar and said, Where is Solomon? The samurai spat on him. I'll die before I speak. A knife entered slowly into his chest, to his heart. I believe you. Your master was always good at inspiring loyalty. The samurai died, and Naruto pulled his blade. Just too bad he stopped being loyal himself. Naruto made sure no one else was around and left. Naruto met with Konohamaru. You okay, Shade? I'll live. Naruto's eyes fell on the girls. You three have anywhere to go? He asked. The third girl, in her mid-teens with dark hair, said, we have homes in the village. Naruto's reply was simple, go then, you're free now. The women hesitated for a moment. We have homes, but Ikagoya's men killed our families and burned them down before taking us. We have no one waiting for us. Their heads hung low. Naruto talked calmly. There's nothing we can do for that. Go home. Those responsible are dead, so your lives are avenged. Go home and survive like the rest of us. The youngest of the girls stood up. Please, sir, there is nowhere else for us to go. Can't we join you? Her green eyes filled with hope. No, go and be with your own people. Shade, they need help, we can't just leave them, Konohamaru interjected. You're a good man, the young girl said. Naruto gave Konohamaru an angry look. You told them your name? Shade, I told you only code names. The simplest order you could get, and you failed. What, trying to show off to the girls or thought it didn't matter as long as the targets were dead? Konohamaru lowered his head. I gave you an opportunity, boy, and you couldn't do it. Shade nothing. You want to play babysitter, fine, take the girls wherever they want, but we separate now. Not another word of this, got it, boy? Konohamaru lowered his head. Yes, sir. Naruto left without another word. Konohamaru looked at the girls, worried for him. Come on, I'll take you to the village. They nodded. Walking out through the main gate, Konohamaru made a seal, causing the paper bomb he had placed earlier to explode. The blast echoed through the estate as fire burned all in its path. The trip to Konoha was going to be a long one. Konohamaru and the girls went through the main gates. It was a long 5 days as the girls were just civilians, so they couldn't run at the speeds of a shinobi. As he walked, a shinobi appeared. Tsunade wanted to see him and the girls for a report. Konohamaru got to know the girls. The platinum blonde was named Mary. She was 20 with pale blue eyes and wearing a brown farmer's dress. The eldest, Rina, was 25 with dark brown hair and eyes. She was wearing a simple green and blue dress. The youngest, Aika, was 10 with green eyes and hair. She was wearing a new purple long-sleeve shirt and black sweatpants and sandals. Konohamaru had bought Aika her new clothes as her old tattered ones bothered him. Aika was from the streets and was so happy she clung to him wherever they went. Konohamaru wasn't bothered by it. He guessed she didn't have many friends, so she stuck with the ones she did have. She held on to him all the way to the Hokage Tower. With Tsunade. The Hokage was sitting at her desk, elbows firmly on it, chin resting on her thumbs as she eyed Sarutobi and company. So, Tsunade started, who are your new friends, Konohamaru? Konohamaru stood straight. Rescues from the Ikagoya mission, Hokage-sama, he said, pointing at the girls, naming them as he went, Mary, Rina, and Aika. Nice to meet you, Hokage-sama, they said together with a respectful bow. Tsunade nodded back at them. Likewise, but Konohamaru, why are they here and not back at their village? The girls lowered their heads sadly as Konohamaru answered, they don't have anything to go back to, and as a Sarutobi and shinobi of Konoha, I'm honor-bound to protect them, Konohamaru said with conviction. Konohamaru had a question of his own. Did Shade return? Tsunade was a little puzzled at the use of Naruto's codename, but with bystanders here, she played along. No, Shade hasn't returned since your mission, over 5 days now. She was secretly worried, but now was not the time. With Naruto. For the past 5 days, Naruto treated the Ikagoya ledger almost like a Bible, reading it constantly and crossing off names. Maybe not a Bible, more like a hit list. He tried to complete a page a day when the people were close enough to each other. He was cutting a bloody swath on his way back to Konoha, give or take a detour. He also found some useful information and money along the way, which pleased the assassin side of him, while his fatherly side was busy murdering the customers of the sex trade. When he finally reached Konoha, he was tired. A shinobi daring to cross his path told him what he had told Konohamaru an hour earlier. He went to Tsunade. Opening the door, Naruto saw Konohamaru and the girls. Not paying them any mind, he reported, a good chunk of the people on this are dead. Read it. Konoha officials are on it. As he was turning to leave, Konohamaru stopped him. Shade, where were you? Naruto gave him a cold look. Busy, what's it to you, boy? Naruto asked harshly. Konohamaru knew if he failed Naruto, he would be seen as nothing but a boy. He had even promised on his grandfather's honor and he failed. This is what he gets now, but Konohamaru was far from letting that go. He stood strong and said, I wanted to know what kept you. I was escorting people back to the village and beat you here, that's what I want to know, Shade. He would not allow himself to use Naruto's real name. Did you not just hear I was killing people from that ledger? You should listen more, boy, especially when your betters are talking. Everyone in the room was silent and nervous as Naruto continued. If you would have listened, we could have spent the last few days dealing with the very monsters that ruined these people's lives. For the sake of a few strangers, you sacrificed too many. You are a disappointment to your family name. Everyone flinched at Naruto's words. Naruto walked out, slamming the door behind him, but Konohamaru quickly followed. The rest were hot on his trail. You want to know what, Shade? I did what I did because I believe in a better world, like you once did. Naruto turned to him. A better world? How so? Naruto asked. I know I can't save everyone and I can't do what you do, but I'm willing to fight for what means most, the safety of others. Naruto knew he was telling the truth. Konohamaru firmly believed he was right to do what he did. Naruto took a breath and lowered his tone. Meet me in training ground 7 in 30. No excuses. Naruto left without another word. Konohamaru was wondering what Naruto had planned, but he'd be there. Training ground 7, 30 minutes later. The former Team 7 was at the grounds. Kakashi may not be the leader anymore, and Sasuke and Sakura may not see eye to eye on most things now, but they would meet here every now and then on their old turf to train. It was more for a vague tradition than anything else. When Naruto appeared, it brought back some of the old memories. Sakura saw the stone-faced Uzumaki and was a little nervous but greeted him. Naruto, how are you? She asked, trying to form a small smile. It kind of annoyed the Uchiha, since she doesn't even attempt that much with him anymore. Naruto was rather civil in his response. I'm fine, Harano. Konohamaru will be here any moment now. While he's here, I don't want any interference from anyone present. Before Sakura could ask what was going on, Konohamaru arrived, followed by Tsunade. So, what's this about, Shade? Konohamaru asked. You said you believe in a better world. I want to see how far you're willing to go for that belief, Naruto replied calmly. Konohamaru was a little shocked and caught on quickly. You want to fight? Konohamaru's fists tightened. Naruto simply said, correct. Is this because of the girls? This is because you're a disappointment to me. If you want my respect again, boy, you're going to have to earn it. Konohamaru was getting angry. I am not a boy, Naruto. I'm a shinobi of Konoha. Naruto grinned, saying, so, a good for nothing then. Why your grandfather died defending this place, I will never know. All Konoha is a den of rats with honorless traitors at the helm. In the background, Tsunade was upset with Naruto. Sasuke didn't like hearing this. Konoha is many things, Naruto, but you can't spend the rest of your life hating it. I know what that can do to a person. Naruto gave the Uchiha a neutral look and asked calmly, so my friends trying to kill me isn't good enough to hate Konoha? Naruto then said, how about 2 decades of beatings at the hands of the civilians and shinobi, or how about someone you cared deeply for using you as a way to get some pompous little shit with delusions of grandeur back so she can drool over him again? Maybe your godfather abandoning you at birth to go whoremongering and having your accomplishments being given to the same pompous little shit that left to get a little taste of power from a man with a fetish for torture? Any of this enough, Uchiha? Thought so. Naruto glanced at Konohamaru. You want to prove yourself, then fight someone who had the life I had and survived and still beat him. Konohamaru was silent but moved further away from everyone else and got into a battle stance. If I knew what happened to you back then, I would have had your back, Naruto. I know, but that is in the past. All we have is the present. Naruto's voice was still calm as he walked over to Konohamaru and stood with no stance. Ready? Yes, go. Konohamaru ran towards Naruto, going for a punch. Naruto moved, grabbed the arm, and flipped Konohamaru to the ground. Konohamaru got back up fast, going for a high kick. Naruto ducked and swiped Konohamaru's grounded leg, making him trip again. Getting back up, Konohamaru swung a left that Naruto dodged, hands behind his back, moving to avoid Konohamaru's attacks with very little effort. Left, dodge, right, dodge, kick, dodge, etc. Is that the best you got? Naruto said with a bored tone, bringing his right fist to Konohamaru's side then to his chin, knocking him back, then gave a spinning elbow to the jaw. Konohamaru fell face down to the ground. Konohamaru turned and flipped backwards, landing back on his feet. You want to see what I got, Naruto? Well, here. Konohamaru bit his finger and made a hand sign. A large white monkey appeared. Inma-sama. Konohamaru greeted. Sarutobi-san, why have you called me? Inma then turned to Naruto. The child with the 9 tails, he's alive? Inma said, surprised. He is, and we are fighting. I want to show him what I'm capable of if you care to help, Konohamaru said calmly. Inma nodded. He turned into a staff. Konohamaru grabbed it and got into his monkey-style stance. Naruto, watching this, got into a new stance of his own. Naruto was on guard. The Sarutobi monkey style is strange yet strong style of fighting, especially when they have a staff. Maybe you'll be a challenge now, boy. Naruto adjusted his stance to the tiger, the fingers of his gloves launched out hidden claws. The two charged. Konohamaru took a swing with the staff. Naruto ducked, taking a swipe at his chest. Konohamaru moved expertly, bringing a leg up to Naruto's chin, who blocked with both hands and gave his leg 8 cuts in one go. Konohamaru grunted but brought his other leg to Naruto's stomach, knocking him back. Naruto stood up straight again and walked fast over to Konohamaru, a glare on his face. Konohamaru pointed the Inma bow staff right at Naruto. The staff extended, flying at Naruto with speed. Naruto stood straight and puffed out his chest and allowed the staff to hit him dead center in the chest. He didn't move, to his opponents' and bystanders' shock. How? Konohamaru asked, shocked. Hard style. My body was trained for harder hits than that, Naruto replied, pushing himself closer to Konohamaru. But a pair of white furry hands popped out of the staff, followed by the head of Inma, grabbing Naruto as he spoke. You are strong, young one, but I'm stronger. Inma punched Naruto right in the face, again to the surprise of the monkey boss. Naruto refused to move. In your staff form, you're as strong as titanium, great Inma, but when you're flesh, your punch feels like everything else to me, Naruto said, hitting the monkey boss back in the face. Inma held his nose and returned back to his staff. Konohamaru retracted the staff and jumped further back. How about this? Konohamaru threw the staff at Naruto, it broke into many smaller staffs, all coming at him. Naruto charged right into the arsenal of staffs. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for attending the annual report, Kamen began, taking a puff from his cigar. As many of you know, the Ikagoya organization is no more. My dear mentor, Solomon, personally saw to its demise. However, given their failure to satisfy the growing needs of our prospective businesses, I consider their loss acceptable. A grin spread across Kamen's face as others nodded in agreement. The room fell silent, save for Wataru, an elder crime boss. The white-haired man, with a leathery face and a scar on his forehead, wore a black hakama, his katana at his side. Who gets control of the Ikagoya rackets and territory, he demanded, capturing everyone's attention. Kamen exhaled a puff of smoke. Solomon does. He eliminated Ikagoya, so it's his to use as he sees fit. Wataru bristled. Solomon is a broker, he doesn't need rackets and territory. Solomon, also present, gave Wataru an impassive look. It seems to me you want it. I'll give it to you if the price is right. Wataru glared at the leader of the Silver Hand. You want me to pay for it? Yes, nothing is free, Wataru. The territory is mine until someone buys it. Wataru, clearly upset, was quickly silenced by a look from Kamen. Forgive my anger, Kamen-sama, he said, lowering his head. Kamen smiled. You know, Wataru, I pride myself on letting the little things go, small insults and snide remarks and the like. Kamen then leaned forward. But you just questioned my decision in front of all these people, in my house, in my own nation. That is something I would like recompense for. Wataru hesitated but spoke. What can I do, Kamen-sama? Hold out your hand and extend your pinky finger, Kamen ordered. Wataru, a samurai, understood the implication. He complied. Kamen reached under the table, pulled out a cleaver, stood, and slowly made his way around the table, his footsteps echoing in the silence. As Kamen walked, he began to speak. In my organization, you are all entitled to your own ideas and opinions. That is why I allow you all to run things in your lands as you see fit. But when you start to question me the way Wataru just did, that's when I have to start cracking down. Wataru's face was stoic, he had made a mistake and had to live with it. Kamen finally reached him. Ready? Hi, Kamen-sama. Kamen slowly raised the cleaver and brought it down into Wataru's head. The blow stopped halfway down, near his ears. Almost everyone stood up, wincing at the sound of the impact and the sight of it. When Kamen released the cleaver, Wataru's head hit the table with a thud, followed by the clear metallic ring of the blade. Now let this be a lesson to all of you about speaking out of turn and thinking you deserve more than I allow you to have. Things must be earned, not gifted. Kamen walked back to his chair. Now then, I want to get this little plan of ours going. To do this, I want you to know your roles. The people sat back down to listen to Kamen. First up, Haiden, I want you and your men to head down to the land of rock and destroy it. IWA has been weak ever since their fight with Konoha put them down for good. Haiden grinned insanely. I'll make sure they're all dead. Kamen's gaze fell on another man with a large red beard, wearing a blood-red overcoat and a wide-brimmed captain's hat, a black shirt unbuttoned at the top, black pants, and bucket boots, with a Kraken medallion around his neck and a rapier and thin dagger at his red-sashed waist. Captain Shijimi, I want you leading our fleet to Mist and other coastal regions along the way. Raid and destroy to your heart's content, Kamen ordered the pirate lord, who smiled. Aye, sir. The ninja is prepared at your order, Shijimi replied. Viper, Kamen said, looking at a man in a sandy-colored uniform with a brown jacket and a mask covering the lower half of his face, with brown hair and eyes. I want you to go to Suna. The man was silent and nodded. Finally, Raven. Raven was a woman with jet black hair and black eyes. She wore a black hooded robe with red trim and had a claymore on her back. Go to Como. I want the Raikage to know he has a choice, to join us, or if he says no, kill him right then and there. The woman nodded. It will be done, Garo-sama. Now that that's over with, the rest of you go back to your places. I want the money and troops flowing like usual. With the exception of Haydn, everyone stood up and bowed their heads in respect to Cayman as he returned to the daimyo section. When the doors closed, a beautiful woman with blonde hair and gray eyes appeared, wearing a Victorian-style green jacket and corset with black pants and boots. That went well, she said with a blank tone, making Cayman frown in boredom. You know, when I took this place over, I thought it'd be more fun. Turns out it's nothing but meetings and assholes trying to kill you. They don't even have enough skill to make it interesting either. The woman shrugged. It's just the boring part. The action will start soon enough. Cayman nodded. They continued walking through the halls when Cayman asked, so how's everything going, Kumi? The blonde woman raised an eyebrow at her leader. What do you mean? Believe it or not, I do read the reports the minions send me. I know you saw Linear. Kumi glared at Cayman. Next time I see her, she's dead. Third time's the charm, I guess, Cayman said with a grin. Last I checked, Naruto is still alive too, so you shouldn't talk. Cayman's grin remained in place at Kumi's comeback. True, but he was always a survivor. How did Lin even know where you were anyway? A traitor, but he's dead now, Kumi said, thinking about the last few days. Flashback. Kumi was overseeing the Ikagoya brothel in the Rock Nation's capital. Since their run-in with a then-unknown assassin, Kumi, as Cayman's right hand and the first to join him, was charged with finding out who was responsible and killing them. To do that, she had visited every one of the organization's rackets. This one was run by Takube's uncle, Makachi. He was an unhealthily thin man with a seemingly permanent smile that sent shivers down his girl's spines. Whether or not he could control this, Kumi didn't know. His small eyes and bald head didn't help either. He was dressed in a rather garish yellow and purple flowery kimono. Kumi knew his type and made it clear what she would do to him if he tried anything with her. The overly graphic detail helped him know his place right then and there. As they watched from a balcony high above, Kumi and Makachi spoke. So you have no idea who's after your family? Kumi asked calmly, watching the auction unfold. Not at all, Lady Kumi. Sure, we're not the nicest people in the world, but the things this person does are downright abominable, Makachi said, wiping sweat from his face. He was as scared of Kumi as he was of her boss, if not more. Nevertheless, your family has failed to pay your tribute to us, and that is something that cannot be allowed, Kumi said with cold, glaring eyes. Makachi shivered. Please, Lady Kumi, today is the auction. The women we are planning to sell are more than enough to pay Cayman-sama with interest. Kumi's glare seemed to harden even more. I am not a fan of your disgusting trade, Ikagoya. Speaking as a former slave myself, you are all alive because you're useful, but that is starting to be less clear to us. Makachi was now sweating even more out of fear. Please, my lady, Takube is a good leader, as good as my brother when it comes to our line of work. The Ikagoyas will honor the deal we have with you, he begged. You better, was all Kumi had to say. Outside the auction house, a figure with long brown hair and a ponytail and a green eye scanned the area. She wore black leather armor with gray trim and a mask covering the lower half of her face. If not for the upper half of her face, you would barely be able to tell she was female. Behind her were the bodies of the rooftop security. The assassin jumped down into a narrow alley, spitting her legs apart to catch each side of the walls, stopping her from going all the way down. She was 10 feet from the bottom when she stopped. She saw guards below and waited until they were close to her position, removing 2 knives from their holsters. She then dropped, stabbing the 2 silently as she hit the ground. Back at the auction, Kumi saw the poor women being stared at with lustful eyes from the buyers as the auctioneer described them, as if they were things, items to be bought, not the people they were. She watched with little to no care. She was once like them, but she was strong enough to free herself, not simply take it like they were. She didn't give them any sympathy as their hopeless eyes would occasionally meet hers. Makachi had heard rumors of the blonde woman, though her past was vague at best. He had heard she was as cold-hearted as her boss and as skilled in the art of murder, even going as far as to say, like Cayman, she was also a student of Rikimaru, making her an incarnation of death itself. Rumors about her tastes in the bedroom were something he didn't have the guts to ask either. When is this thing over? Kumi asked all of a sudden. Very soon, my lady. We already have the cut for Cayman-sama, Makachi said. Kumi nodded. Inside the halls, a patrolling guard was making his rounds. He pulled out a cigarette, putting it in his mouth, striking a match, lighting the smoke, and taking a puff. He blew out the smoke and leaned against a wall. He felt a presence and remained calm. Where is he? A female voice asked from the shadows. On the balcony overlooking the auction. He is with Kumi as well, he replied. There was silence for a moment before the voice said, this changes nothing. When I act, you and your men should leave. The man took another drag of his smoke. I am a samurai of steel tree, even if I'm dressed in this stupid hat and suit. Same with the others. We are not leaving one of our own like that bastard Cayman. When you attack, so will we, he said. Rizzo, I am giving you an order. Fuck your order. We weren't there for our lord and ladies. We will not abandon you now. Rizzo silently stood straight and put out the cigarette. Hail steel tree, Rizzo finally said and started walking away. The auction was now finished, and Kumi was sitting on a chair, Makachi on a couch, waiting for the money to arrive. Can I offer you anything, my lady? Whiskey, Kumi ordered. Makachi stood up and poured a glass. I hope with this we can get back into yours and Cayman-sama's good graces. The Ikagoya family prides ourselves on our satisfied customers. He passed Kumi the glass. She took a sniff and drank it. You call this piss water whiskey, Kumi said with an insulted tone. Makachi was now apologizing. Please, Lady Kumi, that kind of alcohol is hard to come by this side of the world, even for the Ikagoyas. Kumi calmed down. My old mentor did have rare tastes. Too bad he got us all hooked on the stuff. He never did tell us how he was able to find it, Kumi said, thinking about the man who took her in and raised her like a knife-wielding father. Up top in the ceiling rafters, the assassin waited. She knew full well of Kumi's capabilities, especially at close range. Rizzo, along with the others, came in as the money was being brought out. Rizzo, make sure it's all there, Kumi ordered. He nodded and went to the case, giving it a quick count. He looked over to Kumi. All here, with an extra 250, my lady, Rizzo said blandly. Kumi nodded to him and turned to Makachi. The Ikagoyas are forgiven this day. Don't let it happen again, Kumi said calmly, with an underlying threat in her tone. Of course, my lady. Please give my regards to Cayman-sama. Kumi got up as Rizzo was collecting the case. Kumi stopped and turned to her men. With a slight nod, they removed their swords from their holsters. Makachi's men were on guard as Kumi silently scanned the room. What is wrong, my law? Quiet, Kumi said sharply to Makachi. Rizzo was silent. With a deep breath, he closed his eyes, then snapped them open, taking a horizontal slash to Makachi's stomach, making his entrails spill out. Makachi screamed in surprised pain, horrified at the sight of his own blood gushing out. Rizzo turned and killed another bodyguard. Kumi was unimpressed. So you turned traitor, Rizzo? We should have figured. I'm only loyal to the true rulers of Steel Tree, you bitch. Before Kumi could retort, her other bodyguards started fighting each other. Watching this, she seemed not to care. If you all pick now to do this, then that would mean Naruto or Lin are here. So who is it, Lin or Naruto? Kumi's question was answered by a smoke bomb and a knife coming down at her. Kumi jumped out of the way, landing on the stage below. From her position, Kumi looked up to see a woman in leather armor. Lin, it's been a while, Kumi said with a light smirk. Kumi, I'm here for your head, you traitor, Lin announced, prompting Kumi's smile to drop into a frown. Would you be surprised if I said I never thought I'd hear you say that? Lin's eyes held sadness. And I never thought I'd say it, but you killed Lord Gata and Lady Hina. Lin's grip tightened on her knife as she spoke. Kumi's frown deepened. Figured it would be more for Hina than Gata, Kumi said, then smirked. I'll make sure you see her soon enough. With a tap of her chakra ring to a seal in her palm, a katana appeared in Kumi's right hand. The grip was made with steel tree wood wrapped with green and black cloth, and the blade was 3 feet of shining steel. Lin focused herself. Kumi was once a comrade and a sister to her, but right now she was a traitor. Lin hopped down to meet Kumi on equal ground. So, Lin, how is our dear little brother? Is he still hurt about what Cayman did to Chiya and Kyoko? Kumi's words struck a chord with Linear. I'm going to kill you, Kumi. Who knows, I might be doing you a favor instead of letting you live as Garo's whore. Kumi quirked a grin, then attacked. As Kumi came in for a swipe, Lin dodged it and thrust her knife up to stab her heart. Covering her body, Kumi avoided the move, bringing her sword down on Lin's extended arm. Swinging to the side, the blade only got a superficial cut, which Lin ignored, and brought a leg to Kumi's stomach, knocking her back, but she stood firm. Rizzo, after finishing off the last of the guards, watched from above. While letting a sobbing Makachi bleed out behind him, he turned to his men. Go get the clients before they leave. I want those women safe. The men did as they were told and left as he watched the fight, ready to provide backup. Lin came in with a kick that Kumi avoided. Turning her knives underhanded, she made an X to block Kumi's overhead slash, but Kumi extended her arm to make the blade slide through the defensive move and head towards Lin, who put pressure down on the blade, making the sword move lower and to the side, so Lin could come in for a headbutt. Kumi took the hit but didn't even have to shake it off. Really, a headbutt, Lin? You fighting like Fang now, Kumi said, standing up straight. Lin did the same. How could you help him, Kumi? I thought you were better than this, Lin said angrily. Kumi became serious. I spent most of my life being told what to do, Linear. The first 8 years of my life as a slave to some pompous son of a royal asshole, then when sensei saved me. Kumi took a breath. I was trained to be an assassin, making his words my creed, willing to do anything to please him. He raised me as his own, this is true, but he was a killer. It was all he knew, and all I've known. When Cayman offered me a way out, to being able to give the orders rather than take them, that is something I find worth killing for, Lin, no matter who it was that stood in the way. Lin was silent for a moment, then said, Cayman wants Naruto and his war. He doesn't care about you or anything else. Kumi nodded in agreement. And I don't care about him, and he knows it. Whatever his reasons, if it really is just so he can be remembered, then he will be. But when that's all over with, if he lives, I keep my position. If he dies, the organization is mine. Either way, I win, Kumi said in a serious tone. Lin couldn't believe her former best friend was this heartless now. There won't be an organization left to run, Kumi. Naruto, Lady Akane, and I will see it burn with you in it. Lin charged and shoulder-tackled Kumi down and brought down her knife, but Kumi blocked it. The rest of her guards started piling into the room around the stage. Rizzo jumped down and started fighting them. Kumi leaped from the stage and rammed her sword into Rizzo's back and out of his chest. Rizzo coughed out blood as Kumi, watching him die, said to Lin, here's another one you couldn't save, linear. Pulling out the blade, Rizzo fell to the ground. Lin jumped with unmatched speed and gave Kumi a slice to the back. Kumi gritted her teeth from the pain and kicked Lin into a table. The guards covered Kumi as she was leaving. She turned to see Lin killing her men for a moment, then made her escape. End of flashback. Cayman let out a low whistle. Sounds like I missed a good show. Lin must have been pissed, he said with a grin. Kumi glared at him. I'll return the favor in kind when I see her again. Cayman nodded. I bet you will. The Ikagoyas are out, and the minions are preparing to hit the other 4 villages. Kumi raised an eyebrow and asked, why haven't you sent a group to Konoha? Because I'm trying to get Akane and Naruto to go there and put all of them in one place. That goes for the other villages as well, get them angry enough to join together so we can destroy them at once. Kumi couldn't understand his logic. If you do that, they'll amass an army. If we stick to attacking them one by one, we could control a huge chunk of territory. Cayman stared at her, his eyes burning. I don't want a conquest, Kumi. I want a war, a good old-fashioned, honest fight where combat is the only reward. Kumi was annoyed by this. Why? So you can be remembered as some kind of ultimate warrior or something? Why not take it all and rule it? Kumi asked, completely puzzled. Cayman walked over and leaned against a railing overlooking the village. When Naruto and I unlocked the 9th gate, I felt a power that shouldn't have been physically or even metaphorically possible. It was our greatest achievement, our way into the history books, as the greatest taijutsu users in the world. Cayman's hands balled into fists as he angrily continued, but with that power, I came to realize that I wouldn't actually ever be able to use it. Imagine having billions of ryo at your disposal but not actually being able to spend even a penny of it but still pay the tax on it. The 9th gate is all that and more. No one is strong enough or skilled enough for me to bother. Except for Naruto. Exactly. But he had a family and his loyalty, so I wanted to take it away from him, leave him with nothing, so when we finally meet, his mind won't be clouded with the safety of others. Just his hatred of me, so when we'd fight, we can let loose and see just how far we can go before the end. Kumi stepped back from Cayman. With just one glance, she could see he wanted to kill someone just thinking about their blonde former comrade. Cayman calmed down as quickly as he had angered and a smirk graced his face. I have Steel Tree. I have a criminal empire, loyalty, and the ability to take over anything I set my mind on, but then what? Do I simply waste away on a throne giving orders to a bunch of mindless minions, doing everything I ask them to do? If that's the case, I at least want one good fight before that happens. Kumi, despite the worry of angering Cayman, asked, but what if Naruto wins? Cayman smiled at her. Then I die at the hands of an opponent strong and worthy. You don't look well at all. What would your soldiers think seeing you like this? An ominous voice inquired. Cayman rose, a grin spreading across his face as he chose not to attack. You tell me, he retorted, how do your people handle it when you fall to pieces every week or so? A pale, snake-like man emerged from the shadows, returning Cayman's grin. So you know me? I suppose you would, but I don't recall ever meeting you before for you to know my voice. Orochimaru mused, a touch of curiosity in his tone. Cayman leaned against the bar, grabbing another glass. We've never met formally, but I've seen you before, you just didn't see me. Aren't you going to offer me one? Orochimaru asked, feigning insult. You don't strike me as a drinker. Oh, I'm not, but you should offer anyway. It's the polite thing to do, Orochimaru chuckled. I'm guessing you know what I'm capable of and the things I've done to my fellow man, Orochimaru. You're here for something specific, so speak your mind or get the hell out of my castle, Cayman commanded, the pain now subsiding. Orochimaru simply continued smiling. He was a man who commanded either unwavering respect and loyalty or unadulterated fear and submission, usually both. So, to have Cayman speak to him like that was strangely refreshing. Cayman would speak his mind and back it up if you didn't like what he had to say. Even Kabuto, the snake's right-hand man, knew his place in that regard. Orochimaru's smile widened. What I want is an alliance with you. I found your plans interesting enough to meet with you personally. Cayman studied Orochimaru, then poured himself another drink. Why would I want an alliance with you? Exactly what can you and Odo bring to the table? Is there even an Odo left? I can assure you I'm not lacking in manpower. My village may have had a bit of bad luck a little while back, but it still remains strong, Orochimaru calmly assured him. And I do have a very good doctor who could look into your medical needs, he added, referring to Kabuto.